Don't Go Faking My Heart, written by Kate Watson, narrated by Stephanie Rose and Logan Anair. Chapter 1. Ash. You know that feeling when you work on a big project and pull an all-nighter, but rather than being exhausted from it, you have so much energy, it's practically bursting out of you? I love that feeling. I'm addicted to it. Not in a dangerous chase that fix kind of way, mind you. I don't need to go to All-Nighters Anonymous or anything. You know what? Let's start over. I pulled an all-nighter working on a big project last night. My friend Rusty and I have been working on a Maple Street revitalization project to increase tourism for the town of Sugar Maple, South Carolina, and we killed it, if I do say so myself. We'll present it to the town council and Chamber of Commerce later this morning, and I can't wait to see all their excited faces. I halfway expect future generations to erect statues in our honor. Rusty ran home to shower and get changed, and I've done the same. I didn't wash my hair. My long, thick curls would take too long to dry. But I spritz some water, use a little product, go all curly girl method, and voila! I draw a perfect cat eye, put on my new sky blue glasses that match the new sky blue streak of hair in my otherwise long cinnamon brown curls, and smile at my reflection. Fabulous. Time to go meet Rusty at the diner. I walk out of my bathroom and through my bedroom, rubbing my thumb against a fingernail, when I notice a hangnail. This thing is annoying. I head right back into the bathroom to find my nail clippers when I spot my electric toothbrush light flashing low battery. I plug in my electric toothbrush, then trip over the running shoes I left in the middle of the bathroom last night to remind me to work out. I kick them to the side. Wait, why did I come back in here? I frown, looking around my bathroom at makeup palettes spread over my white granite counter among the hair products, lotions, face serums. This is overwhelming. I should really clean this up, but the idea of where to start makes me feel like my life force is pushing from the middle of my brain out my ears. Nope, not happening. My watch buzzes, and I spot a text from Rusty. Rusty. On my way. Whoops! I march out of my room and through the house to find Lou, one of my best friends, in the sitting room. She's singing to herself and scribbling in a notebook. She drops it when she sees me. Hey, you look great. Are y'all ready for the presentation? Lou asks. She's wearing wide-leg linen trousers and a white crop top that skims the top of the pants. Her light blonde hair falls down her back in pretty waves. You know it, I tell her. What about you? I'm supposed to audition guitar players for the band, but I'm going to come to the meeting first. I figure local politics should harden me for all the no's I plan to give today. You only need one yes, I say, standing in front of my friend. Lou may be a contract lawyer for our marketing firm by day, but she's a musician with a huge YouTube following by night. She has a real-life secret identity. You have all that sweet, sweet music to make for 3rd Street Records now. And all that sweet, sweet cash, she adds with a snort. I'll let someone play on tour, but in the studio, no one's touching my instruments. You know that's right, I say. My watch vibrates with a message. I look down, and my stomach drops. What is it? Lou asks. I drop my wrist and tuck my hand behind my back. Nothing. Lou will flip if she knows who it is. All our friends will flip. I'm flipping. Ash, Lou repeats. You okay? I wrinkle my nose. It's him. Lou growls like a guy in a romance novel, except, without the flirty connotations. Ashley Jane Moore, you said you blocked his number. He messaged me on LinkedIn and asked if I'd blocked him, I tell her, red-faced with embarrassment. It felt rude. He's a narcissistic weasel who gaslit you for a year, Lou says. You want to talk about rude? I know, I say. So, Lou asks, why don't you block him? I hold my wrist. I don't know why I won't keep his number blocked for longer than a couple of months. My ex was every bit as manipulative as Lou is saying. I felt terrible about myself with him. But he knew how to turn the charm on, and when he did, I also felt amazing about myself, like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't be dysfunctional if someone like him loved me. If he liked me, maybe I was okay. Maybe I was normal. We broke up a couple of years ago, but I still get texts from him on occasion. And every time, it throws me back into the two contradicting feelings that were the hallmark of our relationship. Feeling like I must be special, and yet not feeling special or even accepted at all. Lou sighs. Are you going to respond to him? I don't want to. Can I help? Yes, please. My hand moves like there's an external resistance to it, like it's passing through water as I get my phone from my back pocket. I hold it extra tight for a split second. Lou tugs it gently from my grip, holds it up to my face to bypass the password, and then blocks him on both my socials and my phone. Every movement of her fingers is like a small tear in my gut. But when it's done, it's like those tears were clearing away an infection. I move more freely. Thanks, I say. I got your back. Lou hands me my phone with a smile. How are you and Rusty feeling about the presentation? Just thinking about Rusty is a palate cleanser. Good, I say confidently, because our presentation is awesome. We have the graphics and the numbers, and I'll figure out the words. The words? Lou asks. Yeah, the words. To say? When I'm up there? Lou gives me a half smile. I can't wait. You give the best presentations. Our friend group, the Janes, so named because we all share the name, gave a lot of presentations together in college, and I was always a bit of a wild card, but it worked in our favor. My friends are master logicians and debaters, calm and confident. But I'm great off the cuff. I'm everyone's favorite person on a panel or in a Q&A because I'm spontaneous and funny and, frankly, clever. I feed off the audience and can adjust to their energy. I love being in front of a crowd. Presentations are just persuasive crowd control. Kind of. But this stupid text from my ex is messing with my head. Do I need a script? Should I make cue cards? I ask Lou. Ash, you got this. Don't let him get into your head. You are smart and prepared, and you know this stuff backward and forward. I nod, but my thumbnail starts scanning my other nails for snags. You're right. It's gonna be fine. I smile. I got this. That's my girl. My watch dings with a reminder. One sec, I say. I dart into the kitchen and grab a pill bottle from the medicine cabinet. I take my ADHD medication and a couple of supplements my psychiatrist recommended when I got my diagnosis. I live by reminders and timers. Medication is life-changing, but it's not a perfect cure-all. My old therapist helped me create a system that makes it all easier. She also helped me understand that I have a tendency to blur the lines between my diagnosis and my personality. Hyperfocus, distraction, and a need for stimulation are symptoms of my ADHD. Having awesome hair, nerdy interests, and being a quirky delight is all me. My phone buzzes again. Rusty. I lied. I wasn't on my way, but I am now. Let's pretend that was a 5-minute warning. Did it work? And then, for no reason at all, he sends a gif of Steve Carell dressed as Brick from Anchorman eating a banana. I laugh because it's the perfect text and gif. Rusty gets me better than pretty much anyone, and this text is his way of acknowledging how much I hate being early. Yet, he doesn't come across as judgmental or pushy. Waiting makes me feel like my skin is crawling. Rusty, on the other hand, likes waiting. He finds it calming, so he knows whatever time he gives me, I'll be late, and he'll be fine. He's the perfect friend for me. Ash. What am I, a dog? No, it didn't work. I don't come on command. Neither does my actual dog. Prairie needs someone to train her. Not it. GIF of sad dog howling. JK, I love your dog. Also, her name is Pookie. Prairie wishes she belonged to you. She vastly prefers you to me. No creature could prefer me to you. You're the literal sweetest. Happy face. I'm on my way. Wait, are you driving? Do not drive and text. No, Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina are parked in the intersection fighting about something that happened at Canasta. Yikes, my money's on Mrs. Beatty. Are you joking? Lola Nina is terrifying. Lola Nina? Tia's cute little grandmother? Yes. She may be a sweet granny now, but you should have seen her when I was in high school. She threatened to tan my hide more times than I can count. That sounds dirty. It's not dirty.
But believe me, you haven't been threatened until you've been threatened in tag-along.
What did she threaten you about?
Something about college. I'm gonna see if I can help. Let me know when you get in the car and I'll put in your order.
Put in my order when you get there. Leaving now. I pull my keys from my bag and come back to the sitting room, smiling. Off to meet Rusty. Wish us luck. Good luck, Lou says. You'll crush it. Thanks. See you in a bit. I smile and walk out of the mini mansion my friends and I rent. Last year, my 4 best friends and I moved from Chicago to Sugar Maple, South Carolina. When our CEO, the boss Jane of Jane & Co., rebranded the famous Sugar Maple Farms here in this very town. She and the grumpy owner met and fell in love, and because he's richer than dark chocolate, he offered to let us rent this house for cheap while he and Jane live in the main house on the farm. I've grown to love South Carolina. I'm from Colorado, so I'm used to green, but the South is a different shade. Even if we had mountains here, it'd be impossible to see them through the foliage. Moisture coats my skin like a blanket. It is unnaturally humid today, and as much as my military-grade deodorant and mascara can take it, my hair is in a constant battle with this accursed humidity. What is it the Southerners say? The higher the hair, the closer to God? St. Ashley, at your service. I walk up to my forest green Subaru Outback and press the key fob to get in. My room may be a mess, but my 10-year-old car is pristine. I don't let anyone eat in here, not even me, and I wash and vacuum it weekly. Don't ask me why. It's my sanctuary. But even my sanctuary isn't enough to keep my thoughts from straying to places they shouldn't go. I didn't get diagnosed with ADHD until I was in college, and while my friends and family were beyond cool about it, it took me a long time to work up the nerve to tell my ex, Philip. I finally brought it up after we'd been dating for 4 months, and he said, "That explains a lot. I'll just have to love you in spite of it." Isn't that gross? What's even grosser is that I was so grateful he felt that way. I felt so insanely fortunate to have someone as suave and handsome and put together as him dating me, when I so often felt like an outsider growing up. He had a way of making me feel like a train wreck, but one he alone could fix. Ugh. I rub my thumb over my nails. Why does he always wait until I've gone dark to find me? Why can't he let me go when he clearly doesn't want me? Why do I care? I realize something as I drive the gorgeous tree-lined roads into Sugar Maple, and once it's in my head, I'm more tempted than ever to unblock Philip. I don't know what his text said, and it's killing me. Even worse, I forgot to clip my hangnail.
Chapter 2. Rusty. Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina are about to throw down. The 2 women are blocking the intersection at Maple and 3rd, which means I'm less than a block from the diner. But with cars lining up behind my truck, I can't flip around. Both women have opened their driver's side doors and are outside their cars yelling at each other. "You can't tell me you got all the red trees that many times, Rose," Lola Nina says, her accent coming out stronger than normal. She usually says the sounds, but when she's upset, they revert to T's and D's. I had both Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina as teachers growing up. Mrs. Beatty in elementary, Lola Nina in high school. No matter what I told Ash about being more afraid of Lola Nina, truth is, both of them can put the fear in me like my dad never could, no matter how hard he tried. "Tell it to your wild cards, Nina," Mrs. Beatty says, her fire engine red hair bouncing. Her husband shakes his head from the passenger side of their gold Oldsmobile. "Either we both got lucky or none of us did." "Are you trying to tell me that we both cheated? I didn't cheat." "Then maybe neither of us did. Did you think of that?" The car behind me honks, and that emboldens a few of the other cars to honk. I know both of these women can hold their own, but even in our small town, not everyone is sweet as sugar. So when the honking continues, I reach into the back seat for 2 jars and then step down from my truck and walk over to the 2 older women. The engine on Lola Nina's Buick revs as her air conditioning tries to combat the heat coming through the open door. The women were going opposite directions when they stopped in the middle of the intersection, so I get in between them. "Pardon the interruption, ladies," I say. Both sets of eyes turn sharply on me and then soften. "There's my favorite student," Mrs. Beatty says. "There's my favorite student," Lola Nina says. I've never had 2 women fight over me, but if any 2 are bent on it, I'll take these 2. "What are you doing looking so dolled up on a Tuesday morning?" Mrs. Beatty asks. She adjusts the collar of my button-down flannel shirt. "Oh, just a meeting." "A meeting with a young lady?" Lola Nina asks, waggling her eyebrows. I shake my head. "It isn't what you think." "Just what we all hope, am I right?" she says. I chuckle. "Could y'all help me with something?" I ask. "We whipped up a new peach salsa to sell at the farmer's market, but I think something ain't right with it. If I give you both a jar, could you tell me what you think?" "Oh, of course, dear," Mrs. Beatty says. "Knowing Nina, she'll want you to add more chilies. And knowing Rose, she'll want you to mash it and turn it into jelly so she doesn't have to use her fake teeth," Lola Nina says. "Knowing both of you," I say before they can get back to their fighting, "you'll both tell me exactly what I need to make sure these sell big. I'll go home right quick and try it so I can get back to you with my real teeth," Mrs. Beatty says, holding her lips a little too open. Her teeth look real enough to me. "I'll go home even quicker," Lola Nina says. She pats my cheek. "Y'all are too good to me." "No better than you deserve," Mrs. Beatty says. I'm not so sure about that. "And then I swam through the other cave," Ash is saying as she crams a crepe in her mouth. "Except it was supposed to be a new cave, but also looked like one I went spelunking in once in Colorado?" "I know exactly what you mean," I say, "because dreams are random like that. Also, Ash has the best dreams. And by best, I mean intensely weird and weirdly riveting. So I'm collecting more shells. And then randomly, you and Greg swim into the cave, and we're all wearing snorkels, but you and Greg are like Oompa Loompa versions of yourselves, and you're pointing out where to find the next seashell. So I go that direction, and I finally find it. The yellow seashell." "The yellow one," I repeat, even though she hasn't mentioned a yellow one yet. Because, again, dreams are random like that. But I can't help but wonder if it's also significant that I'm in a dream with her stepdad, Greg, who's about Ash's favorite person alive. Exactly. It was so important all of a sudden. So I swim back out of the cave, but then I'm wearing a fancy ball gown, and then I woke up. "I need details on this ball gown," I say. She laughs and swats my hand. "You do not. Why do you always let me talk so long about my weird dreams?" "Because your dreams are hilarious, pal," I say, choking on the word the way I always do. But I have to call her things like pal or bro or dude. It reminds me of the role I play in her life. Friend, nothing more. This one was almost as good as the one where you have to park your bike in between the third and fourth spot on the bike rack in order to enter that roller coaster ride that took you under the earth and into Monsterland. Man, I love that dream. Me too. Finding out your parents were werewolves was my favorite part. Such a good twist, right? Like, well done, brain. She shakes her head. You're indulging me again. We need to focus. If I really thought we needed to focus, I'd remind you, I say. But we've been over everything, and the presentation is good to go. As long as you refer to the color as peach instead of peach fuzz. She leans forward. Rusty, so help me. If you try to make me change the colors on this presentation one more time, I'm going to pour this sweet tea over your head. I'm not trying to make you change colors, Ash, I tell her. I'm saying it's all in the presentation. It doesn't matter if peach fuzz is the color of the year. We're in the South. Peach isn't going anywhere. And settling on a classic will get more the stodgy old men on the Chamber of Commerce to even consider urban planning or a code with standard color conventions. Ash flops across the diner table like the very mention of town regulations is so exhausting she physically can't keep herself upright. She accidentally bumps her sky blue glasses on the table, though, and she gives her nose a wiggle. It's so endearing, my heart clenches. You know how people say things like, his voice is so sexy I could listen to him read the phone book? They're lying. You have a great voice, and listening to you talk about zoning ordinances is enough to ruin it. I ducked my head and cataloged the compliment. I don't know if she's aware of how often she compliments me, but I am. If you think this is boring, wait until we get in there, I tell her. You haven't heard anything till you've heard them drone on about waste disposal. Buckle up. She snaps her head up and her curls bounce at the movement. I love her hair. It's the color of cinnamon, but it smells like grapefruit, and it's so tightly curled that if you pull a lock down, it stretches from just below her shoulders to halfway down her back. Every 6 weeks, she dyes a single lock a new color, and it always matches her glasses. She coordinates outfits around that stripe. I hope she's still doing it when she's 90. Her current color is sky blue, and it makes the cornflower blue of her eyes all the more intense. We'll just call it peach, but use the peach fuzz color. You've got to be the only person I've ever met who can spot the difference between peach and peach fuzz anyway, she says. She's not as tired as I am. She has a superhuman ability to focus and maintain energy on a project, but her eyes are a bit heavier than they were last night. How this woman talked me, a guy who's up before the rooster crows, into abandoning my post and staying up all night is no mystery. I'm madly in love with her. But for realsies, when we get to the data, I'm giving that all to you, Ash says. You mean to tell me Figures McData Pants doesn't want to talk numbers? Her laugh punctuates the air and my insides warm. Data, pfft, I don't like it and I won't pretend to. She looks at me askance. It, them, is data plural? Whatever. I don't like data. Datum. Datums. She snickers, which makes me follow suit. Whatever helps the presentation be more persuasive, I say. She stabs a fork into her eggs and holds it in front of her face. We're talking about stuff like unified commercial schemes, color coding, and signage. Stuff tourists eat up. Who wouldn't want that? She takes a big bite. The old-timers don't want change. They want money. It'll cost them money, I say. In the short term, but you have to spend money to make money. True, but we're asking them to spend money in the short term on something they need to be convinced of in the long term. Plus, we're asking them to forego comfort and tradition. Ugh, she says. What's traditional about a sign in Comic Sans font? I cringe. I majored in graphic design and worked for an agency in Atlanta for a few years before my parents guilted me into moving back home. But you don't have to have a graphic design background to know Comic Sans is a big no-no. I secretly like it. It's so much easier to read for my dyslexia, but I'll take that confession to my grave. I don't mean for you, Ash adds, patting my hand right over the scar on my knuckles I wish I could keep hidden. I love that it works for you. Only Ash and my closest friends know about my dyslexia. My parents don't even know. Arlo, my dad, was too busy getting drunk and calling me stupid to ever stop and wonder why I couldn't read till fourth grade when Mrs. Beatty had the sense to get me tested. Mom was too busy trying to keep the peace and pretend Arlo wasn't a raging alcoholic. Meanwhile, Ash figured it out the moment she noticed me using an accessibility feature on my phone. All she said was, "Oh, do you have dyslexia? Cool. I have ADHD. Our brains are going to be best friends." Then she high-fived me, and that was the moment I started to fall. Her hand is still on mine across the table. Her casual affection is like Harry Potter having to write, "I will not tell lies" in that quill that cuts into his skin. Unlike Harry, though, I crave every scrawl, no matter how much it hurts. I'm a goner for this girl. If I started to fall the day she high-fived me all those months ago, I would have sunk all the way through the center of the earth and crossed the core to pop up in... Where would that be? I imagine the globe I have on my desk at home. It would have to be somewhere in the middle of the Indian Ocean, well off the coast of Australia. Wherever it is, my heart is floating there, 12,000 miles from my body. That's how far gone I am. What were we talking about? Ash says. I wonder if she knew I was in my head, or if she was in hers. Oh, right. Tradition! She says it like she's playing Teviot from Fiddler on the Roof in a school play. I sniff a laugh and take a bite of my shrimp and grits. A local kid who works for me sometimes comes over to our table. He's barely 20, wearing a flannel, t-shirt, and jeans, my usual wardrobe, and he's wringing his hat between his hands. "You okay, Matt?" I ask. Matt isn't one for a lot of eye contact. I know the feeling. I had to learn to look people in the eye, but it doesn't have anything to do with dyslexia. "I'm fine, sir. I'm wondering if you could use any help with the fruit stands." "I thought you were working construction out in Hampton." "My car died and I'm saving up to fix it, but the foreman..." He shoots a look at Ash and red creeps over his cheeks. Whether it's from embarrassment or because Ash is so dang pretty, I don't know. I reckon both. "Had to drop you from the job because he needs reliable workers." I say sick for him. Matt's family is dirt poor, and they haven't had the benefit of being friends with the Carville family like I have. Without Tag Carville, my best friend's grandfather and the founder of Sugar Maple Farms, I'd have been lucky to be in Matt's position. Matt's a good kid. He helped with the fruit stands all last summer and even ran one by himself a couple of times. He's not book smart, but he knows how to work, and he's respectful enough that any southern meemaw would approve. "I'll take any of the stands. Myrtle Beach, anything you got." "I wouldn't do that to you," I say with a smile. No one likes the Myrtle Beach fruit stand because it's more like Atlantic City than Charleston. But I have one stand with a flaky kid on it that would do better with Matt's steadiness. We're fully staffed for now, but I'll keep you on standby. You know how it is. Troy'll end up at Patty's too late, and that 5 a.m. wake-up call won't sound too good. When that happens, I'll need someone who knows better. I expect a chuckle, but instead Matt clutches his hat and nods soberly. "That's me." "I'll find something, Matt. Just hold tight." "Yes, sir." When Matt leaves, Ash tips her head to the side and studies me. Do you run all the fruit stands? I shrug. I coordinate them. And then some. Okay, Ash says, nodding like she doesn't believe me. And Patty's? Is this some kind of secret burlesque club? It's the bar outside of town. You mean Donegal's? That's the one. Some of the locals call it Patty's. The owner hates it. Okay, Ash says. So the owner is Patty? Patty's brother brought in as co-owner, but yeah, it's Patty's place. Is she hot? I grin at the thought. I'll introduce you sometime. Ash takes the last few bites of her food and I settle our bill. You know, you don't have to pay for me every time, right? You trying to take my man card? This is the South, ma'am. Ma'am? She sticks out her tongue. Would you prefer Missy? Or maybe Dude? Broseph? She snorts, and I catalog that too. I love making her laugh. Now, if I can only make her swoon. Chapter 3. Rusty. An hour later, Ash and I are in the Sugar Maple Town Hall where the mayor's office is and where the town council and chamber of commerce both meet. It's a small colonial-style building with impeccable landscaping. The mayor cares a lot about appearances. We're in a large conference room along with a couple dozen people on the town council and chamber of commerce. I've never seen so many members attend a meeting, and as much as I want to believe it's because they're excited about our presentation, I have a feeling something else is afoot. The owner of the diner is here. Bill Buckner hasn't come to a meeting in a few years. He lives in Charleston and runs a much bigger restaurant there. He's become totally hands-off, leaving everything to his head server and de facto manager, Tia. Everyone keeps waiting for him to sell it to her, considering he's never in Sugar Maple. He doesn't seem to care about the diner as long as it makes him money. The Chamber of Commerce includes a few friendly faces, including the co-owner of Donegal's bar, Sean. I've been friends with Patty and Sean for years. Patty wouldn't be caught dead in a meeting like this, but Sean's all about community. Ash's friends Lou and Parker are both here representing their marketing firm, Jane & Co., so named because the four of them all share the same middle name, except their CEO, Jane, who doesn't have a middle name. My boss and best friend, Trip, sits next to them. Trip is Jane's husband and the owner of Sugar Maple Farms, one of the biggest commercial orchards in the country. Ash and I are 8 minutes into our 10-minute presentation, and we've gone through all the benefits of our proposal, including projected figures based on increased traffic other southern towns have seen when they'd adopted similar plans. A fair amount of people are nodding and smiling. A few look steeped in thought. Some faces aren't so friendly, including the chicks. I swear I'm not being sexist. I'm using their names. Chick Hanks, Chick Allen, and Chick Parkinson. The three men all grew up in a time when Chick was an acceptable nickname for Charles, and they're old enough and stubborn enough to make it sound intimidating. At least, they were intimidating when I was a kid. Now, they're more surly and cane-shaking. Chick Hanks has a mean swing, too. Standing up here with all eyes on me is miserable. My mouth is dry, and I almost stutter every time it's my turn to talk. I've never had a stuttering problem, but the stakes are higher than any other time I've presented anything, and it's because this isn't about me. It's about Ash. I watch her with a mix of awe and apprehension. And of course, I don't have to tell you the value of using a font from this century, but I will anyway, she's saying. She is undaunted. No matter how blank a stare she gets or how dumb a question, she soldiers on, all quirky and gorgeous and flipping her hair to make points in a way that almost mesmerizes me. With every glance around the room, though, I take note of the people who are scoffing or rolling their eyes. I catch Parker glaring at some of those same men. One of them recoils and sits straighter. I get it. She'll rip them a new one faster than a honey badger. Only a fool messes with Parker. Only a fool messes with Ash, too, but it's not because of what she'll do to them. It's just so much money for something that matters so little, Bill Buckner says, and Parker, Lou, and a few others snap their heads toward him. Your other restaurant is in Charleston, Ash says, sounding confused. It's the poster child for urban design. We don't even have visual cues that tell tourists about the Riverwalk. Because Sugar Maple is not Charleston, he argues. And it won't be with that attitude. A Riverwalk is not an ocean, and Sugar Maple has no historic significance. We have a fort from the Spanish invasion, Chick Parkinson says. One fort doesn't compare. Oh, you've gotten too big for your britches, Chick Allen says, waving a hand at him. I'm fixing to rethink my stance, just to spite you. Ash grabs my forearm. If we can get the chicks, we may have enough votes. You're too smart to do something so crazy, Bill says. Ash goes rigid at the word. Can you imagine a peach-colored hardware store? A peach-colored hardware store? Chick Allen looks like he's about to have a heart attack. There are a half-dozen paint colors to choose from, including plenty of greens and blues, Parker says to Bill. You watched the same presentation we did. Stop trying to make trouble. Lou looks at Bill shrewdly, but she has an innocent look to her that tells me she's playing dumb. Mr. Buckner, she says to Bill, your restaurant in Charleston is doing well for you, ain't it? What an honor that you'd find time in your busy schedule to come to Sugar Maple today of all days, especially when you've ignored the town for years. Lou's from Georgia, so she always has an accent, but it's a bit thicker right now. I can come to any meeting I like, Bill says. You can, but you haven't, Lou says. I don't mean nothing by it. I find the timing interesting is all. She brings up a good point, Chick Hank says. How'd these girls get in here anyway? Bill asks, pointing at Parker and Lou. You want to phrase that differently, Tripp says, not asking. We've owned a marketing firm in town for, coming on 10 months, Lou says innocently. But you've probably been too busy in Charleston to come home that whole time, haven't you? Bless your heart. Teddy Prescott, our pretentious mayor, clears his throat. No need to get nasty. I noticed you didn't find Bill's comment nasty, the owner of the antique store says. Now, don't go reading into every little thing, Teddy says. It's a reminder for everyone to keep things civil, and I, for one, am interested in hearing Bill's perspective. Bill's perspective? Teddy cares about appearances more than anyone in this room. He, of all people, should love the idea of giving the town a facelift. He's the kind of guy who was told how attractive he was his whole life, and now that he's approaching middle age, he's having a hard time letting go of being a prize pony. Something about a man frequenting tanning beds and getting enough Botox to freeze a pond screams insecurity. But Teddy entertaining Bill's skepticism opens a can of worms. Bill's perspective is that he doesn't want to spend money on a town he doesn't care about, Tripp says. I love this town, Bill protests. Why do you care so much? Teddy asks Tripp. Did you bring in these hot shots from Chicago in some ploy to take over the town and to become mayor? Chick Parkinson laughs. Tripp Carville is $12 away from being a billionaire. What does he want with being mayor? Prestige, Teddy says, his unnaturally tanned skin flushing against his equally unnaturally white teeth. Prestige? Chick Parkinson and a handful of people laugh, but at least a few don't. Are they really worried that Tripp is going to take over the town? I'm about to ask this, but Teddy starts blustering. You're trying to take over this place. Your little friends want us all to invest in some scheme that will benefit you more than anyone. Are you serious? Ash asks. She looks like a rubber band wound around a toy propeller. If she twists one more time, she'll snap. If she lets go, she'll unwind too hard, too fast, and too chaotically. Sugar Maple Farm's success has made all of you money, and we did that. My company. You mean the hot one did that, Teddy says under his breath, and my vision goes red. And I rush Teddy. Fortunately for him, Tripp gets there first, so all I can do is line up behind my 6'5" beast of a best friend. I am boiling. You should stop talking about my wife, Tripp towers over Teddy. I don't think he'd ever get violent, but he doesn't mind standing and letting his size intimidate him a bit. Teddy rears back in his seat, even though Tripp is 5 feet away. Rude, Lou says under her breath. He was obviously talking about me. Parker and Ash both snort, but I don't. My neck is so hot, steam is coming off my head. Teddy isn't worth it, I tell myself. He insulted Ash, I argue with myself. He's a small, scared fool whose only power comes from making other people feel small. My breath is choppy as I squeeze my fists to the breaking point. I want to move Tripp aside and turn his threats into a reality on Teddy's face. Not her. He doesn't get to do that to her. Ash is too fixated on Tripp and Teddy to notice me, and for once, I'm glad she's oblivious to how I feel. I don't want her to see me like this. This Jekyll and Hyde version of me where it takes every ounce of focus and control not to explode. I haven't felt this kind of anger in so long, I almost let myself forget that it exists. I focus on my breathing, trying to turn down the heat searing my veins. I can't let her see me this angry. I can't let her think I'm a bad person. Lou keeps cracking jokes until Tripp chuckles and returns to his seat. Ash looks over at me with wide eyes that scream, "Did that just happen?" I wish I could give her a smile or a joke, but I'm still simmering. When Bill starts talking, I use the rest of my self-control to cool down. It's certainly clear how Tripp feels about people commenting on his wife, Bill says with a laugh that few people match. But it's also clear that if Sugar Maple is going to become a popular tourist destination, this bumbling B-team effort won't cut it. And I'm back to full boil. They all consulted on this, you small-minded, sexist idiot. Why don't you go back to Charleston and the little knockoff Margaritaville man cave you crawled out of and leave the decisions to people who aren't threatened by intelligent women? You're embarrassing yourself. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Ash's mouth open. I also see Lou hold her hand above her head and Parker high-fives it without looking. I shouldn't have said it. I shouldn't have let Bill get under my skin. But no one makes Ash feel small around me. No one. Bill grumbles, red-faced with embarrassment, while Teddy brings the room back to order. People are laughing behind Bill's back, literally, because he's at the front of the room. But they're laughing at him because of me. Bile slicks the back of my throat. I should have said it differently. Only a bad person drags other people down for their own gratification. I'm no better than Teddy or Bill. I'm no better than... I can't think about it. Can't think about him. Chick Hanks grumbles. There's a lot on the agenda today. Can we take a vote and move along already? Teddy nods. That's a great idea, Chick. Thank you. Does anyone have anything else to add about revitalizing Maple Street? Anyone at all? In fact, I do. Bill hitches up his belt. I have a better idea than colors and cosmetic updates. He pauses. An outside investor. A neutral one. A neutral outside investor? Teddy repeats. Tell us more. He's promising a lot of money, and he's interested in taking over Maple Street and other businesses for a very generous price. We're talking enough to retire on. Excitement buzzes around the room like flies on something rotten. He'd hoped to be here this morning, but his flight was delayed a couple of hours. Perhaps we can have another meeting tomorrow. No, Tripp says loudly. Some of us have jobs, Bill. The next meeting is in 2 weeks. Oh, come off it, Teddy says. He has an investor promising us all good money. The least we could do is hear the man out. Of course we can, Sean says, and my eyes about pop out of my head. In 2 weeks. I ain't closing the bar for 2 meetings in a week. It's a bar, Teddy says. What lush is drinking at 11 in the a.m.? It's a pub, I say before I can stop myself. And last I checked, your wife eats lunch there. Well, then maybe she ran into old Arlo. Teddy's eyes narrow to points. Or is AA still working out for dear old Dad? Out of order, Chick Hanks yells. You're the mayor, Tripp barks. Grow up. I'll do as I please, Teddy snaps. I know you all have jobs. So do I. But does anyone really want to wait 2 weeks to find out how rich this guy could make us? Rich is dramatically overstating it, Lou says. This big-shot investor won't be looking to buy your intellectual property, but rather your lease or your land. And he'll probably prevent you from starting something somewhere else in town to keep out competition. Don't listen to her, Bill says. It's a much better deal than all that. If this man is so desperate to offer you such a great deal, making him wait will only drive up your value, Lou says. Don't rush into this, y'all. I vote we make him wait, Tripp says. And in that time, I'm sure Jane and Co. would be happy to meet with any of you individually to talk about how their proposal could work for you. We would, Parker assures them. I shoot my eyes to Ash, and my heart drops. Her lower lip is jutted out. Somewhere in this melee, she lost her confidence. I was too busy wanting to defend her to help her the way she needed. People start voting around the room, with Sean voting to wait on behalf of the bar and grill, even though I guarantee Patty would rather sell the place. Somehow, all 3 chicks agree to wait. Trash talk in the historic fort was the death knell for Bill and Teddy. But there are enough others who are curious about the money, and they vote in favor of meeting again tomorrow. Teddy votes to hear the investor immediately and says he's authorized to speak for his wife, who runs a souvenir store. Ash takes a step backward and bumps into me. I put a hand on her lower back, steadying her. She looks at me with those cornflower blue eyes that squeeze my heart. Touching her is always torture, because this is all I ever get. Brief grazes and shows of support. I never get as much as I want, which, in fairness, is a lifetime of touching her, holding her, never letting her go. I need to stop thinking about myself. This isn't about what I want. It's about what Ash needs. Support. Because the last no is given and we're short one vote. Well, Teddy starts. It looks like... Give me 2 weeks, Ash blurts. Teddy rocks back. Excuse me? 2 weeks for what? For me to prove our ideas work. Don't meet with the investor until you see what we can do. Teddy's eyes flash to Bill's. What could you do in 2 weeks? I'll do a social media blitz for you. All of you. I'll have your shops go viral faster than the flu. Ash, I say quietly. She gives a tiny shake of her head, but the effect on her hair is like throwing a pebble in the middle of a pond and seeing the ripples grow bigger. The movement may be small, but her curls spread out en masse. If you like what I've done, then when the investor comes in 2 weeks, you'll have enough information to make an informed decision. By then, my results will speak for themselves. You'll know I can do this. We can do this. We already voted. It's no use, Teddy protests, but most everyone else in the no camp swishes quickly. Yes! 2 weeks of free marketing? I'll take it. Count me in. Bill expresses his outrage, but there's nothing to be done. The votes flip to temporary yeses, and Teddy's already frozen face looks like it's fixin' to shatter. All right, then. It looks like you have 2 weeks to convince us that your ideas have merit. He manages to make ideas sound pejorative. He pounds the gavel he bought himself, and the meeting moves on to the next item on the list. Lou and Parker cast looks at each other, and then Ash like they're as worried about her as I am. A 2-week social media blitz is no small thing, especially not across dozens of accounts. Most of them don't even have consistent branding, let alone an online presence. She's going to spend every waking and sleeping moment on this. Ash already leans toward burnout. She hyper-focuses to the point of exhilaration, and then, shortly after, exhaustion. I'm already worried about her. With the meeting continuing, we take seats at the back of the room, and the buzz of energy that has sustained Ash all night wears off. I can't lose this, she whispers. She leans her head against my shoulder, but it's for support, not affection. It's the way she'd treat one of her brothers, not the way I want her to treat me. We were so compelling. Everything makes sense. And they didn't even care. Her voice is smaller than her whisper. Was it because of me? I bump her gently off my shoulder so she's forced to look at me. Not even close. It had nothing to do with you or our presentation. People are tired, and the promise of fast money is alluring to anyone. You were perfect. I was scattered and weird. You were smart, funny, and perfect, I insist. Her lips tug downward, but to the side, too, like she wants to believe me, but can't. Why are you so good to me? Because I love you. Because you're the person I want to be good for. Now would be the perfect time to hug her and kiss her forehead, to cross that boundary between friend and would-be boyfriend. But, knowing me, I'd probably give her a wet willy instead. I never cared to date much before Ash, but I'm a decent-looking guy. I've usually got a bit of game. With her, I have none. No offense, no defense, because I won't even let myself get on the field. She's playing tennis while I'm playing baseball. I can't entertain playing the same game as her because once that idea takes root in my head, it'll never leave. And that's why I do things like call her pal or give her a noogie the second I get her in my arms. I never even noogied my own sister before she passed. Why would I do it to the girl I want to be with? Because I'm a mess? My feelings for her are a boundless coil of emotion I cannot let unravel. I want to be the best version of myself for her, but it's impossible to ignore that any version of myself could ever deserve her. So, as she crashes and falls asleep on my shoulder, all I can do is watch her instead of the next presentation. I listen to her quiet exhale instead of the speakers. I feel the stir of breath against my neck instead of the whir of the air conditioning when it finally kicks on. And I pine. For every second of the next hour, I pine.
Chapter 4. Ash. I rouse to someone tickling my cheek.
Wake up, sleepy bones.
Rusty drawls. I blink several times as I try to get my bearings. We're still in the town hall meeting room, and people are starting to stand. There's a dull hum of noise as people talk to each other. I lift my head from Rusty's shoulder. I have a crick in my neck and a spot of drool coming out of the corner of my mouth. Well, that's lovely. I wipe my chin and face with the back of my hand. Good thing I'm not looking for a date. Not that anyone in this town would be interested after we went up in flames. Rusty's eyebrows tug together, and I shake off my tired stupor and my dark thoughts. Well, I try to, at least. Neither are going anywhere anytime soon. Shoot. I've hurt Rusty's feelings by lumping him in with me, by saying we went up in flames, when he didn't do anything wrong. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. You were great up there, but I couldn't convince a dying man to drink my water. I grimace just thinking about how disinterested everyone was. We've worked on this proposal for weeks, and our delivery was solid. The energy in the room wasn't what I expected, though, and that threw me off. I thought I worked around it, but it wasn't enough. Why can't I be like Lou, who can dismantle any argument, or like our friend Jane, who can sweep anyone up into her vision? My material was good. What did I do wrong that made them not like it? Or was it just me they didn't like?
You could convince a man who lives on the beach to get a swimming pool,
Rusty says.
You were great up there. You were vibrant, engaging. Bill's always carried a lot of weight in town, and he threw every ounce of it to convince people not to listen to you. Yet you still got them to wait.
I was scattered.
You weren't either. Teddy and Bill are in cahoots, I guarantee it. And even together, they couldn't best you,
he says. Rusty has a great voice. It's not Johnny Cash low, but it's silky and magnetic, and almost, but not quite, persuasive. That's nice of you to say, but I have my McLady pants on. I can take this. I lie. I can't take this, especially when I'm running on 0 sleep. Members of the Chamber of Commerce start to come over to us. At first, I'm confused why they'd vote against our proposal and then come over to chat afterwards. My head is foggy from the brief nap, but then my memory catches up with me. Crap on a cracker.
I don't know what you think you can do for a fishing supply store on the interwebs,
Chick Parkinson says. He's older than the Hills, but tougher than them too.
But if you're looking to do free work, you may as well come in and stock shelves for me.
He hoots. Free work? I internalize my groan. Did I really promise to do a 2-week social media campaign to increase tourism? For all of them? Nearly every business owner in this room is lining up to talk to me. What have I gotten myself into? I don't have this kind of time. No one has this kind of time. If I never had to sleep or work my day job again, maybe I could do it. That's what I'll have to do. Stop sleeping. Stop working on anything else. Stop talking. Stop doing anything else except blitzing my butt off for the next 14 days. How stupid am I? Rusty mercifully takes all their names and numbers, even answering questions for me, as my brain is caught in a loop. This is a big ask. He has his own job, but I'm too grateful to stop him or to insist I can do it myself. Besides, he grew up here. It's not the same as being an outsider, a female outsider, with a streak of blue hair for fun. Stop, I tell myself. So many people here have opened their arms to you. Just not enough of the people in this room. I am such a mess. This presentation should have been a slam dunk. Maybe if I were more like my friends, this wouldn't have happened. I look nice today. My blouse is crisp and my cigarette pants are professional. But even if I were neurotypical, I would still dance to the beat of my own drum. I match my streak of hair to my glasses, pants, and shoes for Pete's sake. I love it, but a lot of people don't. I usually don't care, but then I usually haven't had multiple sleepless nights over a period of a couple of weeks, leading up to a crushing defeat. Being neurodivergent has been a blessing in so many ways. Beyond my creativity, my favorite trait about myself, it's helped me find my squad. My friends are all put together and gorgeous, yet they make me feel like I bring something unique that they love and value to the table. And then there are the people who don't see me that way, the ones who make me feel like I put the atypical in neuroatypical, like my ex, like my own dad. My watch vibrates with a text. Shoot. Mom and Greg wanted me to text them as soon as the presentation was over. They wanted to hear all about it. None of us imagined it would go up in flames like this. Mom won't see me differently, but I don't want Greg to think of me as a failure. Rusty keeps collecting information from people and casting worried sidelong glances at me. I scrunch my nose and shrug like it's not a big deal, but he doesn't seem to buy it. Who could? Lou and Parker come over and crouch next to me. 2 weeks, huh? Parker asks, and embarrassment squeezes my throat. That's ambitious, but we can do it. You can't. None of you can. We have more work than we can handle as it is. This should have been a sure thing. Hey, Lou says, putting her arm on my shoulder. Anyone with 2 functioning brain cells could have figured out how smart the proposal was. Or enough fake tanner to paint a desert, Parker says, glaring at Teddy. So it didn't go the way you wanted right off the bat. But it's not over. You have 2 weeks, Lou says. What can I do for this many businesses in 2 weeks? Pfft, you're Ashley Jane Moore. What can't you do in 2 weeks? Her phone alarm rings, and she tisks. I have to go. Auditions wait for no woman. Thanks, Bae, I say when she hugs me. Parker hugs me next. You two should go. You have work. I'll figure something out. We'll figure something out, Lou says, and I nod like I plan to take her up on that when I absolutely do not. Rusty keeps getting more and more information, and my brain moves 100 miles a minute. This isn't a single account, it's dozens. A lengthy to-do list forms in my mind, but every single item fights for first place. Where do I start? Who do I prioritize? How do I prioritize? I look at the various people talking to Rusty. Owners of businesses I don't know the first thing about, and the overwhelm hits harder and harder. I can't breathe, I whisper. Rusty holds a hand up to the man he's talking to.
What? Are you okay?
He asks with a quiet urgency. It's too hot in here. I pull at my collar. It's too tight around my neck. Everything is too tight, too constrictive, from my glasses all the way down to my shoes. I have to get some air. I rush out of the room and through the hallways until I see an emergency exit. I push it, not caring if it sets off an alarm. It doesn't, because I'm suffocating. The mounting pressure is too much, too heavy. The weight of the building crushes down on me until I burst outside into the muggy, oppressively sunny day. I undo my top button and gulp air. What have I done? The question plagues me as I wander from the town hall through the park and across the street. Once I'm on Maple Street, I keep walking past the buildings until I reach the Riverwalk. I walk and think and walk until the exhaustion of the all-nighter hits, and I drop to the earth. The Riverwalk is beautiful. It's something out of a movie set, and despite being just beyond the town's main street, it's a hidden gem of the entire region. I've always loved the water. Swimming, kayaking, bubble bathing, you name it. It calms my racing thoughts more than almost anything. And my thoughts are racing, all right. They're sprinting against Usain Bolt, and they're winning. This isn't just a job. This is an organizational tsunami wrapped in a hurricane of priorities. And organization and priorities are my nemeses. That's why I ran. If I'd have stayed, I'd have lost it. And I can't do that to Rusty. He risked his reputation by being there today. I could tell how much it hurt his feelings to be called the B team. I wince remembering the term. It's nicer than what I heard from kids in school growing up, but it cuts just as deep. I can't blame Teddy for calling Jane the hot one, though. My bestie is a real-life Margot Robbie. I know Margot Robbie is a real person, for the record. I'm the B team. Not because I'm not pretty enough, but because I'm not put together enough. Someone like Teddy looks at someone like me with the "talk nerdy to me" sticker on my knockoff Stanley water bottle and starts sneezing. Some people worry they're not enough for the people around them. Not me. I'm too much. Too extra. Too eccentric.
I thought I'd find you here,
A voice says from behind me. I turn around and see Rusty, looking all cute and disheveled. He wore a button-up shirt today, and I know the act of buttoning up his flannel is as much effort as he would ever put toward his appearance if he had his way. At some point, he ran his hand through his blonde hair. It had been slicked back presentably, but now part of it is flopping across his forehead. It's almost long enough to get in his eyes. Rusty squats next to me. What was I thinking?
You were thinking you were right, and the bozos in that room couldn't see it.
But I just took on another 20 accounts. I can't possibly run an effective campaign for all of them in that time. What was I thinking? He puts a hand on my shoulder, and the touch is reassuring. I wouldn't break down like this in front of almost anyone, but he's seen behind the curtain, and he hasn't run yet. No, I don't mean yet. Rusty isn't a runner. He's the most solid, decent man I've ever known. He's like my stepdad in that regard. Greg is the best. He accepts me for who I am. At least, he's always acted like he does.
Ash, it's gonna be okay,
Rusty says, slowly, warmly.
You want to know what you were thinking? You were thinking you have an army of people who'd follow you into battle.
Not likely. I would never ask that.
You're right. You wouldn't. And you didn't. But we're all here anyway. And you couldn't help but know it in the moment. You didn't write a check your butt can't cash, because you've got a lot of people willing to cash it with you.
There's no way Carolina National Bank will allow that many butts to come in and cash checks. I'm not even sure it's legal. The corner of his mouth raises.
Says the girl who ran a viral abs ranking page in college.
Exactly. It was a tummy waffles page, not a sticky buns page, if you know what I'm saying. He grimaces.
Why are the buns sticky?
Ew! I laugh and push him off kilter. He drops his hand from my back to catch himself, and in spite of the muggy day, the loss of contact makes me shiver. I sigh, feeling my chest deflate. What am I going to do? Rusty blinks quickly the way he always does when we're working on a campaign and inspiration strikes.
We're gonna market the heck out of this town, and everyone's gonna pick your plan. Now, can you wait here for me? I need to do something real quick.
He opens his leather satchel, a gift from Tripp's grandpa when he got his first real job out of college. It's a nice satchel, but the fact that Rusty is so sentimental about a gift from his best friend's grandpa makes it downright adorable. Rusty hands me his Sudoku book and a bag of trail mix. I frown and peek in his bag. Oh, sure, you keep Pookie's treats on hand, but not Ash's?
It's Prairie, not Pookie. And no, I would have to raid a second grader's Valentine's box to keep Ash treats on hand.
Excuse me. Fun Dip is a delicious treat for any occasion.
If you're 7.
He says. No, it's always good. I show him my left hand. Someday, the man I love is going to put a ring pop on this finger. Rusty's laugh shakes his shoulders, and the sight makes me smile. He doesn't laugh easily, so earning a shoulder-shaking chuckle makes me feel less doom-spirally. His warm hazel eyes hold mine.
I'll be back in 10 minutes, and then we're gonna figure this out. You with me?
A smile finds its way to my lips. I'm with you.
Chapter 5. Rusty. I step into the bakery/bookstore and nod at the teen working the register. She waves back at me, and then I wander into the aisles. I'm an audiobook guy. Give me something about the American Revolution or something in the fantasy, sci-fi, dystopian genres, and I'm all ears. But the effort to read versus listen exhausts me. I didn't come here for books, though. I came here because the reception on the Riverwalk is terrible. The timing of Matt asking for a job earlier couldn't be better. I pull out my phone and call him. He answers on the first ring. This is Matt? Hey, it's Rusty. You haven't found a job in the last few hours, have you? No, sir, Matt says quickly. Great, because I have a big job for you. I'll take anything. It's temporary, but I need some help on the farm. A lot of help, in fact. A fruit stand? He asks hopefully. There'll be some of that, but it's a lot bigger, too. I need you to help with my job, and I'll pay you double for the effort. Double? Matt sounds like he's fixing to faint. I couldn't. I wouldn't ask if I didn't trust you, Matt. I could really use you, I tell him. I won't outright pressure the kid, but he's hesitating over the money, not the work. I don't mind giving him a nudge in the right direction. I've had something else come up, so I need someone I can trust. I can handle whatever you need, sir. I won't let you down. I know you won't. We'll go over details bright and early at the farm tomorrow. Sounds good. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I end the call before his desperate gratitude embarrasses him. Matt is solid, but he sees himself as a risky bet. As someone with my fair share of feeling like an underdog, I know platitudes won't do a thing for his confidence. I'll have to put him to work on something challenging tomorrow so he sees how capable he is. He won't be able to do my actual job, but I'll talk to Tripp and tap a few people from the Nest, our local warehouse, to help. With my phone in my pocket, I look around the bookstore and spot something in the candy display at the register that makes me chuckle. It has Ash's name written all over it. I pay and am on my way out when the bell over the door rings and another customer enters. Teddy. My earlier fire may have subsided, but the embers of my aggravation have stayed hot and ready. Seeing Teddy after the conversation I just had with Ash fans those embers into a growing flame. Walk away, I tell myself. I pause for a moment, but then Teddy sneers when he sees me. I let the anger in my chest bubble and boil until it spills into my limbs. I march straight up to Teddy. Mr. Fielding, he says. He looks like the MC of the Hunger Games, but with frosted tips instead of purple hair. We'd all prefer the purple. Mayor, I say. I don't mean to growl, but Teddy's eyes tighten like I barked at him. I was surprised to hear you support Bill's position. You stand to benefit as much as anyone from a little increased tourism. Yes, well, if your proposal had been better. Save it for someone who pretends your crap don't stink, Teddy. I know you and Bill planned this neutral outside investor the whole time. Teddy flushes. I wonder if he knows he missed applying his tanner all around his hairline. I expect you two to give Ash a fair shake, because if I pick up a hint of sabotage, Teddy backs into the glass bakery display case, and then he stiffens. You'll would. Like I care what the town drunk's son has to say to me. He probably thought this would make me cower, but if anything, his mention of my father only stokes my fire. You know he hasn't been the town drunk for almost 10 years. I lean in and quietly add, or your wife knows at any rate. She likes pub food, he says through his veneers. I stand straight and let a smile play at the corner of my mouth. If you say that enough times, I'm sure someone will believe you. Teddy puts his hand on the glass case behind him as if looking for something to steady himself. He narrows his eyes. I'll give your little girlfriend a fair shot. You have my word. You want a shake on it? Teddy holds out his hand, and I take it in mine. His skin is too smooth for honest work, but his grip is firmer than I expected. He may have tacitly agreed to a truce, but this is no friendly handshake. Is he trying to intimidate me? Teddy fake smiles and squeezes hard. I could roll my eyes, but then he says, I could understand you going to all this trouble if she were at least hot. My hand starts crushing his before my brain can catch up. Teddy yelps in pain, and the sound jolts me back to my senses as horror pours over me like acid. I drop his hand and mumble something between a thank you and an apology. Then I bolt out the door, my stomach churning. I hurt him. I hurt him. When I'm out of view of the shop, I hunch over. I take a big, slow breath, swilling the hot anger and nausea away. The scar on my knuckles shimmers in the sun, a stark reminder that my actions have consequences, that each action gets me closer to a fate I want to avoid, a fate that feels inevitable. No, I will not become like him. I can't. I slam my eyes closed, unwilling to let my mind go any further down that dark road. Then I pinch my temples as the fire in my chest flames out, replaced with a familiar, sickening weariness. I'm so tired of people defining me as Arlo Fielding's son. But this weariness can't compare to the anger I feel hearing someone say anything negative about Ash. Just remembering Teddy's comment is enough to make me wish I'd kept squeezing. The first time I met Ash, I felt like someone opened the curtains in a dark room. It was almost painful how much light she let in. My vision was blurred and dim up until that moment. I'd only seen the world in grayscale. Ash has brought so much light to my world, but it occasionally illuminates things I'd rather not see or think about, like the scar on my knuckles. But thinking of her makes me feel less angry, less bad. I'm on my way back to the Riverwalk when my phone buzzes in my pocket. I pull it out to see a text from Ash's friend, Lou. It's a group message to the rest of the Janes, except Ash isn't on it. Lou. Red alert! I'm on another text thread with the Janes because I consult with them so often doing graphic design. I've gotten used to how they communicate, and Lou is funny and honest, but she's not alarmist. Also, why isn't Ash on this thread? Lou. Philip is in Sugar Maple. Parker. Philip? As in, Philip freaking Dumfries? Lou. Philip freaking Dumfries! These all caps messages make my brain hurt, so I have my phone read them. Lou sends a screenshot from social media. It's a selfie of a tall, good-looking guy standing on Maple Street, and it's time-stamped only a few minutes ago. The caption reads, "Time to rebuild this old town the Dumfries way," and he's tagged a company. I have a social media account for the fruit stand, so I look up Philip Dumfries and find the picture. He looks like a golden tool. Pretty, expensive, and with no practical value. A wrench too soft for a bolt. A hammer too soft for a nail. The guy is a golden hammer. Pretty, but worthless. The account he's tagged is Dumfries Holding, a commercial development company. Commercial development? This is the neutral outside investor Bill was talking about. I'd bet my life on it. They've brought in some big box chain restaurant developers so they can make a bigger buck. They don't care that this will kill every mom and pop shop in the town. They don't care that it will strip Sugar Maple of everything that makes it special. A lot of words my pastor wouldn't approve of fill my mind, and I suppress the urge to punch a wall. If I weren't already committed to helping Ash for Ash's sake, I'd do it for Sugar Maple. For Tia and the diner she wants so badly. For Nico and his vintage store. For the chicks who have all put blood, sweat, and tears into making something, not just for themselves, but for our town. I've missed a few texts, so I go back to the thread and see rage from each and every one of them. I have my phone read them as I follow along. Millie. "I'll rip him limb from limb." Lou. "Get in line." Parker. "Can anyone find Philip? He's probably live streaming his dumb face reacting to all the quaintness or something. Let's run him out of town." Jane. "Y'all keep it together. Someone needs to get to Ash fast." Lou. "I haven't seen her since I left her with Rusty." "Rusty?" I stare at the screen. I feel as apprehensive as you'd expect after a series of murderous texts from some seriously intimidating women. I voice text them. Rusty. "I just left her a few minutes ago by the Riverwalk. Shouldn't we include Ash on this?" Parker. "Philip is live streaming his dumb face on the way to the Riverwalk." Sorry, who's Philip? I resume walking. My phone's robotic voice makes their texts sound both passionless and menacing. Each text is progressively worse, and I go from walking to sprinting. Parker. "Her emotionally manipulative scumbag ex." Jane. "Her gaslighting loser ex." Lou. "Her narcissistic scuzzbag ex." Millie. "Her dad's the narcissist. Philip is more of a piece of crap sociopath." Lou. "Not the time for a psych lesson, Millie. Rusty, you're closest. Save Ash." I voice text a single word in response. "How?" Lou. "By any means necessary." Parker. "Punch him." Lou. "He'll sue you. Do not punch him." The texts are still coming in, but I can't listen anymore. I'm running at full speed and have reached the Riverwalk, and up ahead I see Ash hugging her tall, rich, handsome, emotionally manipulative, scumbag, gaslighting, loser, narcissistic, scuzzbag, piece of crap, sociopath ex. It feels like a hand wraps around my throat, choking me, while another squeezes my frantically beating heart. I can't let this guy near her. This golden hammer with his buffed nails and his expensive Italian shoes is touching the woman I love. He's holding her casually, but possessively, like a spoiled little boy who just got a present he doesn't really care about, but he doesn't want anyone else to have. If I felt anger talking to Teddy, it is nothing to the intense loathing I feel looking at this man. The thinking part of my brain shuts down and instinct takes over. I stride to Ash, tap Philip's shoulder, and say, I'm gonna need you to get your hands off my girlfriend.
Chapter 6. Ash. My heart was on a runaway train when Philip showed up out of nowhere. It has screeched to a stop. What did Rusty say? I break from Philip, even as his hands try to tighten around me. His possessiveness makes me feel sick and flattered at the same time, which in turn makes me feel sicker. How does he still have any kind of pull over me? He knows exactly what he's doing. He loves control, and I hate him for it. I break free the rest of the way and whip around to face Rusty. I'm standing in between him and Philip, and I shoot my friend a, "Huh?" look he immediately interprets. He answers with a quick, "Trust me" look, and then he pulls me in for a tight, protective hug, much better than Philip's, and he whispers, "Jane's." I'm back to feeling two opposing things at once. Relief that my friends care so much about me that they would send Rusty to strengthen me in the face of my awful ex. And embarrassment that I'm such a mess that my friends think they have to send Rusty to strengthen me in the face of my awful ex. And I'm not sure they're wrong. All of this internalizing happens in a second. Long enough for Philip to take in Rusty's embrace, but short enough that I still have no clue what to do next.
She's a grown woman, you know,
Philip says, a hint of challenge on his honeyed tongue.
She can make her own choices.
Rusty releases me from the hug and skims his hand down my arm. I'm not normally ticklish, but I must be more sensitive than I thought, because I swear, every teensy hair on my body perks up like they're prepping for Rusty to graze them, too. Then he says something quiet enough that it feels like it's only for me, but loud enough that it's obviously for Philip's benefit. His eyes jump between mine earnestly, supportively.
If you were lucky enough to love a woman like her, you'd do anything to keep her in your arms. Shoot, that was smooth. You clearly don't know who I am,
Philip says. And then Rusty looks up from me almost like he forgot Philip was there. My boy's acting skills are unparalleled.
No, I don't. I'm Philip. Cool. Rusty.
Rusty tucks me under his left arm and leans forward to shake Philip's very much not outstretched hand. Before this moment, I could count on 0 fingers the number of times I've seen Philip Dumfries thrown. He is always the one with the upper hand. He makes a point of it. He doesn't enter situations unless he knows what the power dynamics are, and yet, somehow, my fruit stand operating, graphic design best buddy has rendered Philip speechless. Well, mostly speechless.
I don't think you understand,
Philip says.
I'm Philip. Philip Dumfries. Ashley's ex.
Rusty looks down at me with a teasing smile.
Seriously, Ash? Another ex? Am I going to have to pull a Scott Pilgrim and battle a league of Ash's evil exes?
I laugh at the reference to a cult classic film that Rusty, me, and probably 5 other people know. And Philip isn't one of them. Out of the corner of my eye, I see his neck redden. He hates feeling like an outsider. He despises being ignored. I could eat his frustration with a spoon. I scrunch my nose mischievously, like I'm some saucy minx instead of a girl with exactly 1 ex ever. So I forgot a couple. What are you going to do about it?
I'll show you what I'm going to do about it,
Rusty says with a flirtatious growl. Then he nuzzles his face against my jaw and nips at my neck. Holy sensation, Batman! His lips barely touch my skin. It's like he's trying to play his part without crossing a boundary. But tell that to my body. My skin explodes into goosebumps, and I reflexively lean into him, unable to stop myself. I squeal and giggle, swatting Rusty's chest. His very firm chest. Stop, Russ. Not in front of the children, I tease. He gives me a look that could set a woman on fire, and then he looks at Philip.
Ash is right. Sorry about that. I shouldn't rub your nose in what you lost. I know seeing Ash with anyone else would kill me.
How does he say this so casually, yet with so much grit in his voice? When did Rusty go from Rusty Fielding to Christian Bale? Leonardo DiCaprio? Daniel Day-Lewis? Best actor Ever.
I didn't expect to find her with anyone,
Philip admits. He runs his hand through his hair, but instead of being the power move he intends, Philip has great hair. He looks flustered. The humidity is weighing his normally high dark brown hair down so that it's almost limp.
Most people can't appreciate what makes Ashley so special,
he says. His implication, she's weird and difficult to love, is like a slap to the face. 1,000 memories swirl around me, each slicing at my confidence. Not just with Philip, but with my biological dad, Frank. In a waiting room when I'd have verbal diarrhea with any and every stranger. Starting 1,000,000 different craft projects without ever finishing one. Singing in public. Getting sent to do a chore, but hyper-focusing on something completely different. Why don't you ever shut up? Why can't you finish anything? People can hear you. You're embarrassing me. Why can't you just do what you're told? Shame fills my nose and mouth until I'm sinking under. And then a hand reaches down and pulls me up.
Anyone who doesn't appreciate what makes Ash special is an idiot,
Rusty says firmly, intensely.
But then, a lot of people didn't understand what made any of the masters so great. Van Gogh wasn't appreciated in his lifetime. My grandpa owns a Van Gogh.
Rusty pauses.
My grandpa owns a Van Gogh. Did you mean to say that out loud?
The red in Philip's neck spreads up his face.
I'm saying I appreciate a masterpiece as much as anyone. Or your grandpa does, at any rate,
Rusty says. Last I checked, I wasn't a piece of art, I say wryly. Or interested in anyone's grandpa.
I'll agree to the last part,
Rusty says with a chuckle.
But we all know you're a masterpiece, if not a master.
I laugh, shrugging off the heaviness weighing me down. As long as I don't have to chop off an ear and die before people understand my brilliance.
Ashley,
Philip chides, as if I'm serious. But Rusty laughs and pulls me closer, like he's about to give me a noogie. Instead, he kisses my head through 3 inches of curls.
You've created campaigns that turned boutiques into juggernauts. The world knows, gorgeous.
Oh, you. I stare at him in awe. Rusty is always sharp and witty, but sometimes he's so quiet. If you breathe too loud, you'll miss it. He's not quiet right now.
So, Philip, Rusty says, you look like you're more comfortable in a Ferrari than a Ford. What brings you to Sugar Maple?
A wolf would envy his smile.
I had hoped for business and pleasure, if Ashley was interested in taking me back.
She's not, I say, but he's not even looking at me. He's looking at Rusty. He doesn't want me. He wants to stake his claim and drop me once he's driven Rusty away.
Maybe we could go out for lunch, at least. As friends,
Philip says to me.
If that's okay with your boyfriend. She doesn't need my permission,
Rusty says. But the answer's still no, I say. Philip hangs his head.
My loss.
Right, because you came all the way here to find me and get back together. I roll my eyes, even though I want to kick myself. That question will make him think I care. And I do not. I don't want to be with Philip ever again. But is it awful if I want him to miss me? Is it so wrong of me to hope that he's in absolute misery thinking of me happy with someone else? Is it bad of me to want him to realize that he never deserved me because he is complete and utter human trash? He looks up at me, and he makes his eyebrows pull together as if in earnest. And it's then that I realize how much danger I'm in. I want him to writhe over what he lost, which means he still has power over me. Disgust and fear bubble in my gut, creating a dangerous mixture.
Why wouldn't I cross a country for you, Ashley?
Philip says.
You always sold yourself short. Nah,
Rusty says.
Ash knows how incredible she is.
He looks at me with so much faith in his eyes. If he wasn't already my best friend, I'd fall in love with him for this look alone.
Well, I hope so,
Philip says.
I suppose with you two being so happy, my trip really is strictly business.
Philip gives me a half smile, as if I'm supposed to believe he's somehow broken-hearted to see me with someone else, instead of being angry he can't play with me and toss me aside. Ugh. Why is he still here? Or here at all? What on earth could someone in business development for Dumfries Holding, the 6th biggest commercial real estate development company in Illinois, have to do in Sugar Maple, South Carolina? Oh. A cold chill runs down my spine.
How long have you two been together?
Philip asks. Panic freezes me the rest of the way over, but Rusty saves the day. Again.
Not long enough,
he says.
What does that mean?
Philip asks.
It means I've been head over heels for Ash for a year, but I only recently convinced her to give us a shot. Funny,
Philip says.
Ashley didn't take any convincing when we dated.
Barf. I'm a little more discerning now, I say. Rusty pinches my side, and I laugh. Philip sizes Rusty up.
What is it you do, Rusty? I work for Sugar Maple Farms,
Rusty says.
A farm boy? Impressive,
Philip says. Don't act like you don't know what Sugar Maple Farms is, I say with an eye roll.
Sure I do,
Philip says. Then he hums the jingle they had in the 2000s, back when they were trying to market themselves as Nature's Doritos. It wasn't a good look. Rusty shrugs.
We've come a long way since then, thanks to Ash and her company. But you're right, I'm a farm boy, through and through. Tag Carville was my mentor, and he'll always be my hero.
This is a tricky spot for Philip. Tag Carville died a billionaire, and Rusty just name-dropped the heck out of him. Philip doesn't know what Rusty does, and I'm embarrassed to admit, I don't really either. I know he works an unholy number of hours and talks about the fruit stands and farmers markets, sometimes with Tripp, but it's not like he's a farmhand or warehouse worker. How do I not know what Rusty does?
How about you?
Rusty asks Philip.
I'm the Senior Director of Business Development for Dumfries Holding.
You mean you're a Senior Director of Business of Development?
Not the. There are like a dozen of you.
Yeah, we're a $3 billion company, Philip scoffs.
There are a few of us.
That's so fun, I say. You're 33 and you're finally a senior director. I know how much that bugged you that you were the oldest of your cousins not to be one yet. Good for you. Rusty ducks his head and clears his throat. I feel him laugh, though.
And your little ad agency is doing panties commercials,
Philip says.
You must be so proud.
Rusty stiffens. Like every muscle I'm touching, and I'm touching a lot of them, goes totally rigid. Wow, he is super muscly. I pat his stomach. Hello, tummy waffles. Are you for real? I ask Rusty. Where have you been hiding these things? He laughs outright, but he's still tight and standing stick straight. Why? Oh, right. Philip said something super rude. Yeah, I say to Philip, not moving my hand from Rusty's stomach. Also, my thoughts. They are very, very focused on those abs. Yeah, we're crushing it. I look back up at Rusty in disbelief. His nostrils are flared in clear offense, but I'm having a hard time caring. I want to sneak a peek at these suckers. But also, I don't. Rusty's worth too much to reduce to something as dumb as hot abs. Because if he gained 100 pounds, I wouldn't care about him any less. He wouldn't be any less special or important to me. It pains a primal part of me to do this, but I drop my hand from his torso and drag my thoughts back to our discussion. Which was... Philip, what are you doing here anyway? I ask, though I already know.
I'm here to give Sugar Maple the Dumfries treatment.
He holds his hands out expansively. Oh, you mean the treatment where you move into town and replace all the cool ragtag mom-and-pop shops and replace them with your cookie-cutter shopping centers, including that actual cookie place that uses margarine instead of butter?
You didn't mind those cookies back when you were working for us,
Philip says. That's where Philip and I met, I tell Rusty. I was working for a firm Dumfries hired, and Philip poached me to do ads in-house.
And Ash was the best,
Philip says in a rare compliment that makes me wonder if he believes it or not. I'm disgusted to admit I want him to believe it. My father tried to give me the Frank Moore treatment my whole life. Be a perfect Stepford daughter who always looks the right way and acts the right way so that Frank Moore can look better by association. My hair was never straight enough. My contacts bugged my eyes and I couldn't stop rubbing them. I didn't do well in STEM subjects the way he wanted, but crushed the arts. I sucked at tennis and golf. My existence was a constant blow to his ego. His rejection was a constant blow to mine. It took me years to accept myself after he made me feel so totally unpresentable. In college, I was diagnosed with ADHD, took steps to learn to thrive with it, and then I came to life. I realized I wasn't offbeat, but rather ahead of the tempo. I had a way of spotting future trends and capitalizing on them. When I first started at the ad agency retained by Dumfries Holding, I was in heaven. I was great at my job. I was put on cool campaigns, and I was killing it. And then Philip Dumfries came in and blew my life up. He was hot and charming and had this way of looking at me like we were in on a secret no one else could understand. He had a reputation as a lady killer, and his attention made me feel special. I felt like I was dunking on my dad that this pinnacle of a man was interested in me, even if I wasn't normal. He asked me out on my first day at Dumfries. The first couple of months together were like a fairy tale, with a few grim moments, if you know what I mean. But like a good little empath, I made excuses for him. By the third month, his mask was slipping more and more. And by 6 months, I was stuck on a sickening merry-go-round of feeling lucky that Philip cared about me, feeling worthless without him, wanting out, and wanting him to just love me. I don't say this lightly. It was hell. Him giving me a compliment after our veiled hostilities resurfaces some buried feelings, and it makes me realize that my self-esteem hasn't fully recovered. Those old emotions join ping-ponging thoughts, creating a level of chaos in my brain that is too overwhelming to process, let alone handle. The force of these chaotic thoughts tugs me apart, threatening to scatter me in the lightest breeze. But then I feel the steadying weight of Rusty's arm. I lean closer, letting his embrace, his warmth, and his belief in me pull me back together. When he kisses my temple, I become absolutely certain of one thing. I'm going to beat Philip. So as he monologues like a villain about how he's here to bring some sophistication and create a booming market, I smile. This should be fun, I say. He eyes me.
How so?
Looks like we're competitors.
What?
His mask slips a fraction.
In what way?
We proposed a town revitalization project to the Chamber of Commerce this morning, I say. He nods as if piecing together some information.
And I understand it was rejected. You understand wrong,
Rusty says in his deep, slow, strong voice.
We're giving them a 2-week trial period to show them what we can do before your little presentation.
Philip's left eye twitches.
2 weeks? I wasn't informed. Teddy and Bill can set you straight when you see them,
Rusty says.
I don't say this to be rude,
Philip says in his patented trust me voice that no one should ever trust.
But your plan can't work. It would take years of revenue to match what we can give them. We're offering too much money.
We're offering them a legacy, I say.
A legacy?
He laughs.
In 2 weeks?
Yup. Not that I'll need them, I lie. But definitely. So you may as well take Grandpa Dumfries' private jet back home and wait to hear back.
It's not going to work,
Philip insists. He's sweating like a politician in church, and even though Rusty and I are both sweating too, Philip looks like it.
You should probably delete those social media posts just in case,
Rusty says, telling me he knows something I don't. Philip fits his mask firmly back on and puffs out his chest.
May the best man win.
Rusty chuckles.
She will.
Chapter 7. Rusty. Who are you, and what did you do with my Rusty? Ash asks this the second the door closes to the Jane & Co. offices. Jane and Parker are in the conference room on what looks to be a Zoom call, and an intern with oversized headphones on pays us no mind. Ash's friends shoot us a concerned look, but they stay in their meeting. I've never seen you like that, Ash gushes, walking backwards and pulling me into her office by my collar. I wish more than ever that she were pulling me into her office like this for another reason altogether. You were so smooth and confident, and a bit menacing. It was hot. How did you turn it on like that? It was hot? My heart beats so hard against my chest it bruises. How do I answer Ash? How do I say that the reason I was able to turn it on like that is because, for the first time in the year I've known her, I wasn't acting. I didn't have to hold back a thing. I didn't have to second guess or hesitate or plan every word out of my mouth to make sure she didn't see the naked truth. That was me at my most unfiltered, my most unfettered, my most real. Philip was so mad. Did you catch how his eye kept twitching? That's his only giveaway. He can wear that cocky smile all day and blink that slow, creepy blink, but he's never been able to control that twitch. When we get into her office, she kicks the door closed with her foot and drops into her chair, spinning in it. I lean against the wall, trying to hold myself together. She is triumphant, and I'm in agony. And that's the way every minute of the rest of my life will play out now that I know what it's like to touch her cheek and the curve of her jaw, what it's like to bury my face in those curls and have my arm around her like she's mine and I'm hers. I've done so many routine activities throughout my life that I know what muscle memory is. I could build a bookshelf in my sleep. I could whip up a website or design a logo without a second thought. At some point today, I rolled up the sleeves on my button-down shirt and don't even remember doing it. I've held Ash one time. I've stroked her cheek and let my lips glide across her skin one time. Those motions have imprinted into the sinews and fibers of every single muscle in my body. My muscles will never forget, and my heart, the hardest working muscle in the human body, will never recover. The Janes have not been subtle about how much they're rooting for me, but they've also hinted that Ash has a thing for bad boys. I thought they meant biker dudes who grunt a lot. I didn't realize they meant American Psycho. If that's really what she's attracted to, money and status and faces that deserve to get punched, I have no shot with her. I've imagined a scenario where she's too reluctant to date me because she's dumped every guy she's ever dated and doesn't want to risk losing me too. I know people with that love story. It's a classic for a reason. Meeting him makes me realize that will not be our love story. Meeting him makes me think we won't have one after all. The office door opens and closes as Lou rushes in. She darts straight for Ash, hugs her, and then holds her shoulders. What happened? Are you okay? The look Ash gives her friend is appreciative, but defensive, too. What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be interviewing musicians for your tour? Like I care about finding a bass player when Philip is in our town? Also, if that man so much as touches you, I will tear him apart with my teeth. He hugged me, Ash says. But, did you say he hugged you? Millie burst through the door, her red hair flaming with righteous fury at odds with her usually calm therapist vibe. I will cut that man open and boil his entrails like a witch. How dare he show up here? Get in line, Lou says, an echo of her text. Why do you always get the front of the line? Millie asks. That's the rule of dibs, Lou says. Dibs has to be called in front of other people. I said I want to go all medieval on him. Ergo, I call dibs. But I saw him first. But you didn't call it. Lou blows a raspberry with her lips. Possession is 9/10 of the law. That doesn't apply to dibs. It's implicit. It's tacit dibs. The very act of me pointing him out created an unspoken dibs contract. Seriously? Millie asks flatly. Seriously? Ugh, I hate when you go full lawyer. You didn't mind when I got you out of being detained by TSA so you could be reunited with Duke and Lottie, Lou says smugly. Touché. Tacit dibs it is. Ash is watching her friends while I watch Ash. She looks like she's torn between gratitude and embarrassment, but she drops both from her face when Millie and Lou turn their attention to her. How are you? Millie asks Ash. I'm fine. Parker and Jane come into the room like vengeful goddesses, and it's a good thing I'm already leaning against the wall because there's barely enough space as it is. Their anger takes up every remaining inch. I'm going to tie his arms up to 4 horses and send them to opposite ends of the globe, Jane says. You can't quarter him. Lou has dibs, Parker says. Why does Lou get dibs? Jane asks in outrage. She saw him first, Parker says. If she hadn't spotted him, we wouldn't even be having this argument. She who spots him calls him. There's no way that rule applies. It applies, Parker and Lou say together. Jane and Millie shoot each other a look. For the record, Ash says, I have dibs, and Rusty and I already used them. Used? Lou says. Past tense? Past tense, baby, Ash says, and a smile pushes away the other emotions. I don't know which of you gave him the idea, but that fake boyfriend thing destroyed Philip. Ash beams while my intestines tie themselves into knots. And suddenly, I have 4 pairs of eyes on me, ranging from bright green to darkest brown. And each of the accompanying Janes is trying not to smirk. Jane rolls her lips together. Who did give you that idea? She asks, tapping her cheek like she just can't remember. Lou elbows Jane, officially making her my favorite of Ash's best friends. It was a group effort, Lou says. But it worked? Ash takes a handful of candy from a jar on her desk and pops it into her mouth. Brilliantly! You should have seen Rusty! He was all confidence and swagger and sexiness. I didn't know my boy had all that in him. The Jane smirks sharpen like daggers to my chest. Fortunately, when Philip found out that we're fighting for the same job and that we won't know who gets it for 2 weeks, he left town. Millie cocks her head to the side. Did he say that? Ash shrugs, chewing her gummy candies. No, but why would he stay? How did he look when you told him about you two? Millie asks. I flex my fist. He looked like a jealous little prince. Ash puts one finger on her nose and points the other at me. Why did he say he was here? Millie asks. To get back together with her, I say. For work, Ash says at the same time. He talked about wanting you back? Millie asks Ash. It was a power move, Ash says. We all know he doesn't care about me. He's a narcissist. He cares about me caring about him. He knows I don't, so there's no reason to stick around. Ash, I wish that were true, Millie says. But that's not Philip's M.O. He's not a narcissist. If he has anything, it's antisocial personality disorder. He's not happy unless he wins. I guarantee he's going to stick around to try to get you to break up with Rusty. Choose him, move with him back to Chicago so he can isolate you, extinguish your spark, and then drop you when you fight to get it back. What? The word explodes out of my mouth like a slap shot. I clench both fists so tight, my knuckles crack. Violent, hot anger pumps from my heart and into my veins. Is that what he did? I am going to kill him! Ash's eyes pop. Get in line, Millie says. And use your imagination, Parker says, turning her nose up at my word choice. Kill? Seriously? I'm going to disembowel him and use his... I'm already using his entrails, Millie says. I'm going to boil them like a witch. Oh, that's good, Parker says appreciatively. I'm too angry. I'm too explosively furious. I can't let Ash see me like this. The memory of how wide her eyes are will already haunt me enough. If she sees me out of control, I'll never get over ruining her faith in me. Never. I draw on every tool and technique I can think of. I focus on my breathing. I count backwards from 1,000 by sevens, anything to manage the emotion bursting from me. Fine, Parker says. Then I want to travel to Egypt, break open a pharaoh's cursed tomb, collect the scarabs, bring them back to Sugar Maple, and set them loose on Philip until they eat him from the inside out. Jane fist bumps Parker. What about you, Lou? I ask, because Parker's idea may be grisly, but it isn't enough. Not nearly. And if I can't let myself fantasize about dismantling this guy, I need to live vicariously through the people who can. Lou glances at Ash, who's fidgeting with a fingernail. Maybe it's the poet in her, but I feel like Lou's looking at Ash differently than the others. She doesn't say anything until Ash meets her eye. Lou smiles. I want to see him lose. I want to revel in the devastation on his face as he wishes the worst thing that ever happened to him was dismemberment, disembowelment, or death. I want to watch him suffer knowing he's incapable of a love like Ash's, but that she's found someone else totally perfectly worthy of her. My throat closes, thick with emotion that I don't dare show anyone, not even these women who can see through me like a window, and especially not my best friend who can't. All of the Janes look at me, including the best Jane, Ash. I nod like Ash's eyes don't eviscerate me as thoroughly as the Janes wish they could do to Philip. I force my words out as casually as I can. I like it. Ash's grin spreads slowly over her face until her light and goodness fill the room. Then let's do it.
Chapter 8. Ash. As much as I insist to my friends that my promise to the Chamber of Commerce to market the town was my idea, my problem, they insist on helping. We all have too much work as it is, I say. We all have spare time, Jane says.
No need,
Rusty says.
I'm taking 2 weeks off.
Russ,
Don't fight me.
he says, his jaw flexing. When did he start flexing his jaw?
I already talked to Tripp and hired people to cover for me.
How? I ask. When? You've been with me literally every second since we saw Philip. He shrugs, and the truth hits me. He cleared his schedule before we saw Philip, when he found me on the Riverwalk and left for all of 8 minutes. Affection swells in my heart. I jump out of my chair and throw my arms around him. Thank you. I squeeze him hard.
That's it?
He laughs in my ear. Well, in my hair. It's too big for him to get actual ear access.
You're ready to fight the Janes off for wanting to help, but I get a hug?
What can I say? I back up and look at him. I'm a walking contradiction. You're not a contradiction, Lou says. She opens the door and the Janes start leaving the office. It makes total sense. In what way? Parker asks. He is her fake boyfriend. Lou grins. Parker snorts and starts following Lou out of my office, glancing at my hanging shelf as she passes. Then she puts her head back in, staring at the contents of my shelf. Is that my trophy? You mean the ultimate Luciano trophy? I correct. A few months ago, Sugar Maple Farms hosted a family reunion for Parker's NFL star ex-boyfriend and his family. Jane asked for Parker's help throwing it without telling her who it was for. Because she's a meddling meddler who meddles. Spoiler alert, her meddling worked, and Parker and Sonny got back together. I helped a bit at the reunion and met Sonny's incredible family, including his Spitfire 80-year-old Nona. We hit it off instantly. Yep, that's the trophy. Nona said I'm an honorary Luciano, so I thought I'd borrow it for a minute. Parker's eyes narrow to pinpoints. She marches over to the shelf and grabs the trophy. I earned that fair and square. Also, you communicate with my future grandmother-in-law? Yeah, we've texted since her wedding, I say. She was super curious about the Tummy Waffles page, so I sent her over some of the archived. You sent Nona 8-year-old pictures of dude's abs from our University of Chicago days? Hey, abs are timeless. Parker closes her eyes. I need to go do Taibo. Don't you mean yoga? Millie asks. I gave up on yoga. Nona convinced me I should try kickboxing, and she was spot on. It's much more my speed. Shocker, Millie says. Okay, CrossFit, Parker says as the two of them leave the office. Parker comes back into the office and grabs a handful of gummy bears from a jar on my desk. Oh, and Ash? We're helping. Deal with it. She pops a candy into her mouth as she walks out. You're fired, I call after her. She just waves at me. Soon, all my friends are back to work, leaving Rusty and me in my office, alone. And suddenly, when I look at him, all I can think of is that moment when he clenched his fists and yelled, "What?" when Millie hinted at the way Philip treated me. It was intense, intensely attractive. I've never had a guy be protective of me. Not like that. Not at all, really. My stepdad is awesome, but he's an IT nerd who likes jazz and comics and watches Star Trek. Greg isn't the kind of guy to go alpha on his stepdaughter's crappy ex, even if he had known about it, which he didn't. Philip didn't isolate me from my family in Colorado. He isolated me from my friends. My parents thought I went through a phase where I straightened my hair a lot and wore contacts. They don't know that I did those things because Philip made me feel like I was more acceptable that way, just like my dad used to. My friends noticed, though. They'd make comments about how they missed my hair, or would send me pictures of glasses they thought I'd love, and I'd ignore them. They'd set up girls' nights, and I'd skip them. Philip made sure we always hung out at his fancy condo and insisted on driving me to and from work. I thought at first that it was because he wanted to take care of me. I thought he was being considerate, gentlemanly, but it was always about control. If Rusty knew just how badly Philip treated me, would he be even more protective? Or would it sound exaggerated? Philip was so careful. He chipped away at my self-esteem with the patience of an arthroscopic surgeon. He got under my skin, messed me up at a structural level, but left with barely a scar anyone could see. It was such a meticulous process that it took everyone months to suspect anything at all, and it took just as many months to help me want to limp away. My friends may be worried, but I'm in no danger of falling back into Philip's trap. All I want is to grind my joy into his face. But if it's fake, will it even matter? Rusty folds his arms, pulling my attention to the same forearms that strained so hard when he yelled, "What?" that I thought he was about to hulk out of his shirt. Yes, even if it's fake, it'll matter. Because no matter how fake anything between Rusty and me will be, Rusty's steady, reliable, quiet confidence is a threat to Philip's very existence. I will never get back together with him. Rusty and his friends are living, breathing reminders that jerks like Philip aren't the rule. They're just the albatross around my neck. If only I could learn how to be attracted to guys like Rusty instead of jerks like Philip. Ash. I look at my hunky best friend. There really is no other word for him. He is the blonde boy next door, the high school football star who looks too wholesome for words, with his dark blonde hair, his piercing hazel eyes, his cheekbones. Yes, I'm here, I shake my head and avert my gaze because, in addition to his flexed forearms, he's narrowed his eyes in a way I haven't seen before, and it is thoroughly distracting. When did Rusty become so distracting? Okay, let's brainstorm. Rusty walks over to my desk and grasps my shoulder, forcing my gaze to meet his.
Ash, I'm sorry for what he did to you. We all care about you, and we're all gonna help with the project. But I don't think you need any help handling Philip. You can take him.
My lips tug down and tears strain at my eyes. Thanks, Rusty. He nods and sits across from me at the desk. With a small smile, he says,
Let's get to work, boss.
Work we do. Rusty stays with me for hours and hours of intense brainstorming. My friends pop in and out with ideas, but everything we discuss is part of a long game, not the flash in the pan we need. By dinner time, I'm so fixated on figuring out the plan that I've tuned everything out. I'm vaguely aware of people talking, but their words pass by me like a breeze.
We should take a break for dinner,
Rusty says. I don't listen.
Food's here. I'll put your wrap in the mini fridge.
Let me refill that for you. We're heading out. See you at home. Watch over her, will you?
Always.
I'll just get your garbage and clean the rest tomorrow. My garbage? I look up to see Deb from the cleaning crew. Deb usually doesn't come till... What time is it? 10, Deb says with a smile.
Same as when you usually see me, hun.
I blink and rub my eyes. They feel like they're full of sand. Have I really been working for almost 10 straight hours? Rusty's asleep on the desk across from me. Rusty's still here? He can't be here. He has to get up at 4:30. I push back from my desk and sigh. I'm so selfish. I got so far down this rabbit hole, 82 rabbit holes, according to the new tabs I've opened since lunch, that I didn't even consider the impact it would have on my friend. And it's not like he was idle. Rather than asking me to slow down or explain what I was trying to do, Rusty was doing his own research. While I was looking up every viral video for every company ever, he was looking up travel blogs and tourism websites and taking notes of what stood out to people. He was looking up things like, can I see everything in Charleston in one day? And what should I do in Savannah if I only have 4 hours? And suddenly, everything I was thinking, every single thing is obsolete. Because Rusty's ideas have given me a new idea altogether. It's so good, I want to shake him awake and tell him all about it. The guy listens to my dreams, for Pete's sake. This actually has a point. I'm about to wake him when I notice how peaceful he looks, and I stop myself. He stayed. Even after pulling an all-nighter with me last night, he stayed to help me even more. He works harder than anyone I've ever seen, and never complains about exhaustion. I won't tell him anything tonight, I promise myself. I'll let him go home and sleep, and then tomorrow I'll tell him all about it. I'm almost buzzing with excitement, but I bottle it up as I gently shake his shoulder. He doesn't stir. Rusty, Rusty, I sing, shaking him a bit harder. He still doesn't move. His eyes move beneath his lids, and his brows knit together in his sleep. His face is resting on his arm, and with his forehead screwing up tighter and tighter, he looks troubled, pained. His breathing hitches, and his fist balls up, all while his expression twists. Then he flinches, and I rock back, afraid I've done something to disturb him. But no, it's his dream. Or is it a nightmare? Without thinking, I put my thumb between his eyebrows and press softly, smoothing the deep furrow until it softens and his nightmare seems to pass. I whisper a shh and run my hand in his hair, letting my fingertips graze his scalp. His hair is unreal. It's soft and silky and even better than petting a therapy llama. He has to use conditioner, right? But it's not like I can ask him that. Like, oh, hey, I was petting your hair earlier and couldn't help noticing how smooth it is. I lean in closer to smell his hair, because that's not weird. Okay, it's super weird, but I genuinely need to know what is making his hair like this. I'm a hair girl. The curly girl method is part of my identity, and if there's a conditioner out there that can add this kind of softness, I need to know. I'm not just running my fingers in his hair over and over because the sensation of each strand brushing against the sides of my fingers is sending waves of tingles up my arm or anything. I close my eyes to heighten my sense of smell. Is that a real thing? And I breathe in deeply. Eucalyptus. And something minty. I love mint. I take another whiff. And of course, that's when Rusty stirs.
Am I dreaming, or are you smelling my hair?
Chapter 9. Rusty. It's only 9 a.m. Monday morning when I pull into Patty's, the bar that lies directly in between Sugar Maple and Mullet Ridge, named after the fish, not the hairstyle. Mullet Ridge is 10 miles west of Sugar Maple, and it's more than 10 times bigger. It has the kind of amenities Sugar Maple lacks, including an ice rink, a AAA baseball team, restaurants, some big box stores, and the emergency room Tripp, Duke, and I spent more than a little time in while growing up. My visits weren't like theirs, though. I slammed the door to my truck and those memories at the same time. My boots crunch against the dirt and rocks of the unpaved parking lot as I walk up to the bar. The sign on the building says Donegal's Tavern in a Celtic-inspired serif font the designer in me loves, but the troubled teen in me still hates. My dad didn't frequent Donegal's. He favored bars that didn't take his keys or cut him off quite so proactively, but I picked him up here a handful of times as a teen, including the last time. I spent so much time picking up my dad from bars, and I spent even more time praying he wouldn't be there at all. He was always there. Sugar Maple is a dry town, so Arlo Fielding all but lived in Mullet Ridge. My senior year, he caused an accident that killed my little sister and paralyzed Patty and Sean's dad from the waist down. Arlo was thrown from the car, but came out unharmed. My mom was already a shell of a woman after 20 years of Arlo's crap, but that shell became paper thin. Arlo entered court-ordered rehab, and once he proved himself, Tag Carville gave him a job working on the farm and running a fruit stand. Arlo always hated Tag. Thought he was uppity just because he turned his family farm into one of the biggest in the country, but he wasn't too proud to take his money. I loved Tag, but I wasn't too proud to take his money either. The truth is, Tag left me a chunk of change in his will, enough to pay off my student loan debts, buy a house and a new truck, and put the rest in a hefty rainy day fund for my mom. If she ever works up the nerve to leave Arlo, I'll pray for that rainy day for the rest of my life. My boots crunch on the gravel, pulling my gaze down. In so many ways, I'm still the scared kid Tag led into his workshop. I'm still the hurt kid he took to the ER when Arlo's rage got too heated and I had to distract him from my mom and sister. I'm still the violently angry 17-year-old who found his dad at this very bar on the day of his sister's funeral and who snapped hard. Even then, Tag somehow believed in me. I didn't. Still don't. And that's why I'm here, at Patty's. I open the door to the bar and the world instantly darkens. Like so many taverns, this place is all low, warm lights and dark wood. The chairs are all up on the tables as they won't open for lunch until noon. By then, the smell of corned beef will overpower the smell of alcohol. I hate the smell of alcohol. Cheap beer, expensive wine, and everything in between. It all reeks. Ash doesn't drink because it affects her ADHD meds, and I find that I appreciate her ADHD even more because of it. Despicable, right? Sometimes I'm so selfish, it makes me sick. Sean comes from the back with a box over his shoulder and gives me a nod. Patty's in the lounge, he says. Thanks, man, I say, though the piano coming from the other room is a dead giveaway. I'm here twice a week, and it's always for the same reason. I walk through the swinging lounge doors. The bar may be a dive, but it's a popular spot for live music. Some big names come through, largely due to Patty, and those weekends draw a big crowd. Patty downplays it, but it's an if you know situation that the few of us who know keep quiet about. Music fills the large lounge with a warm, rich tone. The acoustics in here are almost worthy of the pianist. Patty's fingers fly across the piano, playing a song that's familiar but that I can't quite place. I approach the piano, and Patty nods, meeting my eyes in spite of the stupidly complicated finger movements. I've heard this before. What is it? Gershwin. Rhapsody in Blue, Patty says. I cock my head to the side. It's in the United Airlines safety video. It sounds complicated, Patty shrugs. My fingers are out of practice. I don't think even the music snobs at the New England Conservatory of Music would think so. You gotta stop with that nonsense, Patty says. I dropped out. After 2 years and Patty's fingers slip, and the dissonance stops me quicker than my friend's icy look. Sorry, I say. The music resumes, but it's louder now. Harsher, but still beautiful. What's new? I'm fake dating Ash, I say. How did that happen? Her ex came into town, and he's a manipulative piece of crap. So, you posed as a fake boyfriend? Why exactly? To protect her, I guess? She asked if you're hot, by the way. Patty smirks. What'd you say? I told her I'd introduce you two sometime. You don't want that. In fairness, she thinks you're a girl. His thick eyebrows flatten. Tell me you put her out of her misery. She's not miserable thinking of me talking to another girl. She couldn't care less. Then she wouldn't have asked if I was hot. Believe me, you don't know Ash like I do, I say. And you don't know women like I do. If she asked, she cares, Patty says over the sound of the notes. His words are like a hand strumming the first chords of my favorite song. They fill me with anticipation and excitement, both of which are dangerous. Don't give me false hope, man. She probably wanted to set me up. She's always trying to set me up. He shakes his head, and his scruffy brown hair falls into his face. Patty is disheveled enough to look like a rough and tough bartender type, but with a classical music background that only scratches the surface of what makes him complex. In a white t-shirt and jeans, his uniform of choice, he looks part bouncer, part distracted artist. He resumes playing, and if it were anyone else, I'd wonder if he was disappointed or judging me. But Patty, Sean, and me, we were forged in the same fire, with dramatically different results. Pat's 6 years older than me, and every kid from Mullet Ridge and Sugar Maple grew up watching his star rise, no matter how abruptly it fell. I'm past the hero worship stage I had as a kid, though, and in the last several years since he moved back home, he's become like a big brother. I trust him as much as I do Trip or Duke. Unlike them, though, he has a way of worming info out of me without opening his mouth. The song is alternated between blazingly fast and a more relaxed pace, raucous and something almost, but not quite, calm. Now it's all power and speed, octaves and flying fingers that I can't follow no matter how raptly I watch. He pounds on the piano in octaves as he slows down, and it's playful and somehow moving at the same time. Then he slams his hands down in one final note. It's so abrupt and powerful that it hits me in the middle of my chest. Patty gets up from the bench and claps a hand on my shoulder. Let's go punch some stuff. Chapter 10. Rusty. Not so hard, Patty says from next to me as I jab my fist down. No need for a knockout here. His words cause a spike of frustration. My mind keeps turning to Philip, Teddy, and Bill, and their swirling faces show up like a target that makes me want to vent all my anger instead of exerting control, the way I normally do. You said I'm supposed to punch? We're talking about a delicate living thing, Patty says. Use a softer touch. I comply as sweat rolls down my face from my brow. I tossed my hat to the side earlier and rolled up my sleeve so I wiped the sweat from my face on my bicep. Patty's gets hotter than Duke's home gym in the middle of summer. Granted, we've been at this for hours, and that's longer than I ever work out at Duke's. Also, my forearms are trembling and my hands are cramped. I don't know how you do this all day. I'm not going in for the kill the whole time. In fact, let's try something different altogether. My mind hears him say this, but I give one final punch because the feeling is so satisfying, and then another, and another. It would be easy to turn my head off and keep this up indefinitely, but Patty's hand grips my shoulder, and I realize how badly I've overdone it when I see the lifeless mass in front of me. Easy, Rocky, Patty says. You're done here. I nod and step back, wiping my brow with the back of my arm again. I'm panting like I just finished 2 rounds against Mike Tyson instead of 2 hours baking Irish brown bread. My phone vibrates, and I wipe my hands on my apron before grabbing it. My heart stumbles. Ash. Hello, lover. Ha! I think that's going to have to be my new nickname for you. Lover. Lover. I'm going to introduce you to everyone that way. GIF of Will Ferrell and Rachel Dratch in hot tub. Hello, have you met my lover, Rusty? Hi there, I'm Ash, and this is Rusty. He likes classic rock, long walks on the beach, and being my lover. Okay, that may be too much. Hello? Is this thing on? I make a strangled noise, and Patty gives me a look. I show him my phone. Whoa! He laughs. Whether she likes you or not, that girl has no idea the effect she has on you. You don't say. That's as much lightness as I can spare, because even though Pat is going back to shaping dough like it's art, I want to punch it again. If she can't love me, I wish this torment would end. It would be so much easier if I didn't love her. I hear the lie as soon as I think it. After my sister Shelby died, I would sit at the cemetery and cry and wish the agony of missing her would stop. And one day, Tag Carville found me while he was at the cemetery. He was taking flowers to the graves of his wife, son, and daughter-in-law. Tag stood behind me, a stoic, gentle mountain of a man, and simply stayed there while I cried. My heart had been torn to shreds, but he didn't try to hold the pieces together. He let me fall apart. After, I don't know how long, I dashed my tears away. I just want the pain to stop. Tag patted my back. I thought the same thing once. What do you mean once? You don't want the pain to stop anymore? No. Grief is a beautiful thing, son. It's a sign that you had someone in your life who mattered that much to you. Why can't that person matter without the pain? If you take away the pain of grief, you take away the love from life. You can't have loss without love. It took me a long time to understand what he meant. I know now, even if I hate it sometimes. If my love for Ash disappeared, the pain would go with it, but so would the joy. It is a privilege to love that woman, close or far. I stare at the loaves, wishing a heart could be shaped as easily as dough. I don't think learning to cook is helping like I wanted it to. I lean back against one of the kitchen counters. Sure it is. You didn't expect cooking to take away your heartache. It's part of your quest to never be like Arlo, right? Of course he's right. Patty's always right. Arlo would demand dinner at 5 and not show till midnight, screaming about how his food was cold. He'd vomit all over the carpet and then complain about the smell. He'd throw a plate at the wall and blame my mom when he got cut. Years ago, I promised myself if I ever got married, I would never let my expectations or temper become a curse for my family. I give Pat a hard look. You ain't wrong, he snorts. You don't come to me for hand-holding. I dip my hand in the flour and flick it in his face. The white powder splats against his cheek, and he sniffs right as Sean comes in. A few members of the kitchen staff follow behind him. Sean looks from his brother to me. I see bread making's going well. Pat grabs a cloth and wipes his face while I smile. Really well, but I should get going. You up for a delivery on your way? Sean asks. It's in Sugar Maple. My pleasure. You may have spoken too soon. 15 minutes later, I'm walking into the community center with 2 large trays of patty scones on top of a box of assorted jams, jellies, and butters from Sugar Maple Farms. The building has a handful of classrooms, a gymnasium, and a larger rec room where I'm headed now. The sound of buzzing meets me as I walk into the hall outside the rec room. It swells into a frenzied hive when I approach the double doors. A mix of apprehension and eagerness meets me as I walk in. I hope no one slaps my butt this time. The Sugar Maple Canasta Club can be a dangerous place. What looks like every senior in town sits around one of a dozen card tables with 4 people to a table and playing cards in front of them. I weave through the room, getting stopped a handful of times by some of the less competitive senior citizens at the beginners' tables. Thank you for cleaning out my gutters, Nana Parkinson, Chick Parkinson's wife, says. Chick swore up and down he'd get to 'em, but I just knew he'd fall off that ladder the moment he tried. I wouldn't have fallen, Chick grumbles. You asked Rusty before I had the chance because you're sweet on him. I laugh, and the rest of the table laughs with me. Chick, we both know I'm not half the man you are. Nana P. Swaps looks at one of her friends, and I try to ignore their suggestive glances. Well, that's true, Chick says. And I know you can clean your own gutters, but you have more important things to worry about with the Lions Club and the Historical Society. If I can help take some of the busy work out of your life so you can focus on what matters, I'm happy to. Chick eyes me before nodding. You're a fine young man, he says, in spite of your upbringing. My throat goes dry. It's nothing I haven't heard 1,000 times. I should be numb to it by now. Thank you, sir. Now, if y'all will excuse me, I should set all this down. I make my way to the far end of the room where the tables are set up and put down the box and trays. I open them and arrange them more decoratively, making sure there are knives for each of the spreads. When I'm done, I spot Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina at the advanced table with another pair I can't make out behind the dividers on the table. Mrs. Beatty gives Lola Nina the stink eye, but she brightens when she sees me. I brighten too. I walk over, feeling lighter until I spot who else is at the advanced table. Anger makes my hands go numb. What is he doing here? Mrs. Beatty waves at me over Philip freaking Dumfries' coiffed hair. Philip follows her gaze, turning to look at me. His eye glints, and I feel sick thinking of these mother figures being taken in by his charm. I wish one of the Janes was here, especially Lou. She has dibs, after all, and something tells me she'd be only too happy to chop this guy's toes off and feed them to Tripp's pigs. That may be a direct quote, come to think of it. When I reach the table, I hug the hands, a name I only ever use in my head. The chicks may think they run the town, but everyone knows it's actually these three matriarchs. Mrs. Beatty, Lola Nina, and Granny Bell, the pastor's 90-year-old mother. Granny Bell gives me a big kiss, depositing enough lipstick on my cheek to put Marilyn Monroe to shame. I nod to Philip as graciously as I can muster. Uh-oh, I say, standing next to Lola Nina, who's opposite Philip. I make a show of peeking at everyone's cards. Y'all didn't tell me you were locked in a death match. Is it safe for me to be here? I say. You know how we roll, Mrs. Beatty says as if she's been turned loose on Urban Dictionary. We've just been getting to know Mr. Dumfries. Good seeing you again, Rusty. Philip says my name like he's describing a nail. Man, I hate this guy. I thought you'd be on the first plane back home, I say. I decided to wait to see what happens with the vote in a couple of weeks. And what better use of my time than getting to know this fine town and its most esteemed and beautiful citizens? Mrs. Beatty swats at him. Oh, you! Where are you staying? I ask. There's a rather lovely B&B at the farm, as you must know. He's staying at the farm? The nerves in my hand switch from ice to fire. He's baiting me. Sure do. I've spent most of my life there. And you run the fruit stands? That must be fun. I grin like I'm too stupid to catch his tone. It really is. You should come work with us for a day, if you're not too afraid to dirty up your manicure. I laugh like I'm joking. But his fingernails are definitely buffed. Rusty is the hardest working young man I've ever seen, Mrs. Beatty says. In all my years teaching, I never met a student more determined to learn. I grab the back of my neck, hoping she won't mention my dyslexia. I'm not ashamed of it, but I don't want this Wall Street wannabe weaponizing it either. Philip gives an exaggerated grimace. I'll have to pass. I'm a work smarter, not harder kind of guy. Because us dummies have to rely on hard work to get by. I grit my teeth, but smile, determined to be the bigger person. Granny Bell isn't so determined. Too bad your mama didn't teach you to do both. She folds her arms over her expansive bosom and gives him a look that screams she doesn't suffer fools gladly, as the good book would say. Philip chuckles and bows his head. Good point, ma'am. It sounds like Rusty's the real deal. I suppose I'm letting my jealousy rear its ugly head. Jealousy? Has he been telling these women some sob story about coming back to win Ash? Granny Bell looks at him suspiciously, but Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina are a bit more polite. But then they're younger and have more poops to give. I meant no offense, Philip says to me, holding his hand out to shake mine. And if you did, I'd be too dumb to notice, right? I say, gripping his hand and not squeezing. Philip holds my eye, and for a minute, I wonder if he's challenging me to a staring contest. His eyes are a green, even more intense than Ash's friend Millie's, but this little stare-off lets me see the outline of green-tinted color contacts around his irises. The way I want to knead this guy's face like dough. An alarm sounds in my head at the thought. Don't, I warned myself. You can't go down that road. Not again. Lola Nina tuts, and I break eye contact with Ash's ex. Manners matter more than machismo. Rusty, why are we finding out from this young man that you two are both vying over the same girl? Vying? I splash incredulity all over the word. There's no vying. Mrs. Dumfries told us about you and a certain someone, Mrs. Beatty says. Don't act like you and Ash don't plan your salon visits together. I tease, but my brain is scrambling like I'm trying to read an old-fashioned newspaper. Ash and I never planned to take our fake dating public. It was for Philip's sake, and the fact that he's still here and bringing his drama into my town has me seeing red. That lunch and learn she did for the Canasta Club on social media was very inspiring, Lola Nina titters. The other two women giggle with her. Let me guess. She used the Tummy Waffles page as inspiration. We were inspired, all right, Granny Bell says. And didn't she pick out the pink for your hair a couple months ago? I say to Mrs. Beatty. Oh, I did like that pink, though it's nice to have my hair back to its natural color, Mrs. Beatty says, fussing with hair redder than a fire engine. That color's about as natural as my teeth, Granny Bell says. You should let yourself age gracefully. Tell that to your brow lift, Mrs. Beatty says. Granny Bell puts her warm brown hand to her forehead and gasps. I had glaucoma surgery and you know it. Of course, dear, Mrs. Beatty says. Well, I can't believe that anything a bottle or doctor would offer could improve on the three of you, Philip says, inserting himself where he doesn't belong. Granny Bell's suspicion drops faster than an Acme anvil. Aren't you charming, Mr. Dumfries? Enough of this nonsense, Lola Nina says. I want to hear about Rusty and his girlfriend. Didn't you tell us you were only friends? Philip makes a terrible play that can only be designed to garner favor from the town matriarchs. That scheming scumbag. I hate lying to people I love. But as much as I adore these women, I care about protecting Ash more. Whenever our ruse ends, the town will be fine. If I end it prematurely, though, Ash won't be. I can't let her get hurt by this chump again. We didn't want to go public until we knew it was the real thing. The lie stings worse than poison oak. Of course it's the real thing, Lola Nina says. Anyone who's seen you two together for more than a second knows you're meant to be. Philip feigns a dagger to the chest. That hurts. I was hoping I could call on you three to help me win Ashley back. Granny Bell laughs, but Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina don't. Some trophies can only be won once, Mrs. Beatty says. That girl's heart is one of them. Philip adds a joker to his meld with more force than is necessary. Mrs. Beatty laughs and completes her canasta, winning the round. She pats his hand. Next time you try to hustle a hillbilly, work smarter, not harder.
Chapter 11. Ash. I'm running late meeting Rusty at the diner, which is nothing new. What is new is the fact that Rusty still hasn't responded to my text this morning calling him my lover. Was it rude? Did I cross a line? Was the thought so disgusting to him he couldn't bring himself to even text a puking emoji back? He was so good at faking the other day, I assumed the text would be hilarious. And cute, too. Rusty always makes me feel like everything I do is adorable. My fingers tap against my steering wheel faster than a stenographer types, and I chew on the inside of my lip. I'm not used to feeling self-conscious with him. What's changed? The radio is on in the background, and one of my favorite songs comes on, so I turn it up. The DJ is speaking over the acoustic intro.
I know plenty of people are angry that the tour is already sold out, but we have 2 tickets to the Columbia concert up for grabs for the first caller who can tell us YouTube sensation Lucy Jane's first viral hit.
Double or nothing! I yell at the radio. Although this is such a gimme, anyone could get it.
And now, the DJ continues, here's the first single from her new album, Strawberry Fields for Never.
I'm singing along as I approach the stop sign on Poplar, but a shirtless man catches my eye. A shirtless Chick Hanks, to be accurate. I turn down the music and call through the open window of my Subaru. Nice tummy waffles, Chick! He waves at me before shoving a hose into a hole in his otherwise immaculate backyard. He leaves the hose and runs over to another hole in the yard. I know I don't have time, but curiosity gnaws at me, so I pull over and watch. Chick grabs a burlap bag and stands over the hole eagerly. What are you looking for, a leprechaun? Before he can answer, a gopher pops out of a different hole.
Dagnammit,
he screams, chasing after the gopher, but it scurries away too fast for him and disappears into another of the holes.
I'm gonna fill these holes with cement,
he yells to the gopher.
See how you like my yard then.
I purse my lips to hold back a smile.
You really do have a lovely yard, Chick.
Oh, go on,
he fumes.
Get.
I get. I'm thinking about gophers when I pull into a spot on Maple Street right in front of the Jane & Co. office. I pull out my phone as I walk down the street to the diner and skirt past people without paying attention to anyone. How do you get rid of gophers? I'm looking up humane gas bombs as a server directs me to my usual table. Hey, sugar, she says. Is Rusty joining you? My head flies up. Huh? He's not here? No, but I'll leave a menu for him, too. I'll be back with your sweet tea. Thank you. I sit and instantly pull up my phone. Rusty still hasn't responded to my joke. Is he okay? Or have I broken him? Broken us? My lungs constrict painfully. I cannot lose Rusty. The bell over the front door rings, and I hold my breath. But it's not him. The next chime isn't, nor is the one after that. I go back to our text thread and obsessively read through days and weeks and months of messages to see if there's any clue for what went wrong, what I did, how I drove away the best man.
Hey, gorgeous,
a warm, alluring voice says before the mouth attached to it kisses my cheek next to my ear. The lips pull the sensation from my limbs and body and shift it all to the nerve endings in my cheek. In an instant, those nerve endings have developed a preternatural ability to sense every graze and every stir of breath. Wowza. What was that for? I ask breathlessly. Instead of answering me, he grabs my hand and tugs me to my feet. I hear a few gasps in the diner as Rusty wraps his arms around me, holding me close. And because I'm Olaf and I like warm hugs, I put my arms around his waist and get close. Rusty's nose touches my cheek as he whispers into my hair.
Philip is still in town and showed up at the Canasta Club with a sob story about trying to get you back,
he says, while we sway in a full-body embrace that has everyone in the diner staring at us.
The whole town will find out about us any second now, and I don't know what you want me to do.
Kiss me. Rusty spins me into a dip, and his face nears mine. With his bright hazel eyes dancing, he touches his lips softly to mine in a sweet, light kiss. The kind your kindergarten boyfriend gives you. In kindergarten. I smirk, and the movement makes his lips bump into my teeth. Is that it?
I'm trying to be respectful,
He says, and he's smiling too. And that only makes me smile more. Now we're just teeth bumping into teeth. This weak little peck isn't going to sell anything, I say. I plunge my hand into his hair, knocking his hat off, and I fuse our mouths together for a kiss hot enough to melt the polar ice caps. Oh my Lanta. I'm kissing Rusty. Rusty is kissing me.
Is it supposed to be this fun?
The only other guy I ever kissed enough to judge was Philip, and it always felt like he was taking something from me. My pride, my will. He was so demanding. Even during those first few months where he was on his best behavior, I felt so lucky, like I was trading in my quirky card to finally be accepted by some imaginary in-crowd. This is nothing like that. This is delightful, delicious. This is a shot of Red Bull giving me wings. This is fake. Everyone in the diner is cheering as Rusty pulls me back up. Someone tosses Rusty's hat back, and he uses it to cover his face while I bury mine in his neck. Rusty laughs, and I try to. No, not try. I do. Rusty isn't playing me. This isn't a game, but it can be fun. It should be, dang it. That kiss was dynamite. I refuse to worry that Rusty is somehow rejecting me by fake dating me. He's doing it to help me, to protect me from another Philip fallout. He's fake dating me because he cares so much about me. Why wouldn't I appreciate that?
I'm sorry,
Rusty says into his hat with endearing uncertainty. No, I say. You don't apologize after kissing someone like that. You say you're welcome. He drops his hat as people surround us.
Are you thanking me?
I laugh. Could y'all stop flirting already and tell us what in the world this is? Tia gestures to us. When did this happen?
I don't want to speak for Ash,
Rusty says,
but it's been brewing for a long time. We only decided to take things public this weekend, though.
And? Tia asks. That's not good enough. What is a long time? Rusty's face still hasn't cooled from our kiss.
Oh, stop. Y'all know I've been in love with her since the minute she rolled into town last spring.
Yeah, Tia says, but I didn't realize she knew. Huh? She didn't, I say. Rusty's a man of surprises. When did you start to like him? Tia asks. I don't know when she pulled us down, but the three of us are sitting at the table, and half of the diner is gathered around like we're on a talk show. I didn't realize how invested people would be in this, but it makes sense. Rusty is remarkable. He's the guy you call when you find a snake on your porch or your battery dies in your car. I don't just mean me either. I mean the town. He's also a hot commodity, whether he knows it or not. The single women in the room must despise me for taking him off the market. All eyes are on me. Wait, why are they all looking at me? Rusty grabs my hand.
Yeah, gorgeous. When did you start to like me?
Bless this man. I'm about to make something up when the image of him asleep across my desk last night flashes in my head. The smell of eucalyptus and mint. The feeling of pressing my thumb between his eyebrows and smoothing away his worry. A million little moments, I say, because the best lies are mingled with truth, right? Oh, come on. There has to have been a moment, Tia says. Why is she pressing me so hard? And why does it feel wrong to lie when this whole thing is fake?
It was at the wedding,
a voice says behind me. Sonny Luciano. Sonny, Parker, and Lou have all arrived, and all three are wearing the smirkiest smirks that have ever smirked. Their expressions scream, we've been waiting for this. Are all of my friends secretly actors or something? Everyone is immediately dazzled by Sonny, who gives Rusty a fist bump. Which wedding? Tia asks Sonny.
My grandma's a couple months ago. I was telling Ash that I thought Rusty's tummy waffles were better than mine. What are tummy waffles?
Chick Parkinson asks. They're abs, Chick. Try to keep up, Nana P says. Chick sucks in his belly. Ash and Rusty were dancing, and when the song ended, she came over and sat next to me, but she kept looking over at Rusty. Lou says, It was like she was trying to figure something out. What was it? Tia asks.
If his abs really were that hot, I say, and everyone laughs.
And I mean everyone, Rusty included. I'm teasing, hotcakes, I say, although the memory of touching his torso the other day flashes like lightning in my mind. I blink it away and look at Rusty's strong, handsome face and the goodness that radiates from him. I asked myself, if I could pick anyone in the world to fall in love with, who would it be? And the answer was clear as day. Rusty. Tia covers her mouth with her hands. Are you joking me right now? You literally picked the man you wanted to fall in love with and then fell for him? If only. Not quite, but it made me see him differently. Why does Rusty have a pained look on his face? And why do I feel that pain directly in my heart?
What in the Sam Hill is going on here?
A voice booms from the kitchen. We all spin around to see a fuming man in a Hawaiian shirt. The owner, Bill. Rusty clears his throat.
We'll take our lunch to go.
Chapter 12. Ash. My friends are all in the conference room to talk about my promised social media blitz. No matter how much I insist they aren't allowed to get involved, they insist that they are, and they will. Benevolent jerks. My phone rings with a FaceTime call, and I have to clear a lump from my throat when I see it's my parents. I haven't had a chance to tell them how things went Friday, and by haven't had a chance, I mean I'm avoiding them. I find it rude that avoidance doesn't fix all of life's problems. I psych myself up and then paste on a bright smile. Hey, guys!
There's our girl,
Greg says, grinning big enough to fill every smile line on his rich umber skin. How are you, sweetie? Mom asks. Good, just busy at work, I say. You work so hard. How are the girls? I miss them. You should take a break from grandparent duties and come out for a week, I say. Mom and Greg swap a look. That's a great idea. You can work from anywhere, right, hon? And I have some vacation days to use.
Absolutely, Greg says. We need to see the before on your Maple Street project anyway, so we can appreciate the after when it's all done.
He sounds so sure, my smile almost hurts. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. What? Why? Mom asks. There was another proposal, and this one has a lot of money behind it. But I talked the Chamber of Commerce into giving me a 2-week trial period to implement some strategies and see if they affect people's bottom line. I worked on them all weekend, and I'm feeling positive about it all. Mostly. You do your best, but don't wear yourself out, sweetie. That sounds like a big project.
Rusty'll help, Greg adds. That boy would walk across hot coals for you.
He's the best, I agree, but I don't want to put anyone out. Greg and Mom look at each other.
I don't think that's possible where he's concerned.
I sure hope not. But the memory of that kiss makes me less inclined than ever to test that theory. After a few more minutes, I end the call and am back in the Jane & Co. conference room. I'm having a hard time meeting Rusty's eye, so I go with what Millie calls opposite action. When you have that kind of day when you want to turn off all the lights, curl up, and shut out the world, you do the exact opposite to overcome it. Turn on the lights, shower, exercise, get ready, all to regulate those self-defeating emotions. I'm doing that with Rusty. I want to avoid him, so instead, I'm trying to act like I always do. I'm being random and goofy and occasionally affectionate, except it's coming off as super awkward, and I don't know why it's not working, but it's making everything harder to the point that he pulls me aside when we take a break.
You okay?
He says. His hand is on my elbow, and why am I suddenly cold everywhere else except there? Nothing.
Huh?
Nothing's wrong. Everything's fine.
I asked if you were okay.
He half smiles. Oh, I thought you said what's wrong. Because what is wrong with me?
All right, so nothing's wrong, but something's off.
Our friends have all left the conference room to take a call or go to the bathroom or whatever else, but I still drop my voice as I blurt out the truth. You know that feeling when someone's taking a picture of you and you don't know what to do with your hands?
Yeah?
That's how this feels.
Come again?
I feel so awkward. How am I supposed to act?
With your hands?
No, with me. Us. We kissed. Rusty's gaze steadies me more than his hand.
How do you want to act?
Normal.
What is normal?
Us hanging out and laughing and me being goofy and you putting up with it.
I don't put up with you.
He stops himself, and he has that pained look on his face again. This is what I'm talking about. We're being awkward. You're censoring yourself, and I know something's upsetting you, but you won't talk about it. And you're like this ultra-confident, smooth-as-jazz version of yourself when you're faking, and I don't even know how to process that guy exists. And that kiss.
What about it?
I've never been kissed like that. And now I'm wondering how you learned to kiss like that. Do you have like 80 past girlfriends? Did you major in making out? Is that a thing? How do we come back from this? Rusty takes my shoulders and drops his face so it's eye level with mine, but I can't meet his eye because weirdness.
Hey,
he says, his voice doing that voicey thing where it's both insanely sexy and also totally unaware of its sexiness.
Can I give you a hug?
I nod and let him fold his arms around me. He breathes, and my pulse may be like a rabbit on steroids, but his isn't exactly sloth-like. For some reason, knowing that he has nerves too is calming rather than off-putting. Also, I'm such a hug person that his strong arms are exactly what I need to chill. Add in that eucalyptus and mint smell of his shampoo, and I'm practically on a spa retreat. The frantic ping-ponging in my brain slows to a relaxing screensaver-like motion. It's like Rusty has helped all the purposelessly bouncing fragments band together to focus on one meaningful movement. This hug.
I have something important I want to tell you, but I don't want to say anything if it's going to make it harder for you,
He says.
Will it?
I don't know. What are you going to say? He exhales slowly.
You are the most important person in my life.
My screensaver freezes.
All I want to do is protect your heart. I'm not going to do anything that puts you in jeopardy of being hurt again.
Losing us will hurt me worse than anything Philip could do, I admit. His hold on me tightens.
Then we won't let that happen. If we exaggerate aspects of our relationship for a couple of weeks, will that make it easier to be around Philip?
Yes, I want to blurt, but that may be the hug talking. Rusty and I haven't hugged like this before, and I like it more than I thought I would. His question isn't flippant, though, and it doesn't deserve a thoughtless answer. Will being with Rusty, fake or not, make me more confident around Philip? We're not faking anything in this moment, and I feel stronger, more capable, more put together. I crane my head back to look in his hazel eyes. Absolutely. His smile makes my heart feel all mushy, which it is, right? Hearts are super mushy, but strong, too.
Let's just be us, then,
he says. With less noogieing? I ask. Because you know you noogied me, right? My own brothers don't noogie me. He hangs his head.
Biggest regret of my life.
I laugh. Okay, so us with no brother vibes.
There is nothing I want less than brother vibes with you,
he assures me, very firmly. Which is kind of weird given the aforementioned noogie, right? Oh, and plus kissing, I add. Us plus kissing, and cuddling, and flirty nicknames. How do we decide what's okay and what's not? Do we need any kind of rules? My thoughts zing around again.
If you want to hug me, hug me. If you want to high-five me, high-five me. If you think the occasion calls for kissing, kiss me. Pinch me. Call me hot cakes or dude or whatever fits in the moment. We don't have to take a romantic stroll and recite each other poetry for people to believe we're a couple.
He adjusts my glasses, which got a little squampus on my face after the hug.
It's cute of him. Affectionate. Different than what he would have done last week. But it feels natural. Is this him playing a part? Hotcakes was a pretty good nickname, wasn't it? I ask. Like, bam! That just came out, and it felt so natural.
I was feeling it.
He agrees.
How was gorgeous?
A little much, I say. I'm not gorgeous. I'm cute.
You're wrong.
No. I'm not being self-deprecating. I'm adorkable. The term was practically invented for me. So? So, I'm not gorgeous. I'm cute.
I know you're cute, and dorky, and adorable. That's all part of what makes you so gorgeous.
I snort, but my chest is growing warm. You're nuts.
Do you really not see yourself?
He asks incredulously.
Ash, you are beautiful. I haven't been able to take my eyes off you since the moment we met. There isn't a girl alive who can compare with you.
Never in my life has someone called me gorgeous. Never has someone insisted that I'm beautiful. I thought Rusty was making an offhand comment, trying to sell the lie, but Rusty, come on, I say.
No, I'm not backing down from this, and we're not moving on until you acknowledge that I'm right. You are gorgeous, and if you don't see it, you're gonna have to trust me. Do you trust me?
Why am I crying? Yes?
Good. Then you'll have to trust me on this until I've convinced you of it so thoroughly you wear the truth of it in your eyes. You are gorgeous.
I sniff a laugh. When we go back to being friends, do you think you could keep up with all this sweet mushiness? It's like a glow-up for my soul every time you talk to me. Rusty's hazel eyes darken.
I won't stop until you tell me to stop.
I won't tell you to stop. With his thumb, he wipes the tear rolling down my cheek. I put my hand over his. Wow, this is pretty coupley.
See? We're naturals,
he says. He keeps his eyes on mine until I can't help smiling. So, be natural, I say. Be us plus kissing. Is it really that easy?
Will that be easiest for you?
He asks. His eyes jump between mine, and it's something I've only ever seen in movies, and certainly not from my steady, reliable best friend. It's a little intimate, but I like it. Also, his brow is wrinkling so earnestly, and his mouth is set in a patient line. He couldn't be more handsome. I squeeze his cheeks and make his lips pucker out. I could almost kiss them. Smart and pretty, I say, staring at his lips. Dangerous combo. Rusty tries to smile, but I'm holding his cheeks too tight, and when he starts to laugh with his lips still puckered, I laugh too. He shakes me off and pulls me back into the hug.
See? We got this,
he says. It feels perfectly, completely natural. And then he kisses my head through my hair, and I sigh. Wait, why am I sighing? Is this a real sigh? For something that feels so natural, this is getting awfully complicated.
Chapter 13. Rusty. With the fake dating details out of the way, Ash is able to focus completely on marketing the town's businesses, and of all the strokes of genius I've seen her get, this one might take top billing. I was thinking of this problem wrong the whole time. We don't need to treat every company like they're an individual one out for themselves. We're not going to bring in nearly as many tourists with a one-off attraction. How many people come to Sugar Maple for the farm, but don't stop by the town? A lot, Jane says. Exactly, Ash says. We need to show people that these businesses are best when experienced together. There's a collective intake of breath, like a universal aha, and it makes me smile when Ash feels it. She's so intuitive that she can read a room, and her energy matches it. I know how Dumfries Holding works. They want to pick out the weakest in the herd and isolate each company from the other so they can buy them up and force the others out. We can't let them do that. We need to make Sugar Maple commerce stronger than ever, and we need to make the town tighter than ever. We need to create one account that shows why Sugar Maple is unique, and we need everyone to be in on it. You know what I mean? We all nod. Within only a few minutes, the Janes have put their heads together to work out how to turn Ash's vision into reality. And this is where these women shine. Jane is a big picture person, so as Ash shares her ideas, Jane asks questions that only expand it. Millie emphasizes the emotional side of each idea. Lou gives it all a uniquely lyrical flow, and Parker translates the whole thing into actionable steps. And I contribute too. I give feedback on the visuals we can use to best grab attention. Soon we're all up and off with our own assignments. Ash and I leave the office at the same time, but we're headed in opposite directions. Aren't you going to kiss me goodbye, lover? Ash asks, a teasing tone to her question that's like a knife to the gut. You can't call me lover. If you can call me gorgeous, I can call you lover. No, you can't. Give me one good reason. Mine is the truth. Yours isn't, I say. Ash narrows her eyes. I let her get away with almost anything, except murder. And her calling me lover will kill me. Calling me lover has connotations the town will not be okay with outside of wedlock, if you catch my drift. Gasp! I shake my head. You are too much. Am I? Her brows thread together. No, I say quickly. Not for me. You're exactly enough. You're perfect. She bites her lip, hesitating for a second. Then she smiles softly. Thanks, far boy. She turns and bounces away. Anything for you, darling, I say. She spins around and grins with enough volts to jumpstart a car. Darling? It's okay, but not as good as gorgeous. I take my cap off and hold it over my heart as I watch her go. I don't know how I'll ever come back from fake dating the love of my life. Hours later, we've all sent Ash our videos, and she's put together a rough draft of a reel for socials. It's a GoPro-style video of various businesses along Maple Street, as well as clips throughout town that have been spliced together. Ash starts the video and talks over it. Imagine a POV reel. Like, you wake up and realize your lamp is broken, but you want a new one with style, so you drive to Sugar Maple, South Carolina to go antiquing. You find the cutest end table to go with the new lamp, but in taking it to your car, you spot a fudge shop. You walk into George's Fudgery and get the chocolate lava fudge and fall madly in love with the cayenne kick. But then you realize you're thirsty, so you go to Sugar Maple Diner where they have the McDonald's Diet Coke of Cheerwine. And because you're only human, you order the shrimp and grits to go with it. Then you take your drink to go and wander toward the Riverwalk. But on your way, you see fishing signs, so you circle back to the bait and tackle shop and accidentally spill your Cheerwine on you as you walk because you're so distracted by all the cute shops. Luckily, you spot the best thrift and vintage store in the Southeast, get a little bit barked at by the owner for interrupting him watching a soccer match, put on your cool new outfit, finally make it to the bait and tackle shop and go fishing. After a couple of hours, you're flat out starving, so you go to Food Truck Friday at Sugar Maple Farms, decide you never want to leave, and end the night in the cottage of an influencer's dreams. It's ingenious. Instantly, everyone is both complimenting Ash and adding ideas. Speed up the walk-in segments, slow down the parts highlighting shops and attractions. Try a video with the voice sped up while it's popular, but do some with a slower voice. Different lengths of videos, various flows. They share ideas with the bookshop and bakery, and others where the car breaks down and someone goes to a mechanic and walks through the historical society. They plan a video of things to do in town with children, highlighting the splash pad and pool, various nature walks, and the petting zoo at the farm. Within a few hours, we've storyboarded dozens of different videos, each one as good as the last. And Sonny Duke and I can all be collaborators, Lou says. Make sure we get as many eyes as possible as quickly as possible. I don't know, Ash says. That feels like cheating. It's not a competition, Lou says. Who would you be cheating against? Ash looks at Lou. Come on. Lou groans. Philip, Ash, that guy would use AI to make it look like Dolly Parton and Post Malone both have houses here if he thought it would help him beat you. It's not cheating to use resources to sell a product. It's business. If this were any other company, you'd use every connection available to you, right? But this isn't a company, Ash says. I glance at Millie because she's usually the one to make sense of people's emotional angst, but she's looking at me. What do y'all think we should do? Lou asks the group. Use the connections, Jane says, and Parker, Millie, and Sonny all agree. All of them. Then Ash looks at me. The thing is, I think Lou was right. I've sat in plenty of meetings with Jane and Co., and I've seen a lot of stuff get hashed out. When I'm asked for my opinion, I give it. If this were business as usual, I'd tell her I agree with Lou. But everything is different now. The second Philip showed his face, the stakes became higher. I want to help my town more than just about anything. I want to help Ash more than everything. And besides, if she doesn't partner with a single famous person, I still think it'll be a success, because she came up with it. I support whatever Ash thinks is best. I don't know what I expected, but the way Ash is studying me ain't it. Shoot. What did I do? Let's take a break, Millie says. She pushes back from her chair and stretches. I need another Diet Coke if we're going to keep hashing this out. But we have a hard stop at 5 p.m., gang. Lottie has a t-ball game tonight, and you're all invited. Millie takes everyone's drink orders and then looks at me. Rusty, come with me and help me carry all these, will you? I'll come too. I want nachos, Lou says. When we get out to the street, the sun's high enough that our shadows are squat beneath us. I watch them as we walk, the way my hands are stuffed into my pockets, the way Millie and Lou swing freely. If it were up to you, would you use Lou and Sonny and Duke to market the town? Lou asks. Yes. Then why didn't you say that? Lou smacks my shoulder. Because I meant what I said. But you didn't tell her your opinion. Ash needs you to be you, Rusty. Philip lied to her constantly. He always said it was for her own good, but, well, he was lying. Great. If I didn't already battle with feeling like I'm a bad person, now I'm being compared to a guy who emotionally abused her for months. My stomach sours. You're nothing like him, Millie stresses. Nothing. I know I'm not, I say, and I'm surprised by the surety in my voice. But I wasn't lying. I'm positive that whatever she comes up with will work out. I hold the door open for them at the diner, and a few minutes later we're walking out with drink carriers and Lou's nachos. So maybe you weren't lying, Lou says. But you were holding back your thoughts to give her the support you think she wanted. Is that right? Maybe, yeah. I think that may be a pattern worth looking at, Lou says. You show her pieces of yourself, but she's never seen the whole picture. Is that what you think? I ask. Has she ever been to your place? Lou asks. No, I say. That's my point. You're so enmeshed in her life, but if you want her to see you differently, she needs to see all of you. And you think that'll help? We're almost back to the office, so they stop me. A trickle of sweat runs down the side of Millie's face. It's a warm day, but I've worked out with her a lot in Duke's gym. Their gym. The girl breaks a sweat warming up. Tripp teases her about it all the time, and she tells him redheads are more susceptible to thermal pain and that he can suck eggs. I like Millie. Ash thinks you're a good guy because you are. You're a great person, Millie says. Don't say that, I say. Rusty, you are quality, Lou says. But Ash's biological dad is the world's biggest jerk. He makes Philip look like an intern at jerk headquarters. Ash has never mentioned her bio dad, only her stepdad. Her parents have video chatted with us when we've worked together on campaigns, and I've gotten to know them fairly well. Greg's a bit of a goofball, but he's cool. Imagine Neil deGrasse Tyson with more Star Trek and less astrophysics, and you've got Greg. He has a big heart that he wears in his eyes when he talks to his daughter. I get the feeling that Ash is holding a part of herself back with him, though, and now that I know a single thing about her bio dad, that he's garbage like Philip, some pieces are falling into place. Are you saying she goes for jerks because she's subconsciously trying to prove to her dad that she's worth loving? Lou and Millie stare at me. Literally exactly that, Lou says. You really are perfect for her, Millie says. You can't say that, I moan. It's hard enough fake dating her. Y'all actively pushing for this to happen will only make it harder when it doesn't. Lou's sympathy fits her like an old shirt. Sorry, Russ. I'm pulling for you two, but I'll keep it to myself. Me too, Millie says. Thanks. But in the meantime, let her see all the parts of you that you're hiding. She gushed about how you were smoother than James Bond all weekend, Lou says. That didn't come from nowhere. Show her those parts too. Don't hold back. Yes, ma'am, I pause. But can I say something? Anything, Lou says. Y'all gotta trust Ash more. She doesn't need all this pushing. She needs y'all to believe in her. Millie's mouth falls open. Is that what it seems like we're doing? Pushing her instead of supporting her? I grimace. Lou holds a hand over her mouth. Oh man, you're right. We've all been too fixated on Philip. It was terrifying watching her with him. It was like he was systematically erasing her. First, the stripe in her hair, then the curls, then the glasses. We thought we were going to lose her. Her emotion pulls at my heart. You didn't, though. Whatever happened, she got through it because you guys are the best friends in the world. You gave her the strength she needed to leave him. But that's over. She doesn't have to rely on your strength anymore. She has to see that she has all the strength she needs inside of her. Millie dabs at her makeup. Dude, if I sweat and cry through my makeup, you owe me another Diet Coke. I laugh. I can live with that. When we get back into the conference room, everyone sits down and I clear my throat before anyone can speak first. Ash, can we revisit the collaboration idea? She purses her lips but doesn't say no. Why don't you walk us through the pros and cons you see in having Lou, Sonny, and Duke be part of the campaign? She frowns. Okay, the pros are obvious. Famous people sell stuff, but the cons are bigger. She holds up a finger for each item. It feels like exploitation. It feels like I'm saying our local products aren't good enough to sell themselves. It feels way too risky to include Lou when she hasn't revealed her identity to the public yet. And, she huffs, putting up a fourth finger, I know Philip will have a nasty comment about it. Parker opens her mouth to object, but Lou must kick her underneath the table because she flinches and keeps quiet. I can see all that, I say. What else? Her leg bounces under the table. I mean, the Philip thing doesn't really matter. You guys are right that he'd Photoshop the Super Bowl over the high school stadium if he thought it would seal the deal. And when famous people rave about products, it does lend credibility, especially quality famous people like y'all. Sonny flips imaginary hair. Ash chuckles. As for Lou, she taps her pen against the conference room table. She doesn't actually have to show her face for a collab. We just need her voice and name. And if we do it right, it benefits everyone. Lou, what do your fans want more than anything? To feel connected to me. Ash nods, but she's looking to the side, processing, putting things together. Connection. Right. You're shrouded in mystery, but people feel like you're singing a soul song just for them. Being where you've been, shopping where you've shopped, walking where you've walked. Talk about connection. People will speculate what you're doing in South Carolina. Do you live nearby? Is that why you're starting your tour in Columbia? They'll flip out trying to see what road you're coming in on and theorize whether or not it's significant. And from there, everyone wins. Your fans feel connected to you and discover things that you like that they may like. Win for them. Giving them a peek into your life makes them more loyal. Win for you. And the businesses you highlight get the hype they deserve. Win for Sugar Maple. Ash stares at the screen where we just watched the video. If we can protect your actual likeness, I'm not seeing the downside there at all. Hey, what about me? Sonny asks. Why is no one asking how I'll deal with it? Because you're the face of 4 different brands, Jane says. Because you've been on the cover of GQ twice, Millie says. Because you love attention, Lou says. I do not, Sonny protests. You guys already said it. It's about connecting with people. Let me be your street guy. We're not having a male prostitute, Ash says. That's a streetwalker, Ash, Parker says. You mean a man on the street, right, Sunshine? Yes, emphatically yes, Ash snickers. Then we're all agreed? Not about Sonny being a male streetwalker, but about partnering with famous friends to market the heck out of this town, no matter what the haters say. Everyone nods, but she looks at me. Rusty? Philip is a walk-in oil spill, and Teddy and Bill are looking for an easy payout, I say. You shouldn't spend a second trying to change the minds of people you wouldn't invite to Sunday brunch. Part of your genius is that you inspire people to rally around you, famous or not. And I think the way you'll use these collabs will only inspire more people. It's a yes from me. Ugh, fine. So I'm super brilliant, Ash says, but she's smiling. Everyone starts talking and brainstorming again, and when Jane throws a spreadsheet up on the screen, my vision swims. I glance up at the clock, and it reads 4:35 p.m. 25 more minutes. With all these late nights and early mornings lately, I've tapped out my ability to understand, especially when the other's devices don't have the same accommodations as mine. I rub my eyes, and when I look up, Ash has a V between her brows. Guys, why don't we circle back to this tomorrow? She says. Yeah, sure, Jane says. It's not like Ash to stop in the middle of something, especially when there's so much to do. Good idea. I'll go check a few emails and then close down my office. Me too, Parker says. I'm closing my own laptop when Duke pops into the conference room. Knock, knock, he says. He and Lottie are both wearing red, yellow, and black Carolina coral snakes uniforms, and Lottie's is complete with eye black. Mama! She runs and launches herself into Millie's arms, and Millie peppers her with kisses. Baby girl, are you ready to crush the other guys? Lottie shakes her head. No, they don't keep score, she grumbles. Then she sees me, and she ducks her head and twirls her dark brown hair under her hat. Hi, Uncle Rusty. Hi, Pumpkin. I smile. Lottie has a long-standing crush on me. It's hard to believe I'm such a bad guy when a little girl like her can love me so much. Millie starts to put her laptop and notes away. Ash, are you coming to see Rusty in his assistant coach uniform? Ash gives me a look of surprise, though I'm not sure why. Tonight's only the second game of the season, and I didn't tell her I'm the assistant coach. But this is the kind of thing she's come to expect from me. The good guy who helps coach his goddaughter's t-ball team. So why does she look intrigued? Why don't we all go to the game? Lou suggests. At least a couple of people from the Chamber of Commerce will be there. Why not win their hearts and their votes? Everyone is on board with the idea, and Ash nods. Good idea. Besides, I have a boyfriend to support. We all gather our things, and I stifle a yawn. Ash follows me out to my truck. I'm parked on the street instead of in the alley out back, where the Janes and the other shop owners and employees on this side of Maple typically park. Thanks for what you did in there, Ash says. For letting me figure it out instead of telling me what to do. I've seen you in action enough to trust your process. I wouldn't have gotten there without you. Sure you would have. I asked a simple question. No, you asked and listened. And because you listened, I was able to hear where my thought process was falling short, she says. I don't know what to say, so I smile. She doesn't. We're standing on the sidewalk in front of my truck, and she has her arms folded as she looks me over. You've been up since before sunrise, and you went to bed late last night. You trained an employee on the farm today and worked with Jane and Co. Yet, instead of going home to relax and go to sleep, you're going to coach a t-ball game for someone else's kid. I shrug. It's what you do in a small town. No, it's what you do, not everyone. She looks at me through her blue cat eyeglasses, the same exact shade as the stripe in her hair. You probably rescued a pack of raccoons on the way to work this morning. I laugh. No, rescuing Prairie was enough for me. Rusty Fielding, she says. What else don't I know about you? Don't hold back. You want to find out? She runs a finger over the side of her mouth. The way you turn that charm on is seriously disarming. She walks over to the passenger side of the truck and climbs in before I can get the door for her. What are you doing? I ask when I open my own door. Finding out.
Chapter 14. Ash. At the ball field, I'm glad we have a crowd because it lets me flirt shamelessly with Rusty and watch him duck his head. I love how he ducks his head. I also love how he believes in me. I'm still glowing from his confidence that I'd figure out the right strategy back in the conference room. It was hot. Looking good, hotcakes, I call through the chain link fence between the stands and the dugout. I like a man in uniform. Rusty chuckles, holding his clipboard. Ava S., Noah, Larilla, you're on deck, he says to the 4- and 5-year-olds frantically bouncing around him. The little girls all blush at Rusty. Duke may be the famous one, but the girls on the Carolina Coral Snakes are all Team Rusty. Is it weird that I like that? So weird. Lottie, I say, and my friend's daughter comes over to the fence. But she's eyeing me like I murdered the Paw Patrol in front of her face. Kids usually love me. Lottie usually loves me. Why are you mean-mugging me, cutie? Ava D's mom told Ava S's mom that you're Rusty's girlfriend, but I love Rusty. I catch Rusty's eye, and he winces. Then he gestures to the other kids as if to say, sorry, coaching responsibilities. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't that be so bad if I were Rusty's girlfriend? I ask her. I'm not lying by asking a question, so my conscience is mostly fine. Fine adjacent. Yes, because you have another boyfriend, and Noah's mom said he came to Sugar Maple to win you back. You can't have two boyfriends. I have two boyfriends, Ava D says, putting her hand on her hip. Liam and Josiah. Josiah said he only wants to marry me, but he has to pretend to like you because you pull his hair at church if he doesn't, Lottie says. Fine, then I'll have to marry Liam. Yuck, a little boy I can only assume is Liam says. I never want to get married. Girls are gross. Put a cork in it, Liam, Ava D says. We're getting married.
Lottie, Rusty interrupts. You're on deck.
Rusty hands her a helmet, and she gives him a big hug. It's not fair, Uncle Rusty. Why do you have to love her? Rusty kneels down and puts the helmet carefully on Lottie's head.
For one thing, grown-ups have to love other grown-ups.
Lottie's lips turn downward in a deep frown.
But also, you can't choose who you fall in love with.
But why do you love her? My breath grows shallow and quiet, like I don't want to miss a syllable. But that's crazy, because this is a charade. It doesn't matter if... Shut up, Brain, he's talking.
I love her because she's smart and creative and views the world in a way that makes me view it differently. She's hilarious and keeps me on my toes. She always sees the best in other people, and she makes me want to be a better
That's boring, Ava D interrupts, and I have never wanted to shut a little kid up more. I like Liam because he's cute. Liam pulls his shirt over his face. I don't want to marry you.
I think Ash is the most beautiful woman in the world,
Rusty says to Ava.
Sometimes I lose my words when she comes into a room, because there's no space left in my head for anything except thoughts of her.
His eyes meet mine for only an instant, and I burst into flames. Actual flames.
Is that better, Ava?
Rusty says. Ava D nods. Lottie is pouting, but it's her turn on deck, so Rusty escorts her out.
Lottie, the boy who marries you one day will be the luckiest boy in the world,
Rusty says as they walk. I don't hear the rest of what he tells her, but I watch their every step with a pang in my heart. Rusty said you can't choose who you fall in love with. I would do anything to change that. Rusty has game I didn't know existed. But instead of making me wish he was this guy all of the time, I can't stop wondering which version is the real Rusty. And why does it bother me to have to give up either when this is all over? When Lottie steps up to the tee, she misses on the first swing, the force of her bat causing her to make a full spin in the dirt. Duke stands next to his daughter, giving her gentle guidance, and Millie and all our friends cheer in the stands. On her next swing, she hits a grounder that rolls all the way to the outfield. Every single kid on the opposing team chases after the ball, with kids falling all over each other to try to get it. When one kid emerges with the ball, another kid on his team rips it from his hands before a third child tries to grab it. The coaches run out to try to break up the melee, while Lottie runs the bases and scores a home run. In the end, she's forced to go back to first. This league really doesn't let them crush the competition. But when she comes back to the dugout and Josiah tells her it was a good hit, she smiles at me. I think Lottie and I will be okay. In the stands, the moms flock around me. Are you and Rusty actually dating? Ava D's mom asks. I've been trying to get that man to notice me since my divorce, Noah's mom says. How did you do it? And is your ex really here to get you back? Ava D's mom asks. Is it getting hotter out? The sun really needs to set already. Hey, did y'all hear that Jake Rogers asked Lucy Jane out on her socials? Millie says. Jake Rogers is one of the best baseball players in the country. Millie's talking to our friends, but Ava D and Noah's moms both turn to look at her. Lou's eyes tighten just shy of a glare. Yes, I say, biting back a smile. But did you see that Connor Nash then commented on Cam's post and said he was throwing his name in the ring and asked her out too? I would kill to get tickets to their concert, Noah's mom says. Lucy Jane's Southern States tour starts at the end of summer and will go for months, ending in a concert with Connor Nash at Memphis's famous Hot Strings Hall. Can you imagine what Lucy Jane's life must be like? I say in a dreamy way, resting my head on Lou's shoulder. I'm not even sure she's a real person, Lou says, and I choke on a laugh. Of course she's a real person, Ava D's mom says, like she thinks Lou is taking crazy pills. You know, my cousin says she went to college with her. We each still. Really? I ask. Where did your cousin go to school? NC State. We breathe a collective sigh of relief because Lou attended the University of Chicago. It's where we all met. I'm not sure why Lou insists on keeping up the disguise, given that she'll be outing herself when her tour finally starts. She kept her face off the cover of her album, so each single she releases keeps fueling the fire of speculation. She's only ever shown her profile on her YouTube channel, and she strategically lets her long blonde hair obscure her face. You never get more than a glimpse of her nose in her videos. She uses lighting to make her pale blonde hair seem like it's a different shade than it really is, too. It's clever, but I wonder how she's going to handle it when the cloak and dagger finally comes to an end. I love her new song, Noah's mom says. It's so angsty. The title is lame, Jane says from the other side of Millie. The title is awesome, Lou says. Strawberry Fields for Never? Jane asks, her eyes twinkling. Really? Lou is in full legal mode now. Yes, really. It's a fabulous title. It immediately evokes the enemies to lovers vibe of the song. Lucy Jane is a tortured poet, Jane says. You're just jealous, Lou says. Jealous of what? That she's a natural blonde. Jane gasps and grabs her own naturally blonde hair that gets a bit mousy in the winter and is no stranger to sun-in. How dare you? Millie, Parker, and I are laughing too hard for any of this to make sense to anyone outside of us. But the good news is that Noah and Ava D's moms have turned away and are caught up in their own conversation, probably about how bizarre we are. The t-ball game continues in all its delightfully unathletic glory. Lottie is the only kid on the field who seems to take it seriously, much to her own dismay. She keeps trying to steal bases, which isn't allowed, and it hurts her feelings when the adults in the stands laugh at the kid shenanigans, like when her teammate is chasing a butterfly instead of the ball, or when another teammate has a dirt fight with the first baseman when he should be running to second. Our dugout is on the third base side of the field, but at some point over the last few minutes, someone on the first base side has started laughing at the kids a little too loudly. It's not the sweet kind of laughter from the other parents either. It doesn't sound like this guy is laughing because the kids are cute. It sounds like he's laughing at them. Millie looks like she wants to tear the guy apart, but she and Duke can't risk getting upset at a little league dad. The media devours any story about them being protective and twists it into them being unhinged, like they do with anyone. Duke pulls Lottie aside when she gets upset. The other kids don't notice, whereas a handful of the parents are getting annoyed. So is Rusty. The set of his jaw tells me how frustrated he is, but it's the flexing of his hand that's new to me. I debate going to tell the guy off. His laugh is so grating and obnoxious, but Rusty's hand flex distracts me. If Pride and Prejudice has taught me anything, it's the significance of a hand flex. A couple of parents are in the dugout and helping on the field, so I don't feel bad sneaking into the dugout to check on Rusty. Hey, you okay?
Of course, he says. Why wouldn't I be?
All around us, little kids are taking drinks from their water bottles and grabbing their gloves to head out to the field. He holds his clipboard against his side as he directs the kids to their positions. When they're on the field, he keeps his gaze on the kids. The parent volunteers head out to the field too, leaving the two of us alone in the dugout. You seem upset at that hyena of a dad on the other team, I say. Are you sure you're okay? Rusty's nostrils flare.
I don't like bullies.
This feels like a confession, not a statement of fact. I wait, letting the silence stretch.
Arlo was a bully.
Emotion lodges in my throat. Rusty doesn't talk about his parents a lot. I'm sickened that I had no idea. I haven't mentioned my bio dad to Rusty, but that's because he's a Facebook friend and nothing more. Rusty's dad lives in Sugar Maple. His parents work at Tripp's farm doing the fruit stands like Rusty. Arlo is a permanent fixture in Rusty's life. And he's a bully? I'm almost berserk with anger. Flames must be coming out of my ears because Rusty glances at me and his face softens.
Hey, it's not a big deal,
He says, stroking my cheek with his thumb. It's a huge deal, Rusty. I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I slip beneath the arm holding his clipboard and wrap my arms around his waist. The jerky dad on the other team starts laughing again when our players fall all over themselves to get the ball. Can I go beat that guy up?
No, I got this.
He kisses my temple before letting go of me and striding out of the dugout and around the back of the bleachers. I rush out to follow Rusty, and I catch up with him right when he rounds the bleachers to find the Little League dad. Except, it's not a dad at all. It's Philip.
Chapter 15. Rusty. How is this guy everywhere I don't want him to be? I'm trying harder than ever to be the kind of guy I want to be, and this golden hammer keeps popping up to try to derail me. I can't let him, especially not with Ash watching me. If Philip Dumfries being here isn't bad enough, he's recording the game, probably live streaming it. To make matters worse, he's with Teddy and Bill. Philip, I say with a nod. Bill, Mayor. Teddy flinches like I lunged at him, and guilt nips at me in small, painful bites. How can I feel bad for intimidating Teddy and feel a desire to pummel Philip at the same time? Rusty, how's my ex? Philip asks like she's leftovers. I'm really good, Ash says. Curious what 3 grown men without children are doing at a t-ball game, though. It's a community event, Teddy says. And I'm the mayor. There are 3 more games happening in this complex alone, and the high school teams are playing in a tournament in Mullet Ridge, I say. If I didn't know better, I'd think y'all are spying on us. What would we need to spy for? Bill huffs. You tell me, I say. Why are you here? Philip asks like he's the one suspicious. My friend asked me to be the assistant coach for his daughter's team. Because a t-ball team needs an NFL player and a collegiate athlete coaching? Bill snickers. Although, you never got much playing time at Clemson, did you? More than you did, I say. I tried out for the football team, but didn't make it. I played 2 years on Clemson's baseball team, though. Do you not think children deserve qualified teachers and coaches? I turned to Teddy. Is that the platform you're running on next term, Mayor? Teddy's immediately flustered. That isn't. I don't have time for this. He stands and starts walking down the bleachers, turning around long enough for Bill to catch up. You coming? He asks Philip. I'll stay in to catch up with my ex and her new boyfriend. See you tomorrow, Philip says. He keeps that creepy, calm stare. I played lacrosse at Cornell, although it's more of an Ivy League sport, so you probably don't know what it is. The number of ways I could punch this guy's face. Lacrosse, I say like I'm racking my brain. That's hockey on grass, ain't it? You're thinking field hockey, he says, and I chuckle like I'm just too backwoods to know better. Philip's mouth twitches up. I played a little hockey growing up too, though. Really? He looks like a Wall Street gym bro and not like someone who could survive getting checked against the boards. And because I'm a petty, petty man, I say, You should come to the Double H game this weekend in Mullet Ridge. Double H? I've never heard of it. It's a local league. They're big on audience interaction and even let fans play sometimes if you sign a waiver. You can play one or both halves. Philip scoffs. Halves? Hockey has 3 periods, not quarters and halves. You Southerners think everything is like football. Guilty, I say. Still, you should come. I think you'd enjoy watching us Southerners butcher hockey. Philip snorts. Ash and I are going. Aren't we gorgeous? Even though we've never talked about going to a hockey game, hockey season is over, and Ash has undoubtedly never heard of Double H hockey. She nods. Can't wait, hotcakes. I always thought you were a waffles girl, Philip says. Ash laughs, and I feel a stab of jealousy until I see how cold her eyes are. You have to be the only guy I ever dated who wished I'd still been running an abs page. That's better. I'd have been your shining star. Philip gestures to his body. You know, I seem to remember you sending me a few dozen gym selfies with that exact caption. It's one thing for a 19-year-old to want in on it. You're like 33 and still talking about it? Not a good look, dude. I can't help snorting. Ash's psychology of social media class project was big enough that I knew people who were sending their pictures to her abs page. I'll be the first to admit, in my head, that I want Ash to be curious about my abs. She seemed interested for a minute the other day, but she stopped so abruptly, I was almost hurt. I've watched her fawn all over my friends and heard her wax on about how many pats of butter their tummy waffles deserve. Apart from that brief moment in time, she hasn't done that with me. I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me. Rusty! Duke calls from the field, hitching his thumb behind him. Looks like I'm needed on the field. I turn back to Philip. Listen, the kids can be funny to watch, but you should know that your laughter sounds like you're mocking them. You're here to sell people on your vision, but if you want to get people's buy-in, you should enjoy the game with the kids, not at their expense. Thanks for the feedback, Philip says. I don't know if he means it or not. I can't imagine he does. But I said what I needed to say, and I didn't ram my fist into his teeth. Ash walks with me around to the bleachers, twining her fingers in mine. The tension in my hand eases at her touch, and the muscles in my body similarly relax. Well, all the muscles except my heart, which is thumping loud enough to be heard over the cheers of the parents. We're on a main walkway, and Ash stops me before I go back to the dugout. She puts her arms around my neck, and I put my hands on her waist, and it's like a flood of overstimulation to my brain. I'm touching Ash's waist. Even through her blouse, the softness to her makes my chest ache. I've worked around strong women my whole life. Impressive as an ultra-toned woman is, there's something to Ash's softness that undoes me. Who am I kidding? Everything about this woman undoes me. You were amazing, she says softly. What do you mean? I want this to be the moment she realizes she loves me. The moment the switch flips in her brain and she sees how perfect we are for each other. You dismantled Philip without saying an unkind word. You are the best person I've ever known. Guilt lodges in my throat. That's what this look is? She's not looking at me in adoration. She's impressed that I put her crappy ex in his place without being a jerk about it. This look isn't about me at all. It's about him. To make matters worse, she's calling me the best person when I had to control myself the whole time. All I wanted to do was disassemble the guy with my bare hands, not my words. I gotta go back to the field. Ash kisses my nose. Okay, go get him, coach. My smile feels wooden, but I hope she can't see it. It's not her fault I carry a torch for her that will never burn out. After the game, we say goodbye to our friends in the parking lot and climb into my truck. I open Ash's door for her. Where to now? She asks. More time with Ash? I assumed I was taking her back to her vehicle, but I'm not going to tell her that. Lou and Millie told me to show her more of the real me. Are you hungry? Starving. Even after your 4 bags of cotton candy? I ask. She swings her legs in and buckles while I stand at the door. Is that even a question? I grin, close her door, and walk around to the truck. I shoot off a quick text to Patty before I get in. We have to pass Maple Street to get to our destination, and Ash watches us pass the diner in confusion. I thought you said we're eating. We are, I say. I had something else in mind, if you're open. I'm open, she says, rubbing her hands together. Are we going to your place? No, another restaurant, if that's okay. Of course, although I was hoping to see Pookie and, your actual house. I bring my dog with me to the farm sometimes, so Ash has seen her plenty of times, but she's never seemed to care about going to my place. I bought it 8 months ago and have been renovating it that whole time. I love it, but it's a space that no woman has ever stepped foot in. The idea of Ash entering my gray world and splashing color everywhere tugs at my heart. You can come see Prairie anytime you want, I say. Prairie doesn't fit her at all. She's a farm dog. I'm not changing her name to Pookie. She's not a farm dog, and you saved her from a ditch. You don't know what her name was before that. She didn't have a name. She was abandoned as a puppy. I bet her mom would have called her Pookie. Her mom was a dog. Exactly. She would know. I don't think dogs name their pups. But if they did, hers absolutely would have named her Pookie. I smile and shake my head. As you wish. Okay, Wesley. Okay, Buttercup. Ash looks at me. Hello. Did we just give each other new nicknames? I think we did. Princess Bride nicknames too, Ash says. Wow, we're really good at this. We really are. Buttercup is kind of a brat, though. Imagine that, I tease. Ash pinches my cheek. You're a brat. If you say so. Crap, she says. That was a total Wesley thing to say. What can I say? Wesley's the man. So, you're this total man of mystery stud who's secretly rich, secretly good at everything, and would go to any lengths for the woman he loves. And I'm gorgeous. Her laugh is like a bell. It's all making sense now. She's also brave, caring, and bold. She stands up for what's right, even if it'll get her killed. Not a bad comparison. She nods and settles back into her seat. Okay, all right. I'm down with Buttercup. Also, a cup of butter goes great with hotcakes, I say, and Ash laughs again. Waffles too, or so I'm told, she says. She pats my abs, something she's done before, but this time her hand lingers for only an instant. Her thumb moves, stroking one individual muscle, and the sensation sends a shock wave through me. Her hand pulls back fast. Sorry, I think I got a shock. It's too humid for a shock. Is she? Is she attracted to me? The very possibility is a vice squeezing my lungs with hope so acute, it's painful. It's 7 p.m., and the parking lot is already full as we approach Donegal's. Wait, Donegal's? She says as we pull into the packed bar. Patty's bar? Am I finally meeting your other girlfriend? I want that catch in her voice to be jealousy more than anything. Come on, gorgeous. Let's go.
Chapter 16. Ash. Rusty grabs my hand as we leave the truck. I'm an affectionate person by nature, and we're fake dating, so him offering and me accepting are both understandable. And that's precisely why I refuse to think twice about how much I like the feel of his hand in mine. I like holding hands. It's not a big deal. Heck, this isn't even the first time we've held hands since we started fake dating, so it definitely doesn't stand out to me differently or anything. And this hand of mine definitely doesn't tingle with the memory of his abs. That would be absurd. Nonsensical. Totally, completely understandable. I mean, the definition was out of control. I could feel it in my thumb, for Pete's sake. And it's not like thumbs have the same level of sensation as an index finger. I only felt half of them, too. Half of his abs. I assume it's half at any rate. The 6-pack versus 8-pack debate comes down to genetics, not how ripped a guy is. Some guys have 6, and they make those look every bit as delicious as 8. Unless they also have obliques, you know, those side muscles that cut right around their hips. I love obliques. Obliques make every torso better. My friends are convinced Rusty has the abs of every woman's dreams, and until the last few days, I've not given them much thought. As much as you'd think otherwise, I like a good mind much more than I care about a good body. A sense of humor is 1,000,000 times more important than a 6-pack. Unfortunately, the other reason I've not thought about Rusty's physique is that I've spent the majority of my adolescent and adult life being attracted to guys who suck at life. Does Patty have a thing for guys who suck at life? Or is she one of the lucky few who's attracted to the kind of guy who would rescue a dog from a ditch? Is she one of the smart ones who's avoided self-absorbed losers all her life in favor of men who would willingly help elderly people clean their gutters? If she has eyes, she's probably had a crush on Rusty for years. Has she held his hand? Has she kissed him? I adjust my shirt, which is suddenly all kinds of uncomfortable. Stupid humidity. I've only been aware of this mystery woman for a few days, yet she's important enough that Rusty would take me to her bar. And why hasn't Rusty talked about her before? I don't know how I feel about it, but this shirt is driving me crazy. I'm learning all sorts of things about Rusty since Philip came into town. I thought I knew him as well as I knew all my closest friends. But if I'm learning this much new stuff after a year, do I really know that much about him? And why does that possibility fascinate me so darn much? I'm attracted to jerks, not mysteries. I'm intrigued by mysteries. Rusty isn't a mystery, I tell myself. He's a multifaceted human being who has given you a noogie. Stop romanticizing everything. Although, it's at least a little bit hard not to romanticize a guy who calls me gorgeous. Wait, does he call Patty gorgeous? Rusty takes us around the back, much to my surprise, and we enter through a door that says staff. He holds the door for me. Do you moonlight as a cook? I ask.
No, he sunrises as one.
A good-looking but scruffy guy in his mid-30s says. He's wearing a white apron over a white t-shirt and jeans and stands near an industrial oven. A couple of kitchen workers, sous chefs? I don't know the term, busy themselves with chopping and mashing things. Sunrises? What do you mean?
He likes to come before we open and help bake the bread for the day. Not just the bread,
Rusty says.
That's true. He makes a solid corned beef hash.
I look at my handsome blonde friend with the kind, smoldering hazel eyes. You didn't tell me you had another job, I say.
The unkempt cook snorts. Like he needs another job. Like I'd let you pay me, Rusty says. I shake my head hard enough that my streak of blue curls sticks to my lip gloss. There's a level of subtext to this conversation I can't follow. Mind filling me in on what you're talking about, boys? The cook wipes his hand on his white apron and holds it out to me. Sorry, forgot my manners. I'm Patrick. Patrick? I look at Rusty and then grab his shoulders and shake him. Seriously, hotcakes? This is Patty? I laugh, and the tension lodged in my throat escapes like a bubble. This is amazing! Patrick's dark, thick eyebrow quirks up. Why is that? Because you're not a woman! No, he gives Rusty a flat look, and only my closest friends call me Patty. Thanks for letting us come when you have a full house, Rusty says. If you're willing to help until the dinner rush ends, you're welcome to eat whatever you make. Now get to work. I have never seen Rusty like this. When he's doing graphic design for Jane & Co., we're constantly bouncing ideas off each other. He's excellent, but our work is so intertwined that we complement each other. I love working with him like that, but it's nothing new. It's how I work with all my friends. Rusty is a boss in the kitchen. I can use a slow cooker. He can use everything. I don't know how long he's been sunrising with Patty, but he can slice and dice, flip and fry. He and Patty work together seamlessly. I sit on a counter across from them, biting my lip. My meds are wearing off, and this is always the hardest part of the day. I typically either get a huge burst of energy and go ultra productive until I drop, or I become a moody, frustrated zombie. I don't want either. You okay? Rusty asks as he shreds corned beef for a recipe. Yeah, my meds are wearing off, so I'm just having a little crash. Nothing to worry about. What usually helps when you crash? Well, Millie told me that exercising over the crash will give me a dopamine hit to counteract it. But I think exercise is boring. What do you want to do? This conversation is reason 7,000 why I wish I could fall in love with Rusty. Philip thought my ADHD was a joke. He made me feel like I was difficult, like he was so noble for dating someone neurodivergent. Rusty makes me feel accepted with it. It's a part of me, so he accepts it right along with my curly hair and blue eyes. It just is. It's strange that I keep comparing them, isn't it? It is. It's strange. Rusty and I are fake dating, not real dating. It's all for show, Ashley Jane. You don't need to keep reminding yourself why you're so lucky to have a boyfriend who loves you for who you are while simultaneously inspiring you to become better. It's fake. Is that why I'm so in my head? I don't know how to act or what to think. I don't know what's him being him or him being my faux boyfriend. I don't know what I want that answer to be. Ash? Rusty asks softly. His voice pulls my gaze toward him. I don't know what to do. Well, you can't sit there looking that gorgeous, he says. It's distracting. I smile. What a deliciously flirty thing to say. He smiles back, and his hair flops in front of his face. I hop down from the counter, find his hat, and put it on his head backwards. His smooth, sleek hair tickles my fingers. Is that better? He meets my eye and then returns his attention to the food. It is. Thanks. Can I help? I think Patty will kick us out if you don't. Want a great cheese for the Reuben quesadillas? Would that help? He gives me a quizzical look. Yeah, of course. Why? I can't explain my question. I can't put my finger on why I feel self-conscious for the first time ever with Rusty. But I do. I don't want to get in the way. Rusty stops what he's doing and looks me in the eye. You could never be in the way. I don't want to mess you guys up. If you make a mistake, we'll fix it or throw it out. It doesn't matter. It kind of matters, Patty says, but I'm pretty sure he's kidding. Ash, you don't have to do anything, but I promise the food tastes better after you've worked up an appetite. It's the same with flirting and kissing, Patty says. All that flirting works up the appetite for more. Patty's words spike the temperature in the kitchen 100 degrees. He may as well have thrown me in the fryer along with the cheese curds, which is dumb because Rusty and I have already kissed.
And besides, we're not dating and it wasn't a real kiss. And we're not even actually flirting. It just feels that way. He gives you noogies. Yeah, and he also said he regrets it. This is all because we have an audience. Nothing else. And Patty only said what he said because he's part of that audience. He thinks we're dating. And that means I need to react accordingly. Yep, it sure is, I say lamely. It's been too long for me to even respond to his comment. Just like kissing, huh, hotcakes? Rusty says, his eyes flitting to mine only briefly, because he's very much in the middle of frying very hot things, and because my response is so late and so unnecessary. But I'm committed to the bit now. I have to be. Oh, I was just thinking about how Patrick said that flirting works up the appetite for kissing. Doesn't it, babe? And then, in the most awkward move possible, I grab his face and plant a kiss on his lips. Or at least, that's what I try to do. My nose ends up crashing into his, and his face smushes my glasses. They push painfully into the bridge of my nose. Ow! I hiss. Oof, Rusty mutters.
Ouch,
Patty says.
that was painful to watch. Maybe you two should stick with flirting.
Rusty laughs and adjusts my glasses.
Better?
He asks. Want to revisit that whole "you could never be in the way" comment?
Yeah, I take it all back. You're a liability.
He kisses the tip of my nose.
But I like it.
He took the most awkward, forced kiss in the world and turned it into something sweet, something endearing, something sexy. How is he so good at this? Rusty's friend Sean comes in from the bar, and it hits me how much he and Patty look alike.
We've hit a lull, Sean says. Probably a good time for a break.
Patrick nods.
Y'all are off the clock,
He tells Rusty.
Enjoy your dinner.
Thanks, man, Rusty says. Patty nods, and Rusty fixes us a couple of plates. It was great to meet you, Patty, I say, plate in hand.
It's Patrick.
Is it, though? I ask.
Good to meet you too, Ash.
I grin. Thanks, Patty.
Get out of here before I regret letting you two come. You playing tonight?
Rusty asks before we leave.
Russ, don't make me throw you out.
Patty points to the door, and we exit through it a moment later. The bar is hopping, but Rusty winds us past the crowded tables and leads us toward a set of double doors where a bouncer is stationed. Rusty nods at the guy, who nods back and lets Rusty through. I recognize that bouncer.
That's Walt. You've probably seen him on patrol. He's a cop who works security here for extra cash when he's off duty. His wife is expecting their first baby.
And let me guess, you helped him set up his nursery? He laughs.
No, Walt built the crib all by himself.
The lounge is empty except for a couple of musicians setting up on a stage. I'm not much of a bar kind of girl. My meds and alcohol do not mix well. So I've never been here before. But I've heard they get good live shows. We sit down at a table in the back, and we're both hungry enough that we dig into our food. I take a huge bite of my Reuben quesadilla and moan. Okay, you're right, I say, leaning over my plate, where extra food from my quesadilla plops. This tastes even better after working up an appetite.
Don't I know it?
Rusty tucks into his food, unaware of the fact that I'm watching his every move. He takes a decent-sized bite, not too big and not too small, and he eats it politely but unselfconsciously. He also has weirdly good posture. He's bent over his plate a little, like any sane person eating messy bar food, but he's not hunched like Gollum eating potatoes and petting his precious the way I am. My curls fall in front of my face, and I have to use my arm, the one not covered in quesadilla drippings, to push them out of the way. Rusty smiles at me and tucks my curls behind my ears. Thanks, farm boy. He smiles and takes another bite. The way his jaw flexes with each movement entrances me. You're an attractive eater. He chokes.
What?
He coughs and takes a drink of his ice water.
Sorry, what?
I mean it. You're an attractive eater. You eat like a man, but without being piggish. Rusty laughs, covering his mouth with the back of his hand.
I don't know what that means.
I make everything look like one of those old-school burger commercials we watched in marketing classes. Did you watch those? The ones where the girl takes a bite and the burger is so juicy it's falling apart all over her? You look like a cologne commercial, and I'm all disgusting. Rusty laughs behind his hand again.
A cologne commercial? Am I playing a guitar solo to a wolf in the middle of a desert?
It's my turn to laugh. He swallows and drops his hand so I can see just how big the smile he's trying to hide is.
You know, those burger commercials worked because guys liked seeing hot girls attack a burger like that.
I'm not hot.
You're hot.
I roll my eyes and take a bite of my quesadilla. Russian dressing squishes onto my chin. With my mouth full, I say, "Not hot." Rusty looks like he's trying not to laugh as he reaches across the table and wipes my chin with his napkin.
Hot.
I snort and then choke a little and cough and then snort again and try to swallow, but I start laughing and bits of food fly out of my mouth and then a little bit of food goes up my nose and I start laughing even harder. Rusty comes around the table and pats my back. I want to make a joke about him doing the Heimlich, but I have to grab my water and try to drink through the coughing and laughing. Tears stream down my face from laughing as Rusty pats my back again. I look up at him, sure I've leaked and dribbled through my waterproof mascara and lip stain. Rusty raises his eyebrows like he's so wildly attracted to me, he can barely stand it.
Hot.
I laugh, and he takes the seat next to me. I lean back in my chair, kick off my sandals, and put my feet on his lap. He rests one hand on my ankles, and the other starts playing This Little Piggy Went to Market with my toes. I smile and watch him. His hand stops on my pinky toe. My nails are painted the same electric blue as my glasses and my stripe. It's a thing. Maybe it's a stupid thing, but I like it. I like the coordinating. It's like a colorful pop of order in the wildness that is Ash.
I like the blue a lot,
he says, almost as if sensing my thoughts.
I like all the colors you choose, but this one's my favorite.
Why? I had olive green a couple of months ago, and it was much more subtle than I usually go for. I figured any man with eyes would prefer something more muted. Females think my style is bold. They tell me how jealous they are that I can get away with dyeing my hair such a fun shade. They tell me how their boyfriend or husband would never let them wear anything like that. I think they're all full of it, but the sentiment is a constant reminder that men don't like this kind of thing. Philip hated it. At first, it was just hints that he'd love to see my hair all match, and that he thought my natural hair color was so much prettier than anything a hairdresser could give me. Then it moved on to how immature and unprofessional I looked. Yet Rusty's here telling me he likes it?
It makes the blue of your eyes even more intense.
How could this man be any more perfect? You want me to be more intense? I laugh. Me? Rusty, come on.
More of you is always a good thing,
he says. And then, because he really is the most perfect man ever to be created, he starts massaging my feet. He presses his thumbs into my arch, and my eyes flutter closed as I hold back a groan of delight. Your future wife is going to be the luckiest woman in the world.
I'm not worried about making anyone happy but you,
he says. Why my heart stutters at that, I have no idea. Chapter 17. Ash. So you and Rusty went on a date? Lou asks a couple days later. We're driving from our place to Jane & Co., and while we should be talking about her having flown out to Nashville to find the guitarist for her tour, she can't get past Rusty taking me to a bar to cook and then eat. It wasn't a date. And if it was fake, I say. Fake for who? For everyone. He was playing his part. Some of the people at the bar were from Sugar Maple, so they can attest to us being together. Y'all are together enough that no one needs any convincing. I'd venture to guess most people have felt it was inevitable. Inevitable? When Harry met Sally, men and women who are best friends either fall in love or they part ways. There's no middle ground. I turn up the air conditioning. There's a middle ground. She looks at my hand on the dial. Uh-huh. It's hot. This isn't a sign that I'm squirming or something. Uh-huh, Lou repeats. I reach over and close one of her air vents. She opens it back up. We're pulling up to the stop sign on the corner of Poplar when we see Chick Hanks, with his shirt on, thankfully. I stop on the side of the road before we reach the intersection. What are you doing? Lou asks. Check out Chick Hanks, I say. He was shirtless and shoving a hose in gopher holes last time I saw him. I roll down the window. How's it going, Chick? I ask. He looks at me with wicked glee on his face.
I'm gonna get the little buggers.
Oh, great.
Heard about you and Rusty,
he says, fiddling with a little black remote in his hand.
You tell him to watch the harvest times on that okra.
I bought some on Saturday, and it was almost woody.
I'll pass it on along, sir, I say.
I hope you get the gophers. Oh, I'll get 'em all right.
He laughs at the small remote control. Do you ever try juicy fruit? Lou asks. My papa swears up and down that if you open a few packs of juicy fruit, they'll eat it and get all gummed up and won't return.
Juicy fruit?
Chick laughs coldly.
We're miles past juicy fruit, girl. I've tried gum, mothballs, traps, dumped jars of cayenne pepper, planted all these doggone castor oil plants. I flooded them out. Now we're trying sonic vibrations.
Chuck aims the remote control in his hand at a control panel, and I sit up high enough to notice DJ speakers all around his yard. Chick, I don't think those are sonic, I start. But then he presses play, and Lou and I slam our hands over our ears as a deafening noise explodes from the speakers. There's a huge popping sound, and then the music goes quiet. A handful of gophers rush out of a hole and scatter through the fence, but Chick is clutching his ears too hard to celebrate.
What in tarnation?
A neighbor runs out of his house, yelling,
My dang fuse blew out.
Chick's wife comes out next. Chick, why'd the power go out? And now more and more neighbors are coming out from farther down the street, and they're all descending on Chick Hanks, who's grabbing his ears. What's wrong with you? Why aren't you answering me? His wife yells.
I forgot to turn off my hearing aids, but I got 'em. Did you see their little legs running?
He cackles.
I got 'em.
I laugh while Lou holds her hand to her heart, chuckling as Chick rolls around, moaning and celebrating. Poor Chick, she says. I really love small towns. Speaking of which, how's your family doing? Oh, fine. Same as always. Mama's teaching singing lessons, and one of her students... That brat Olivia, I bet, I say. That's the one. Olivia tried to get into one of those American Idol knockoff shows and didn't make it past the second round, and her mom said it was because my mom isn't connected enough to the judges like she should be. Mama explained that she dated the lead judge, and if that's not connected enough for her, she's welcome to find a voice coach in the state who did. And she pointed out that fewer than 100 people in the country made it into the second round, and Olivia exceeded expectations for a 16-year-old. But Olivia's mom thought she should have made it further and called my mom a has-been and said all this stuff about how Olivia is the best student she ever taught. And Mama said she just stood there and smiled. Oh, man. I wish your mom could name-drop you so hard. She's Winona Williams. She doesn't need to name-drop me. I wish I could name-drop her. Lou's mom was a huge deal in the country world once upon a time, though she retired from music years ago. In my middle school PE class, we even learned the line dance to Heartbreak Hustle, one of her biggest songs. Lou didn't tell us who her mom was until junior year, after she'd already uploaded her first few viral hits. She's always been afraid of people thinking she got to where she is because of her mom. The crazy thing is that Lou's already a bigger deal than her mom ever was, thanks to social media. But it's hard to break out of the mindset that a big recording contract means legitimacy. The old school mentality of indie equaling amateur has yet to die on any platform, let alone music. You know, Lou says, Connor told me my mom was his first crush. He had posters of her all over his room as a kid. Connor? Lou straightens. She doesn't get red-faced like the rest of us do. She doesn't have a blushing gene. It must be all that lawyer training. Instead, when she's embarrassed or pretending to act nonchalant, she improves her posture. Connor Nash? Oh, Connor. No big deal or anything, I tease. You're just sending flirty texts like he's not a massively hot star. We're not sending flirty texts. You're right. You've obviously passed flirty and have reached the deep, soulful texts level if you told him who your mom is, I say. No, Lou says. We were talking about musical influences, and he mentioned my mom, and I had to pretend I was a fangirl too because obviously she influenced my style. Just a little, I say. I cannot believe you're texting Connor Nash. We're performing together at the end of my tour. It's a publicity stunt. You're both gorgeous, famous, and single. It's a meet-cute. Lou laughs and looks out the window, denying nothing. 10 years ago, Connor Nash was in a duo, Duncan and Nash, that recorded one of the best albums in the history of alt country. But the two split up right after, and Nash went on to release his next album solo. It went multi-platinum and won a ton of Grammys and CMT awards. Somehow it appealed to music snobs like Lou, everyday music fans, and girls like me, who like a little of everything. Meanwhile, Duncan went on a drunken bender and trashed a hotel room, crashed a sports car, and disappeared off the face of the earth. Good riddance to dead weight, frankly. But this isn't about Connor Nash. If Lou hasn't entrusted her secret to him yet, I won't worry about him. If I'm being honest, I think Lou's secrecy is over the top, but she's the one who grew up as the daughter of someone famous. I don't know how that shaped her, so I trust that she has a reason for it all. When we reach Jane & Co., Rusty's standing in the conference room with everyone's drink order from the diner, as well as breakfast burritos. My stomach growls seeing him. His hair is still wet from his shower, and his eyes are puffy. He doesn't have the gaunt look of being tired. He has the look of someone who finally slept in after days of not getting enough sleep, and your body doesn't know what to do about it, so you get weirdly puffy and feel more exhausted than if you were running on fumes. Or is that just my body? Either way, I know Rusty is tired. He's sacrificed his own priorities for mine again and again, and here he is, showing me that he's not planning to stop anytime soon, because he's holding a to-go cup and burrito out to me. Not anyone else. Me. You are an angel, do you know that? I bounce into the room, grab the tea and burrito, and kiss his cheek. Have I told you lately how much I love you? I ask, and then I stop. What did I just say? Did I tell Rusty I love him? Have I done that before? I'm still standing with my face next to his, my body nestled into that space between his arms where he was holding my breakfast out for me. You can tell me that any time you want, he says, and his voice drops so low I don't hear it with my ears, but rather feel it in my chest. I'm not sure another living soul could pick up what he's saying. He's using a frequency that vibrates only for me. I take a small breath, and that hint of eucalyptus and mint from his shampoo draws me the last few inches in. I stand on my tiptoes to smell him, and when I do, my nose bumps into his neck, and he moves his head toward mine. His hands close the space that he's kept this whole time, and they press me close against him. I keep my face in his neck, just below his ear, breathing more and more shallowly. You smell amazing, I say, but when I do, my lips brush against the skin of his neck, and his hands on my back shift so that he's clutching my blouse. Ash, what are you doing? He asks in that low, Ash-only frequency. I don't know, I whisper, my lips fully against his neck now. It's not a kiss, but it's sure as heck not one. His skin is so smooth, I can't think about what I want, but I also can't stop. Do I want to stop? Isn't this the moment someone's supposed to interrupt us? No, a voice says from the door. Rusty and I fly apart. The Janes are standing at the entrance to the conference room, watching us with amused expressions. By all means, keep going, Jane says. Don't let us stop you, Millie agrees, taking a sip of her Diet Coke. We can wait, Parker says. Heck, I'll grab some mistletoe if it helps, Lou says. It's May, Parker says. So? Lou asks. So why would you grab mistletoe? To help speed things along? You think going to the garage, opening up a box of mistletoe, and coming back all the way here with it would speed things along? And you think I was being literal? I'm not the poet here. No, you're really not, Lou teases. The four of them take a seat, filling in around Rusty and me. We take opposite ends of the conference table, which doesn't make sense because we typically sit together. And we're fake dating. Right, we're fake dating. I'm an affectionate person, and I'm getting carried away. Being all warm and touchy with Rusty comes as easy as smiling because we're already so close, and because I really love cuddling, and hugging, and kissing. And Rusty, it turns out, is good at faking all of these. Because we're faking! Because he gives me noogies. Yeah, that argument is as weak as it sounds even in my own head. All right, Jane says when she sits. Let's rebrand Sugar Maple. By the end of the week, we have 3 videos ready. Sunny, Duke, and Trip all show up to see our handiwork, so it's a full house when we press play in the conference room. A time-lapse video starts from the perspective of a car driving into Sugar Maple. The video slows just long enough to see the Sugar Maple exit, and the voiceover is Lou sounding all throaty and ethereal. POV. You're in South Carolina and want a day trip to a cute southern town off the beaten path. So you take the exit for Sugar Maple. The video speeds up and the car parks on Maple Street. The rest of it is an ode to if you give a mouse a cookie, with one craving leading to a fascination, leading to something new, and then leading to an adventure, all of which are unique to Sugar Maple. The video speeds up for movement and slows down to highlight attractions, like we planned. And Lou's voice is even better than I expected. She has her friend voice, her lawyer voice, and her Lucy Jane voice. They have subtle differences, but the Lucy Jane voice gives me chills. She ends the day in a cabin, Strawberry Fields, and her voiceover says, "Feel so content with your day that you never want to leave. So you find a place to stay that inspires you to write a song." And then the first chords of Strawberry Fields for Never start as it fades to black. The conference room erupts into applause. That was perfect.
Genius video, Ash. Genius. It's gonna be huge.
Their words lift me up. I can feel how good it is. We have 2 more, and then need to make another dozen, I say.
Let me take a couple,
Sunny says.
I'll take the what to do with kids video,
Duke says. The nagging self-doubt and fear of what Philip will say makes my ears go hot, but I push past it. I'm too grateful. Like Rusty said, I've developed deep friendships with people who care about the same things I care about. This is a win-win-win, and I helped make it possible. Thanks, guys, I say. I'll work on those over the weekend and see if we can post them ASAP. We're up against tradition, fear, and deep wallets offering a quick, easy payout rather than a slower, stronger legacy.
This is good, Ash,
Trip says.
I was worried I'd have to buy the town myself to keep them from turning Sugar Maple Diner into a Vox,
Trip says.
But you nailed it.
Ugh, Vox is the epitome of wannabe hipster chains. It's a tapas restaurant that Dumfries Holding puts in every town it takes over. The food is overpriced, the music is too loud, and even the lighting tries too hard. I hate it. I don't hate the kind words from Trip, though.
I don't know much about marketing, but my grandpa taught us a lot about sales when we were kids. Remember?
Trip asks Rusty and Duke.
That first summer at that fruit stand when we were 14, we were awful. We kept trying to push the wrong things on people. We wanted people to try the exotic stuff, and Tag kept redirecting us. What was it he said?
Rusty smiles, looking lost in thought.
He said selling isn't about pushing something on folks that they don't want. Good selling is about taking the time to understand someone's needs and finding the product that meets it.
I like the philosophy, but I'm not sure what it has to do with marketing Sugar Maple, I say.
That's what you did here,
Rusty says.
You made a video directed at people who want to fill a certain need, and you're showing them what Sugar Maple has that will fill it. It's awesome, Ash. Listen to your fake boyfriend,
Trip says.
He ain't wrong.
Rusty ducks his head, and his hair falls in front of his face. What I see isn't a smile on his face, but it's not a grimace, is it? What could he be grimacing about? Is he regretting our earlier whatever it was? Affection connection? Ew, that sounds like a mail-order bride service. Thanks, y'all. I beam. Now, should we hit post on this sucker? Yes! We pull up the Visit Sugar Maple account we created and prepare the post. After every person in the room has given her or his blessing, we make it a collaboration with Lucy Jane Official. And I hit post. Lou squeals and hugs me, while I tell my nerves and doubts to shut it. This campaign means a lot, and it's the first one I've ever taken lead on. But it's good. My brain may want to second-guess everything, but I can feel how good this campaign is in my bones. We review the next 2 videos and make a posting schedule, and then Rusty stands up at the opposite end of the table.
All right, y'all. Who's ready for some Double H hockey?
Chapter 18. Rusty. You gotta fill me in on this whole Double H hockey thing, Ash says when we pull up to the barn. I don't want to ruin the surprise. I'm from Colorado. I'm familiar with hockey. Not like this, you ain't. She pushes my shoulder. I love it when you say ain't. It feels like you do it on purpose to show that you're human. What do you mean? I am human. No, you're a secret ninja or superhero or something, she says, eyeing me. I grab my sweatshirt from the back and then come around to the cab to let her out. She hates waiting for me, but I insisted that I open the door for my girlfriend, fake or not. I hold my hand out to her, and she steps down, continuing her thought. In the last week, I've learned all these tantalizing pieces of information about you, and the mysteries just keep coming. She pats my duffel bag. Let me guess, you're secretly the captain of the hockey team? Not even close, although Sean is. Sean? Patty's brother? We played on a team in middle school together, in fact. He's 2 years older than me, but Mullet Ridge didn't have enough kids who wanted to play, so they were desperate. Ash shakes her head and her curls go everywhere, including my face. Wait. You played hockey? Only for a few years. I wasn't that good. He was decent, Tripp says, coming up from behind us with Jane. Way better than he was at basketball. I was better than you, I say, though it's not true. We're both fine at basketball, nothing to write home about, but Tripp's height gave him a huge advantage. We played on the high school team because small towns use every available athlete, and we were certainly athletic. But I preferred baseball and football. You were better than me at horse, maybe, Tripp says. It counts, I say. Ash is looking at me like she can't believe her ears. What else am I going to learn about you? Tripp and Jane are walking ahead, and I take Ash's hand. She has the cutest hands. Her fingers are short but slender, and her nails are painted for a change. They're not the electric blue of her hair and glasses, but a pale pink. With her hand in mine, I run my thumb over one of her glossy nails. I like the curious way she's looking at me. I like thinking of her wondering about me when she's trying to fall asleep. I like the feeling that, for the first time since we met, I'm living rent-free in her mind. It doesn't matter, I say. Of course it matters. I thought I knew everything about you. We talk constantly. We watch movies together and listen to audiobooks while we work and eat breakfast together all the time. What have we been talking about, if not this? Stuff that does matter, I say. We get in line behind our friends at the ticket counter. Sonny and Duke both draw small crowds, but the fans try to act cool. Debating if Wrath of Khan is the best Star Trek movie doesn't matter. I disagree, I say. The line isn't moving, so I tug on Ash's hand so she's facing me. The reasons you like what you like matter. Knowing how you think matters. I don't need to see your yearbook to know you. But you have seen my yearbook. Greg sent you a video about it. And where you've been informs who you are, Ash says. Then she closes her eyes. Sorry, I'm not trying to pout. I just feel like a bad friend. You know about my 7th grade science project, and I didn't know you played hockey for 3 years. Technically 4. I played until Sean graduated high school, and then I quit. She swats my chest, and I take that hand too. Our hands dangle between us. You know what I mean. You ask me questions constantly, and I word vomit everything about my life. Ash, I love that you're an open book. And I hate that I didn't realize that you're password protected. Password protected. I can't deny it, so I don't try. I should try, though, shouldn't I? I should at least explain that I've never purposefully kept things from her. Except that's not true. I've purposefully held back plenty. When you've been informs who you are. My dad has said something like that a time or two. A memory hits me like the back of a hand. Me standing in the bar on the day of my sister's funeral, chest heaving, hand bruised and broken. Arlo lying there with a broken, bloodied nose laughing. You think you're so much better than me, but you can't escape who you are. I turned out just like my daddy, and so will you. I drop my head, hoping Ash doesn't see the tightness in my eyes. I don't want to be password protected, I say. Not with you. Then start at the beginning, Ash says. I swallow hard. The beginning? Yes! I want a full accounting of everything, from T-ball through college. And if you leave out a single thing, I'll ask Mrs. Beatty. Sonny is at the counter and hands us some tickets, having bought them for everyone the way multimillionaires do. But he hands us waivers, too. Looks like there's some kind of participation option, Sonny says. If you sign the waiver, you can get onto the ice or something. Or something, I say. A voice from the ticket window next to ours cuts over our conversation. We can really get on the ice? Is this some kind of exhibition game? We all turn our heads to see Philip standing a few feet from us. He's pretending he doesn't know we're here, but there's no reason to speak so loudly in our direction when he should speak in the direction of the glass. Yep, the girl behind the counter says. You gotta sign the waiver. I played hockey for years, he says, signing the paper. Wow, someone who played hockey going to an ice rink. What will they think of next? The girl behind the ticket counter says. Our group snorts. Philip says something quietly to the woman beside him, and Ash's hands tighten in mine. Philip has brought a date. Is Ash jealous? Please tell me she's not jealous. Her face looks pained, though, and I can't imagine what else could cause her. He's only gonna be here for a couple of weeks, Lou says softly to Ash. He'll be gone before he can play head games with her. She'll barely have time to even wonder if he'll call her again. I want to shake myself for how petty I am. I was worried that Ash was jealous, but she's worried that Philip is going to do what he did to her to that girl. Maybe Philip flew some girl out for the weekend, but it's more likely that she's local, and the idea of Philip playing with her mind like he did Ash's eats at me. Sure, he may only be here for a couple of weeks, but if we lose the Chamber of Commerce accounts, he could be here for a lot longer. I wasn't planning to sign the waiver, but I do. Fast. I hand it up to Sonny. You're signing too, I tell him and Trip. Especially Trip. Duke waves his hands. Nope, my contract won't let me. Oh, poor baby Duke can't have fun like the rest of us, Sonny says. Since he voluntarily retired from the NFL after winning the Carolina Waves the Super Bowl, he's been relishing all the things he can now do, like snowboarding, rollerblading, and pickleball. The guy is obsessed with pickleball. And now Double H hockey. Sonny signs it fast, but Trip gives me a long look. Are you sure about this? Positive. Trip signs. All right, eh? Sonny says in a thick Canadian accent. Let's go play some hockey. Trip squeezes Sonny's shoulder. Don't get ahead of yourself, buddy. 15 minutes later, our friends are in our seats while Sonny, Trip, and I are in pads and uniforms on the bench along with 9 other guys. Turns out knowing everyone around here gives me some perks, because I managed to make sure the 3 of us are on the same team and Philip isn't. The arena is kept at a chilly 58 degrees, but here on the ice it's colder. The barn seats about 5,000 people, making it one of the smaller arenas in the East Coast Hockey League, but it always fills up. Mullet Ridge cares a lot about their sports, including ice football. Sonny shakes his head. Ice what? Ice football, our coach says. Do I have a concussion? Welcome to hillbilly hockey, I say. Sonny laughs. You're serious? Double H hockey means hillbilly hockey? You all know that's 3 H's, right? It's the name of the league, Double H, I say. There are 8 teams in the league so far, all throughout the South. They travel and everything. Then why do they allow fans to play? League rules. We can have up to 3 fans at a time substitute for our players, the coach says. It builds hype. And considering you, Trip, and Rusty all know how to play football better than Bubba, Bo, and Brick, I figured it was a safe move. Bubba, Bo, and Brick all laugh. Oh, those are your actual... Sonny stops himself. Okay, so we're playing football. On ice. Arena League football rules, I say, with 8 players from each team on the ice at a time. Plus a penalty box for fouls, Trip adds. Fouls? Sonny asks. Fights, Trip says. Sonny lifts his foot. In bowling shoes? I smile. In bowling shoes. Sonny's look of disbelief transforms into a massive grin. This might be the best thing I've ever heard. I'm going to have PJ record every second. Trust me, they got it covered, Trip says, nodding in the direction of our friends a half dozen rows up. Every single one of them is already recording us, including Lottie. She squeals when I look at her. Hi, Uncle Rusty. I wave and she blows me a kiss. Then she glares at Ash and I hide my laugh behind a fake cough. Ash looks at me with wide eyes. I guess Lottie hasn't forgiven her after all. The coach starts going over the plan for the game, but I keep my eyes on Ash. She is breathtaking. She pulled her hair into a bun, but a handful of curls have escaped. She's not wearing lipstick, but her lips are already a touch purple from the cold and with the tiniest hint of pink on her nose. The effect is wildly attractive. She forgot to bring something warm, so she's wearing my gray Clemson sweatshirt, curling up in it for warmth in a way that pinches my chest. She's wearing my sweatshirt, and it sets my brain on fire. If that sweatshirt had my name on it, whew. We keep looking at each other until Ash jumps up. She squeezes past our friends to get to the stairs, and then she runs down them to get to me. She's wearing my sweatshirt and a smile that could melt the ice, and those willful loose curls bounce around her blue glasses, and she's running to me. Fake or not, I could die a happy man. I step out of the bench and open the door into the stands. Duke filled us in on what this whole thing is about, and hotcakes, I have never been more excited to watch a football game. We agree to do whatever feels natural, right? I whisper. Her eyes jump to my lips, and the fire in my brain spreads to my whole body. Yes. I drop my helmet and pull her head toward me, our lips crashing into each other. Our kiss is a flash in a pan, quick and flaming hot. But I'm so lost in her mouth that when we break apart, it takes me a minute to get my bearings. Ash's lips are bright red and she's smiling. Holy hot lips, Batman. Where did you learn to kiss like that? I'm available for private lessons after the game, I say. Ash grabs the front of my jersey even as the coach tells me to hurry up. She's staring at my mouth with her teeth gritted playfully. I know this is fake, but I may take you up on that. I may let you. She licks the corner of her mouth and a guttural sound issues from my throat. Ashley Jane. Dude, you saying my name like that is next level hot. She kisses me hard and fast again and then lets go of my jersey. I fall back and fortunately, Trip catches me. Ash is already running back to her seat when Trip puts my helmet on my head. Let's go, lover boy. The teams line up in our end zones. Unlike in regular football, in ice football, hillbilly hockey, possession is determined by whichever team can run to center court first and get the ball. There's no question, I'm the fastest guy in this room. I ran a 4.4 40-yard dash in college. But this is ice, not grass, and I'm in bowling shoes. I have to beat Philip. The referee blows his whistle and we're off. We lose Trip instantly. I hear my giant of a friend curse, but I don't risk a glance behind me. Based on the laughter, I imagine he took a pretty big spill. Another few guys fall, and within 10 yards, it's just Sonny, me, and one other guy on our team. Philip's team has 5 men left, including Philip. Running on ice is like a funhouse version of running, less the fun. But this ain't my first time playing hillbilly hockey. I keep my knees bent and land on the balls of my feet, letting my heels barely kiss the ground before I lift again. I still feel off balance and like I could wipe out at any second, but that's hardly surprising. The cold air is exhilarating, and when I see Philip wobble, a sharp smile forms on my lips. With less than 10 yards to go, Philip is on his feet, but I drop to my knees, letting my momentum carry me across the ice. I scoop the football up, and the referee blows his whistle. Philip is still running at me, though clearly set on a collision course. I tuck my head and brace for impact. His knee pad smacks into my helmet, rattling my head around. He's fallen forward, so I shrug and he flips over me neatly, landing hard on his back. Oof, he says as the wind knocks out of him. The crowd oohs and laughs, and because I'm a gentleman, I get to my feet and offer Philip my hand. He slaps it away. I don't need help. I'm sure Ashley told you how good I am at getting things done. Honestly, she never mentioned you, I say. I don't think you meant as much to her as you think you did. His eyes glint with menace as he pushes himself to a stand. You should really be thanking me. Why would I thank you? Because I broke her in for you. Philip moves before I can punch him. And it's a good thing. Because as I watch him return to his side of the rink, it's with the most violent of intentions. I'm going to destroy him.
Chapter 19. Ash. The game starts with a trick play. The quarterback tosses the ball to Sonny, and everyone descends on him. But Sonny tosses it back to Rusty, who runs in small but confident steps on the ice and makes a fast break. He's about to cross into the end zone when Philip throws his body forward on the ice. He zooms into Rusty's legs, causing Rusty to tip forward as Philip grabs and trips him. They slide into the end zone together before Rusty falls. "Touchdown!" the announcer yells. But Philip doesn't care. They both get up to their knees, and Philip grabs Rusty and puts him in a headlock. "He can't do that!" I jump up, screaming.
"Course he can," a woman says from in front of me.
"This is Double H, sweetheart. The fights are the best part. Fight! Fight! Fight!" she starts yelling. And to my absolute shock, they do. Philip is trying to pull Rusty's jersey over his head, but Rusty goes limp and twists out of his grip. A moment later, he pops back up to his knees and smashes his fist into Philip's helmet, who falls backward on the ice. The referee slides over and breaks up the fight. I'm totally gobsmacked, but the rest of the arena is laughing and cheering, including all of my friends. All of them. The announcers, Dewey and Daryl, are laughing over the loudspeaker. "In true Double H tradition, we're starting the game with a good old-fashioned brawl," Dewey says. "Rusty Fielding with the Mullet Ridge Dirtbags has rung the starting bell of Philip Dumfries, playing for the Battle Creek Badgers." "You know," Daryl says, "I think this is the first time we've seen fan players start the opening brawl." He chuckles. "I'm guessing these two have a score to settle." Dewey gives a belly laugh. "Mark my words, it's about a girl." "I don't know," Daryl says. "Dumfries could have said he prefers Hellman's mayo to Duke's." "Ooh-hoo-hoo, them's fightin' words, all right." The ref blows his whistle and sends them both into the penalty box, because why not include a penalty box in an ice football game? And Rusty and Philip are both sent into it for 90 seconds. If I'd have known the only consequence for punching Philip in the face was a minute and a half in a penalty box, I'd have punched that alpha hole a long time ago, Jane says. My laugh is weak, because as much as thoughts of Philip have consumed too many hours of my life, I'm hardly thinking of him at all. Rusty punched someone. "That's ice football for you," Duke says, leaning forward so he can talk to me past Millie. "They only play during the hockey and football off-seasons. It's a way for the rinks in the area to keep making money and for the locals to get out of the heat. But it's all about the audience experience.
That's why they let fans play.
Some people want to relive their glory days. Others want to perform in front of a crowd. It lets them act out their childhood fantasies of beating someone up without doing real damage."
Says the guy who plays a violent sport for a living, Lou says.
"You talk a big game for someone who knows my stats better than a bookie," Duke says. Lou shrugs. She loves football. "They're all in hockey pads. They'll get banged up more falling on the ice than they will fighting."
"Rusty could have broken his hand on Philip's helmet," I say.
"Then he probably shouldn't punch someone wearing a helmet," Duke says. "Otherwise, these guys can't pick up enough speed to—"
Even as Duke says this, Tripp takes 2 steps and body slams a player. Tripp's feet slide out from under him, and he falls and spins on the ice several times. His opponent goes flying across the ice, smashes into the boards, and crumples.
"I stand corrected,"
Duke says. Lou laughs hysterically and zooms in. "This is my favorite sport. Forget the NFL. I'm all about football hockey."
"Ice football,"
Duke corrects. "Same difference." The Dirtbags are playing defense now, and the first few plays for the Badgers end with the quarterback falling on his butt. Finally, Rusty and Philip are allowed back in. I watch Rusty walk and slide back into place. A few moments later, the Badgers' center hikes the ball to the quarterback. He catches the ball this time while Rusty's team scrambles and falls all over the ice. The quarterback tosses the ball to Philip, who catches it. 2 of the Dirtbags try to tackle him, but they both miss and fall instead. Philip keeps the ball, taking tiny little steps to run. He looks like a toddler trying to escape a bathtub on tile. He slips and wobbles, but he manages to stay upright as he heads toward the end zone.
Unfortunately for Philip, Rusty is way more comfortable running on ice than anyone should be.
He plants his feet differently than the others, and he makes a lot more ground than Philip does. Philip is a few yards from scoring when Rusty comes at him at an angle. Rusty jumps into a slide and smashes Philip, causing a fumble, the announcer yells. Rusty jumps onto the ball and slides into the boards, but Philip gets onto his knees and crawls, which is even stupider looking on ice, to Rusty. Then he punches him in the back. Foul! I scream, jumping up and pointing. The ref slides over and pulls Philip off, putting him in the penalty box, this time for 2 minutes. With the change of possession, the dirtbags get the ball, and our quarterback throws it to Sonny. One of the defenders jumps to try to intercept it, but his feet slip apart when he lands, pulling his legs into the splits. Duke hisses in sympathy as we all laugh. Sonny catches the ball neatly. A defender chases him down and launches himself forward, but Sonny stiff-arms the guy, who falls to the ice. The motion pushes Sonny off balance, though, and as he hurtles toward the end zone, he throws one leg and the opposite arm out, looking like the world's worst figure skater as he tries to regain balance. But he holds on to the ball as he slides into the end zone. Touchdown! Daryl yells. That's my man! Parker yells. The game continues, and we all watch in a mix of shock and awe, because this is without a doubt the least athletic-looking display of athleticism anyone has ever seen. With every play, a half-dozen grown men fall on their butts, their backs, or their faces. Guys grab jerseys and throw each other down in displays of brute strength, just to have the guy they toppled grab their leg and drop them too. They smash each other into the boards, taunt, and use gestures they wouldn't like their mamas seeing. And all the while, the arena laughs, boos, and cheers. When Philip is back in, the teams trade a few touchdowns. Tripp, Rusty, and Sonny all drive Philip into the boards a couple of times. Their kickers fall on their butts after every extra point attempt. It's amazing. Lou has laugh-cried through her makeup. Parker cackles while she records Sonny's every move. Jane laughs and cheers Tripp on. And, of course, my friends all laugh hysterically whenever Philip drops to the ice. By halftime, the score is 33-19 for the Dirtbags. Jane, Parker, and I hop up to get snacks from the concession stand. I hold Rusty's sweatshirt tight around my body as the adrenaline of watching him seems to wear off and the chill in the arena sets in. "How are you liking the game?" Jane asks when we reach the line. "If it doesn't become the next big sport in America, we will have failed future generations," I say. "Rusty's the best player out there, and he's not even on the team," Parker says. "Your boy missed his calling." "Okay, speaking of that, is he like a secret agent or something?" Suddenly, in the last week, I found out he's on a first-name basis with everyone at Donegal's bar. He hangs out there and cooks with them for fun sometimes. And, P.S., he's crazy good at cooking. He played hockey for like 4 years and is Lottie's assistant coach. Also, he's easily the best kisser I've ever met and is a scary good actor. He's so convincing, I almost believe we're in love. Do I even know him? Of course you know him, Parker says. You just haven't seen him fully. What do you mean? Parker sighs. You know how I always told you guys that I hate letting people see me cry? It's because I didn't want people to see me as weak and flawed and broken. I didn't want to be seen. I think Rusty wants to be seen by you, but he only shows you the parts you're ready to see. Her words sting like that one time I tried hiking in Arizona and tripped into a cactus. They have barbs that make it impossible to remove them easily. Ash, what does Rusty do? Jane asks. Well, he has a degree in graphic design and was working at an advertising firm in Atlanta until Arlo broke his leg a couple years ago. His parents asked him to come home and help them run the fruit stands for Tripp. Jane's half smile is a new cactus poking into me. His parents do run a couple of fruit stands, but Rusty's their boss. Actually, he's their boss's boss's boss. He's the VP of Distribution and Retail Operations for all of Sugar Maple Farms. Yes, he's over fruit stands and farmers markets, but also so much more. He started a subscription box service and established partnerships with retail management companies for half of downtown Atlanta. He occasionally runs a fruit stand so he can keep his fingers on the pulse of the operations. But he's in charge of a department that does hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue annually. Wait, Rusty's in charge and he lets his dad work for him? That's what you got from this conversation? Parker asks.
I don't care if he's wiping his nose with $1,000 bills, I say, because who could care about that?
I care that Arlo is still in his life. Why would he do that? Jane frowns. Because Rusty loves his mom, and for whatever reason, she's hitched her wagon to Arlo and isn't leaving now. As long as Arlo's sober and his mom is safe, Rusty employs him. Sober? Safe? I know Rusty called Arlo a bully, but bully is putting it mildly, Jane says. Tears spring to my eyes. Angry, horrified, heartbroken tears. Arlo is a recovering alcoholic, and I give him props for getting sober. Sober or not, though, he's mean. He's only as respectful as he has to be to Tripp and me to keep his job. But nastiness comes out sometimes, and his wife just pats his arm. I think she likes having something to hold over him after all these years. What do you mean? Rusty texts her every morning and night to see if Arlo has gotten physical. And when Rusty pays them, all of it goes into an account that Rusty and his mom are on. Arlo doesn't have a penny without them. Parker's eyebrows are as high as my eyes are wide. I had no idea. I watched him punch Philip, and all I could think was that I didn't know Rusty had an ounce of aggression in him because he's so nice. But that's absurd. Have I put him into a box where he's not even allowed to be human? We're at the counter now. Jane gives me an understanding smile and starts ordering for us. Parker squeezes my arm. Maybe, but you've seen more now. You have a wider view. Move forward with it. I nod half-heartedly. And you guys all knew this? Not all of it, but more than you seem to have. How? She blows air out of her lips slowly. Sonny decided he wanted to be Rusty's friend,
so he started hanging around with him and asking him questions and observing.
You know Sonny. People are his superpower. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you ask? It's not a mean question, and it doesn't hurt. It makes me think. Because he was safe. He was the first guy ever not to treat me like some manic pixie dream girl like Philip used to say I was. Parker screws up her nose. Ugh, he called you that? In those exact words. I roll my eyes. Rusty friend-zoned me so fast, he didn't feel like a threat. He didn't seem like the kind of guy who would eventually change on me, treat me badly, and then leave me, like they always do. But you dumped Philip. I hate when my friends say this. They always applaud me for finally ending things with him. He was happy to be rid of me because I'm not normal, I say, swallowing. Frank used to say things like that to me when we were in public and I couldn't look or act exactly the way he wanted me to. There's something wrong with you. Why can't you be normal? Jane passes us trays and bags to carry, and we start walking back. Girl, that's a badge of honor. We're all weird and messed up. That's what makes us wonderful. It's true, Parker says. She gestures to her 4-inch heels as we walk up the stairs. Do you think I'm fooling anyone with these? They don't actually make me 5'4", but I want you to think they do. I snort. I talk to myself out loud, Jane says. We're pushing past people to get to our seats. I literally said, why is he so hot to myself in front of Tripp when I first moved out? I said it out loud. We see our friends up ahead. Millie is a therapist who couldn't draw a single boundary with her own family. And she drinks enough Diet Coke that Duke has started spiking her flavored syrups with electrolytes. You what? Millie asks Duke. We push past them to sit. And let's not even start on Hannah Montana over here, Parker says. Lou drops her jaw. Excuse me? We're all weird, Jane says. She stuffs popcorn in her face in a way that looks impossibly graceful. Who the heck wants to be normal? I think of my bio dad always trying to make me into some acceptable reflection of him. I think of Greg putting up with me, of Philip being humiliated that his girlfriend was too much. Me? I say. No, you don't, Lou says from my other side. No one makes you dress a little funky or watch things a little nerdy. You choose that stuff because you like it. Frank pushed normal on you for years, and you rejected his brand of fitting in because you like who you are. You don't want someone who thinks you're normal. You want someone who likes you because of who you are, not in spite of it. You want someone who accepts and embraces all of you. Like we do, Lou says, putting her arm around my shoulder and bumping her head against mine. Yeah, I really do, I say. On the ice, two tractors are racing and smashing into each other like they're bumper cars. We watch and cheer them on until halftime ends. I follow the game differently in the second half. I see how Philip goads Rusty and how he responds. He hits, he knocks him over, he smashes him against the boards, but it's nothing compared to what Philip does. He doesn't leave Rusty alone. He targets him. At one point, Sonny catches the ball, and Philip comes after Rusty anyway. Fortunately, Tripp lays him out before he can slam Rusty's head against the ice, or whatever petty revenge he's planning. Duke is right that this game gives guys the chance to act out their aggressive fantasies. Everyone is getting physical, but Philip takes it to a clownish level. How did I ever date such a loser? Someone who preys on people like he does. Someone who plays dirty and is condescending and asks women to look at his abs like he's some kind of frat boy doing it for the gram. Rusty is a million times the man Philip is. So the next time Tripp throws Philip to the ground like he's yesterday's trash, I barely take note. I'm too riveted watching Rusty. And when he slips and falls in the end zone, a part of me falls with him.
Chapter 20. Rusty. When the game ends, we've destroyed the Badgers. I'm grinning as our team lines up for the celebratory line dance. Thanks a lot for that idea, Savannah Bananas. The Mullet Ridge Dirtbags and every home game linking arms and swaying back and forth to a country cover of Teenage Dirtbag. I'm not gonna lie, it gets a little dusty in the arena. With our helmets off, people are losing their minds to cheer on Sonny. But I'm well known enough around Mullet Ridge that I get a good share of applause. Tripp even more so. The three of us are bigger draws than anyone else on either team. By the way he's crossing his arms, I'd say it's driving Philip nuts. Freaking Philip. My hand still throbs from that first punch to his helmet. I can't believe I decked him like that. If he hadn't been wearing his helmet, that cold clock would have knocked him out. Of course, if I hadn't been wearing gloves, my hand would be broken. It may be anyway. If I've broken this hand on another scumbag. Look sharp, Sonny says. You've got a pair of huge blue eyes trained on you. My head flies over and I spot Ash. She lights up, and I have a feeling of trying to hold on to smoke and watching it wisp out of my hands. Her reaction is a product of our charade. She's always happy to see me, but this smile is the difference between daytime running lights in a car versus your brides, and it's all for show. So I give her a show back, waving and smiling like she's the light of my life. Except this show is a documentary. True crime. I may have said I wouldn't let her get away with murder, but I lied. Letting her go when this is over will kill me. Tripp, Sonny, and I are leaving the locker room when the Dirtbags coach runs up to us. Any chance y'all want to become permanent fixtures on the team? Sorry, coach, I say. The farm would fall apart without me. Hey, Tripp says, elbowing me in the ribs. He shakes the coach's hand. Thanks for letting us play. Anytime, the coach says. Sonny? Are you kidding? That was the most fun I've ever had playing football. Count me in for every home game. The coach is in raptures as he and Sonny start discussing details. Tripp and I leave the locker room, and soon we're exiting the arena where Ash, Jane, Parker, and Lou are all waiting in the wind and light rain. Jane runs up to Trip and leaps into his arms, peppering him with kisses. Ash is playing with a curl, looking adorably nervous, and I drop my bag and scoop her up like she's a bride. Her giggle makes me feel lighter than air. I kiss her quickly on the cheek and then set her down. I expect her to step back so we can go, but she wraps her arms tightly around my waist. Let me guess, Parker says. Sonny stopped to talk to fans and or got drafted by the dirtbags. The latter, I'm afraid, I say. I rest my head on Ash's, feeling her laugh at Sonny being Sonny. But don't worry, it's only for home games. Sounds about right. Trip nods at me. You finished the drywall in your garage yet? Not yet. Maybe this weekend. Do you need help? Trip asks. I've learned way too much remodeling the farmhouse. Nah, I'm good, I say. Okay, Lone Wolf. Trip and I bump fists, and then he and Jane head toward his truck. I kiss the top of Ash's head, wanting to bank this memory along with every other one from the last week. I let the feel of her curls imprint into my lips, and the lavender scent of her hair takes up residence in my lungs. This casual intimacy is more than a tease. It's torture. Ready for me to take you home? I ask Ash. The wind is picking up, and with a tropical storm threatening to dump on us, I should get her home before the weather takes a turn. She peers up at me through her glasses. Why don't you show me your place? My throat constricts. I've worked hard to make my house a home, and with only the garage left to fix up, my place is really only missing one thing. Ash. Her walking around in my space feels like crossing the final line. But then she's never been curious about it before. I'd love to see it, she adds. And I'm all hopped up on caffeine and adrenaline from watching you guys destroy the Badgers. You mean destroy Philip? I ask, my hand itching for another punch. I can't believe what he said. I can't believe every comment and cheap shot and taunt. Not beating him down is the hardest thing I've ever done. I'm glad I had that much restraint, but it was hard won. It's still a win, though. Something like pride rises in my chest. Who cares about Philip? Ash asks. He's a spoiled toddler trapped in a Ken body. Who cares about Philip? In a week, Ash has gone from worrying her lips when she hears his name to laughing at his foibles, and now she doesn't care. Is that real? Isn't Ken the ideal man? I ask. Oh, my sweet Wesley, she teases. Ken is made of plastic and guy liner. Exactly. Dreamy. At that moment, the Ken doll himself comes out of the arena. When he sees Ash, he hunches over as if he's in pain. Does this guy actually want sympathy points? How'd you like the game, Ashley? He says. Ash smiles at me. It was a little more nerve-wracking than I expected, but I liked seeing Rusty dominate. How's your hand? Philip asks me. Better than your head, I reckon. You took some big hits. Yeah, you sicked your attack dog on me. Parker and Lou walk over to us, and when Philip sees them, he blanches. Well, if it isn't Captain Cheap Shot, Lou says. It was a game, Lucy. I tense, thinking about how no one calls Lou Lucy. This snake could reveal her secret. In fact, why hasn't he? Good point. It was fun watching your butt hit the ground that many times, Parker says. Just then, Philip's date walks up to where we're all congregated. That was so intense, the young woman says. Philip grabs her hand and shoots a look at Ash. She's looking at his date. Philip interprets this as Ash being jealous, but after hearing Lou and her talking earlier, I can see the worry in her big-eyed blink. I'm Ash. What's your name? Heather. Do y'all know each other? Her accent marks her as a local. Ashley and I used to date, Philip says. Oh, Heather says. That's awkward. Ash laughs. Not for me it isn't. Heather looks up at Philip. But is it for you? No, we've both moved on. Ashley's with a farmer, Philip says. The emphasis on farmer is light enough that Heather misses it. The rest of us don't. Really? My grandpa owned a farm. Which one do you work for? Sugar Maple Farms, I say. He's the VP of Distribution and Retail Operations, Ash says proudly, surprising me. I've never told her my title, and I'm pretty sure she thought my whole job was running a single fruit stand. Mr. Carville bought my grandpa's farm when he retired. To Philip, she says, Sugar Maple Farms is the lifeblood of this whole region. Wow. Philip's smile is tight. I bet it's hitting him like a fist to the helmet that I'm a VP while he's only a senior director. Ready to go? Sure, Heather says. Nice meeting y'all. Parker and Lou smirk at Philip's retreat. That makes the score Rusty Infinity, Philip 0, Parker says. How's that feel, Ash? Meh. Meh? Lou asks. How can you meh that? She shrugs. It's hard to care about a chapter in a book I DNF'd. I smile at her. She smiles at me. The wind whips up into a frenzy, and suddenly the rain starts pelting us. Parker and Lou run toward the building for cover while they wait for Sonny. Stand with them, and I'll come pick you up, I say over the wind. She scoffs, grabs my hand, and we make a run for it. I'm nervous the whole drive back to Sugar Maple. My audiobook automatically started when the Bluetooth connected, so we listened to Red Rising, the first book in my favorite sci-fi series. Ash turns it up, a content smile on her face. She angles her body so she's almost facing me, with her legs curled up onto the seat. I don't risk more than a glance at her. Anything more, and I'll never be able to look away. Stupid road safety. We drive through Sugar Maple into a residential neighborhood I doubt Ash has been in before. Maple Street and the river homes like Duke's and the Jane's Rental are all on the north side of Sugar Maple. I live on the southeast end of town, a whole 6 minutes from Jane & Co. My neighborhood is full of older 3-story red brick homes with white columns out front and huge trees with swings hanging from sturdy branches. The streetlights show bikes in lawns and on driveways. It's a family neighborhood, the type I wished I'd grown up in. At the end of the cul-de-sac, I turn into my driveway. The garage and porch lights show the flowers in my planter boxes, marigolds, begonias, and cornflowers. For obvious reasons, the cornflowers are my favorite. The rain that started in the parking lot has picked up even more intensely, and I don't have an umbrella in the truck. The garage is full of boxes and furniture. We're going to have to run, I say apologetically. On 3? She says. On 3. We count and then rush from the truck. A million fat raindrops pelt us, but we make it to my front door, where the covered patio gives us at least some protection from the elements. I type in the 4-digit code to unlock my front door. The day I first met Ash. I don't know if she sees me enter it or not. I doubt she'd make the connection, let alone remember. The date is etched in my heart, though. Yapping greets us as we open and slam the door, and in a flash, a tiny dog so ugly it's cute is running to us. We're dripping wet on my entry rug, the warm rain clashing with the cold AC, Ash starts shivering. Pookie, she says, crouching down. Prairie, I correct her. But Prairie runs to Ash, not me. So maybe she's onto something. She rolls over and shows Ash her belly, and Ash rubs it and speaks to her like she would a toddler. Who's a good girl? I squat next to her and steal a rub, too. She's a bad girl, I say. She peed on the floor the second she saw you. That's okay, Pookie, Ash says. You're too cute to use a doggy door in a thunderstorm, aren't you? Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? My dog is in raptures. Bad girl, I say, still rubbing her belly, although that's mostly because my hand keeps bumping into Ash's, and it shoots a thrill up my arm every time. A shivering Ash glares at me. Watch your mouth. I'd rather watch yours. She laughs and keeps petting my spunky brown and white Chihuahua Papillon mix. Her huge hairy ears are bigger than her body. I love her crazy ear hair. Ash shivers again and I jump up. I have towels in the hall closet. Give me a sec, I say. When I'm back, Ash stands. I wrap the biggest one I have around her. I rub her arms, our faces not even a foot apart, and she smiles as Prairie jumps at our feet. This is a surprisingly fluffy towel for a bachelor. Guys can appreciate comfortable towels. Do you take bubble baths? No. Her glasses are spotted with rain. I wipe them with an edge of my own towel. Her eyes are big and disbelieving. Liar! You do. I bet you have a robe. Only because I take ice baths and it warms me up. Why are you ashamed to admit you love luxuriating in snuggly things? She asks. I'm not ashamed, and I don't. I saw your judgy eyes with Teddy's frosted tips and Philip's manicure. It's an actual manicure? I guarantee Sonny has had a manicure. That's different. I like Sonny. She laughs. Hey, you're trying to make me change the subject. Where were we? Oh, right. We were talking about how you're a big hypocrite because you use eucalyptus mint bubble bath, yet you judge other men for their self-care. No, I use eucalyptus mint body wash, and my baths are therapeutic and include magnesium salt, not bubbles. As for Philip and Teddy, they need to care more about how they treat others and less about how their salons treat them. Baths are therapeutic, Ash says. Her shivering has calmed a little. Especially when you light candles. Do you light candles? I do not light candles. You should. I'm going to get you a candle. A manly one. It'll smell like spruce and cedar and sweat. I look down at this beaming, beautiful woman and chuckle. Then I guess I'll start taking baths with candles. Her laugh tinkles. I own you. Yes, you do. She glances at the staircase. Do you mind if I shower and borrow some clothes? Not at all, I say. I have clothes in the dryer, so I'll shower and change in the spare bathroom down here, and you can change in my room. Up the stairs and on the right. You do know I'm going to go through every closet and drawer, right? I snort. Wouldn't expect otherwise. Dinner will be waiting for you. She kicks off her sandals and runs up the stairs. Enjoy your bath. Come on, Pookie. 4 tiny legs scamper up the stairs after her. It's Prairie. Keep telling yourself that, Ash says before my bedroom door closes and I'm left to clean up my dog's mess. Prairie, not Pookie. Who am I kidding? It's definitely Pookie.
Chapter 21. Ash. I used Rusty's body wash. My hair is still up in its bun. Curly girls don't use anyone else's shampoo. But I smell his subtle signature scent on me, and it makes me smile at my reflection when I get out of the shower. The fact that I'm wearing his robe also makes me smile. This thing is plush. The master suite is surprisingly nice. Everything I've seen so far is. It's all been updated and upgraded. I expected his house to look like a hunting lodge or maybe a bachelor pad, but this looks like a family home. The shower has his and hers shower heads, and I wonder if the previous owner installed those or if Rusty did. And if so, who is the her he had in mind? Prickles spread across my skin like a rash. I don't like thinking about that. At all. I leave the bathroom for the bedroom. The walls are painted a light sage green, and the dressers and queen bed frame look like they were made from reclaimed wood. It's beautiful and earthy and feels like him, but also more. This isn't a room meant to represent Rusty. I don't know why, but this seems aspirational. Opposite the bed is a small sitting area with a gorgeous leather couch and an end table made of the same wood as the rest of the furniture. Did Rusty make it? He doesn't have any books, but he does have a speaker, a sketch pad, and some colored pencils. An image pops into my head of Rusty sitting and listening to an audiobook while he sketches. My hands itch to look through the sketch pad. He knows I'm up here. He told me he expects me to look through his stuff. Does that include something as intimate as this? Thunder rumbles outside as the storm shakes the house. I don't always have the best impulse control, but maybe I should, right? Maybe I should be a better person? The kind of person Rusty can rely on? The kind of person who safeguards his private expressions of self? My finger runs along the side of the thick cover. Shouldn't I make every effort to show him that he's safe with me? That I would never invade? I'm already looking. So much for self-restraint. I flip through page after page.
Although there are colored pencils next to the pad, his first several sketches are all in graphite.
The earliest sketch is a face in so much shadow, it's hard to make out the features. The next few are landscapes, each of different places on sugar maple farms. There are a pair of hands at a workbench, old and knotted. Another pair of hands kneading dough. Page after page of gorgeous, intricate drawings. I have a decent understanding of graphic design, but I'm an amateur at best. Rusty is a master at it, and that extends fully to art. Pookie sits at my feet, and I pet her as I flip through the pad. After the first 15 pages of sketches, I spot that same shadowed face again. Only this time, instead of graphite shadows, these shadows have a hue of cornflower blue. And the face is Rusty's. Huh. I flip through to another page, and it's his face again. Only this time, the shadowed hue is bubblegum pink. It's a great color. It would look amazing in my hair. In fact, didn't I do bubblegum pink a few months ago? And this fire engine red, same as the one Mrs. Beatty just got. And an olive green. Ash. Rusty knocks on the door, and my heart jumps in my throat.
No rush, but the food is ready whenever you are.
I slam the sketchbook shut and instantly kick myself. Okay, I spent too long in that his and hers shower, I say, my face instantly getting hot. Don't mention the shower, or that it's his and hers. I'm just finding clothes.
There's a dresser in the closet,
Rusty says. Is it me, or does his voice sound pinched?
Take your time.
In the closet, I go through Rusty's sea of plaid and neutral button-ups until I notice baseball jerseys. I forgot Rusty played on Clemson's baseball team. I love baseball. All of my stepbrothers played, so I saw a lot of their games growing up. Mom used to dye my hair team colors and get me the most garish... Hold up. Rusty played college baseball, and I've never Googled him? I throw on a jersey, put back on my own underwear, and find a pair of his sweats that I cinch up as tight as possible. Rusty doesn't have a full-length mirror, but I'm sure I look like a goofball in the oversized clothes. Sexy, Ash. Real sexy. If I were trying to make him see me differently, which I'm not, this would not be the way to do it. Good thing I don't care. If anything, I should be thinking of ways to make sure our relationship stays the same after all of this canoodling. We have to be able to go back to our easy camaraderie, to our jokes and teasing, to the way he puts up with all my silliness with that tender smile and his hair flopping in front of his eyes, to the way he says, "As you wish," and pulls me into hugs and kisses my head and tells me how smart and gorgeous I am. No! The Ash and Rusty show didn't include hugs and kisses and compliments. But now that I've had them, can I really live without them? Us plus kissing. That's all. I want us plus kissing. Is that so much to ask? Pookie is asleep at my feet, so I scoop her up. Her wild ear hair sticks out all over, and suddenly a wicked idea forms in my mind. Delicious kitchen smells pull me from my scheming, so I make myself a reminder and take Pookie downstairs. The stairs are the same hardwood as the main floor, and I peek into an office on one side of the hall and a living room on the other. Apart from the office, there's very little furniture in the house. When did Rusty move in, anyway? I knew he had a house, but I've never thought about it. I really have put Rusty in a box. He's out now, though. That box has burst wide open, and even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to put him back in it. And I don't want to. With Pookie tucked in my arms, I pad through the house, following the smell of bacon. When I reach the kitchen, I spot platters of food on a 4-person table. Waffles, ha! Blueberry pancakes, bacon, eggs, and berries. The kitchen is lovely. Marble counters, unfinished wood cabinets, the same sage green walls from upstairs, gleaming appliances, and best of all, Rusty loading the dishwasher in a plain black apron. He's made the most Ash meal that ever existed, and instead of getting frustrated that I'm not here, he's simply cleaning it up. Real men wear aprons, not capes. I'm taking that apron and stitching those words on it because hot dang! I've never peeked at Rusty's abs. I've never caught him shirtless and sweaty cutting, logs or something. This is the Rusty I've seen a million times. The Rusty who is so steady, consistent, caring, and nurturing, yet who has surprised me at every turn since I've started letting him. The Rusty who sees me and accepts me as I am without ever expecting me to act or be different. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. He is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Heat swells in my chest, and my stomach flips, remembering the countless ways he's touched me since we started fake dating. I don't want it to be fake anymore. Why are we faking anything anyway? Oh, Philip. Ha! I couldn't possibly care less about Philip. My new goal is to make Rusty see me as more than his best friend. As much as I protested earlier, I want to make him see me as a love interest, not a noogie recipient. And I'm starting tonight. Something smells good, I say to get his attention. Rusty glances up from the dishwasher and he stops. His mouth falls open and his eyes rove over me like I'm wearing... Oh my gosh, I must look so stupid. His clothes are way too big on me. This isn't showing that I have a smoking hot body, minus the curves necessary for actual smoke. But this jersey could at least be cute with leggings. Instead, I'm wearing sweats 5 sizes too big for me. I'm so bad at this. Rusty blinks a couple of times. You okay? I laugh self-consciously. I know I look like I'm wearing a clown suit, but...
No, you very much do not look like you're wearing a clown suit. You look... He closes his eyes firmly, breathes, and then opens them again. You look gorgeous. You were made to wear my jersey.
I laugh at the ceiling, and an instant later, Pookie throws her head back and barks. More like you were made to wear mine. Rusty laughs, but the sound is swallowed up by the wailing storm outside.
I didn't know you played a sport, but I'd wear your jersey any time.
I played badminton in 7th grade. I was a demon on the court.
I'm not sure your 7th grade jersey would fit me.
Hey, crop tops are back in. You could rock it, I say. Rusty takes Pookie from me and kisses my temple, and everything inside of me squeezes like I'm in a juicer. Does he realize that he kissed my temple? Is he so in the habit of such casual acts that he forgot he's even doing them? Is this simple method acting, or did he kiss me because he wanted to? He pulls my chair out for me like we're at a fancy restaurant, something I realize he's done 1,000 times. His manners would make Emily Post applaud. Then he sits across from me, and his bare feet bump into mine.
Sorry,
he says. I don't mind, I say, and neither of us move our feet. Neither of us move our feet. When Rusty says grace, I know I should focus on the prayer and gratitude for the meal and the man who prepared it, but I'm too busy noticing how warm his feet are. I don't know how much sensation toes have, but for as calloused as his hands are, the skin on the inside of his foot is incredibly smooth. I count his toes with my toes. 5 on each foot. I can't quite tell, but his nails feel short, thank goodness. Long toenails are nasty. Absolutely no nail should pass any part of the toe. Rusty's definitely don't.
Ash,
Rusty says. Come to think of it, how is my pedicure? I hope the polish hasn't chipped. I have super cute feet. They're a bit small for my height, and I think they're darling. Rusty's already given me a foot massage. Rusty's hand touches my hand across the table.
Ash.
My eyes jump to his, and to that tender smile he wears just for me.
Your feet are making out with my feet.
My cheeks flush. I would normally laugh this off, but I feel stupid now. Sorry, my feet were acting of their own accord, with input from my brain. I groan and facepalm, but Rusty tugs my hand away from my face.
I'm not saying I mind, but your stomach is growling, and I don't want you to forget to eat, because I know when you forget for too long, it makes you feel sick.
Wow. Now we've progressed to talking about nausea. So attractive, Ash. But also, Rusty looking out for me? So attractive. I grab 2 pancakes and multiple slices of bacon. I eat the bacon first because Millie eats low carb for a fertility disorder, so she always snags every piece of bacon she can get her greedy hands on. Rusty's too used to eating with me to comment. Next, I put fresh whipped cream and some kind of berry compote on top of the blueberry pancakes. I take my first bite and instantly sit back, enjoying the explosion of flavor. Lemon blueberry compote? My absolute favorite combination. With the whipped cream, it's out of this world, especially on top of this pancake. It's fluffy, tender, and a bit tangy. This pancake is blowing my mind, I say. What did you add to the batter?
It's sourdough,
he says. I lift my glasses and rub my eyes. Rusty, are you telling me you whipped cream, made compote, and made a quick batch of sourdough pancakes in the 20 minutes I was showering? He looks at the clock. It's almost 10 p.m.
It was more like 45.
Well, invading your privacy takes time. I take another bite and then pound my fist on the table. Are you kidding me with this, hotcakes? This is restaurant-level good. He grins at me. I try to ask him what he's smiling at, but I've already crammed another bite in my mouth, so it comes out more like, "What are you smiling at?" And I spit a fleck of pancake onto the table. Take notes, people. This is how you get yourself a man. He nudges my foot with his playfully, ignoring the food flying from my mouth.
I'm really glad you're here.
I swallow and smile. Me too.
Chapter 22. Rusty. Ash is wearing my clothes and showered in my shower. We went out tonight and came back home to my house. The storm has progressed enough that it's not safe for me to take her home, and part of me wonders if she suspected this would happen all along. After dinner, I went upstairs to change the sheets for her to sleep in, and she followed me, dropped to my couch, and propped her feet up on my table. So, now we're both sitting there, our sides glued together and watching fail videos on my laptop. It's everything I ever wanted. She is everything I ever wanted. Loving her is as natural as breathing, except I'm always sucking in air through a straw. All I want is to drop the straw and inhale deeply, but I'll take every breath I can get. In my months of pining, I never imagined I'd get to have a week like this one. I hope Philip decides to move to Sugar Maple so we can keep up the ruse indefinitely. But even if he goes back tomorrow, I'll look back at this week as a gift. Knowing the feel of her skin and the taste of her lips is a privilege I never expected. Every day after we return to normal will be harder for it, but it doesn't make this experience any less poignant. You can't know sweet without the bitter. Sure, the opposite is also true, but I can't waste another second with her worrying about when this will be gone. I won't. In between videos, Ash flips over to social media to check on the status of our first reel. She checks a different platform each time. They're all doing well, with a few 100,000 views combined so far. But then she switches to another platform and sits upright. Rusty! She points to the views numbers at the bottom of the reel. 2.2 million, I say. She throws her arms around me, squealing and squeezing tightly. I'm sore from the ice football, but her embrace is a balm, even if she's pressing on bruises. And look at the comments. There are thousands of comments ranging from, where is this? So cute, to comments like, gosh, do you think Lucy Jane is there right now? Going tomorrow. Some people are commenting on the shops themselves, and a quick glance at our town commerce account shows thousands of new followers. You did it, I say. We did it. I never could have done this without you. We're a team. Best team ever. She sits back, but she stays nestled under my arm. By choice. No one is watching us. There's no point to this other than that she wants it. Does she really want it? Does her pulse spike thinking of me the way mine does thinking of her? Do her thoughts race and her hands get clammy? Does her monochrome world suddenly come to life in a kaleidoscope of color like mine does when I see her? We didn't need Lucy Jane. We needed your perspective on how to use someone like Lucy Jane. Her star power is a lot less important than your brain power. Oh, stop. I'm serious, I say as she watches the reel with the sound off. Stars endorse products every day, and they don't take off like this. You're getting ahead of yourself, hotcakes, she says. I'm not. I knew it would be big the second you told me your idea. It was your idea. You searched what to do in Charleston in 4 hours, and that's what made me realize I was going about it all wrong. I was looking for inspiration. Well, you struck it in me. Only because you're a genius. She fidgets with her fingernail. You're too nice to me, she says, and there's that note in her voice I've heard before, somewhere between self-deprecating and self-doubt. No, I'm not. Ash, you don't see yourself accurately. You're creating masterpieces with Old Holland oil paints, while everyone else is doing color by numbers with a Crayola 12-pack. Yet somehow, you believe their opinions? Philip and your dad are too blinded by their own egos to see how much brighter the world is with you in it. You can't listen to them. You can't spare them another thought. You can't believe anyone who makes you think you're anything less than extraordinary. Her cornflower blue eyes are watering when she looks up at me. You know the same is true of you, right? No. Yes. Her hand on my jaw stops my protests. You take care of people. You treat every person like they matter. Not every person. Stop doing that. Stop trying to convince yourself that you're a bad guy. You're not. Anyone who tells you otherwise is lying, including you. And I don't let anyone tell lies about my farm boy. Do not look at her lips. Do not look at her lips. It doesn't matter if she's looking at yours. She's looking at my lips. I'm looking at her eyes because a single glance down will be the end of me. I'll go in for a kiss, she'll reject me, and I will expire quicker than a mushy avocado. She tips her head up and kisses my cheek, and my eyes close. The feel of her lips against my skin is like a brand searing me, marking me permanently hers. This is different than any kiss we've shared this week. No one is watching. It's more than I ever thought I'd get, and it doesn't matter that it's not nearly enough. It's everything. The storm rages on, but I've never felt more peaceful. Ash catches me yawning, and she gasps, "Rusty, it's past midnight. You're gonna turn into a pumpkin." I'm bleary-eyed beyond any ability to express, but I'm too happy to move. It's fine. I wanted to stay up. And besides, I haven't woken early all week. I bet you still woke up at 7 every day. Actually, it was 6, but I won't tell her that. I haven't slept past then in so long, I don't remember how. It doesn't matter. Of course it matters. Just because I'm a night owl doesn't mean you should stay up. Get in bed. I am not getting in bed. Yes, you are. Get in bed, she orders. No way. The storm is forcing you to sleep over, and I don't have the guest room set up or furniture downstairs. You're taking the bed. It's your house. I'm not taking the bed. I'll take the couch. No, I'll take the couch. Rusty, Buttercup, Tag Carville would roll over in his grave if he found out I let you sleep on the couch. Let me be a gentleman. Her eyes narrow behind her glasses. We can share the bed. Put up a fortress of pillows between us. I repeat, let me be a gentleman. Don't think you can control yourself sharing a bed with me, hotcakes? She pokes my side playfully and then keeps poking and feeling. Her thumb rubs over my abs, and I sit there looking down at her hand on my torso. Or maybe I'm the one who can't control herself. I grab her hand before I lose it altogether. I'm taking the couch. Let me think about it. No. She slumps down onto the couch, presses her feet into my butt, and pushes so fast I almost drop to the floor. Almost. Not gonna happen, I say, grabbing her legs. She giggles and tries to squirm out of my grip, but I pick her up and throw her over my shoulder like a sack of potatoes. She stops fighting, and I catch an image of her in the reflection of the bathroom mirror, smiling from ear to ear. You're every rom-com reader's hockey dream man right now. You know that, right? I know nothing of the kind. I toss her gently on the bed. I'm not even remotely tired, she says, even as she curls into the plush pillows. You can stay awake all night if you want, but you're taking the bed. I still need to brush my teeth. I pause. Me too. But I'm only letting you off this bed if you promise to get back on it. She smiles so wide, I shake my head. I don't mean it like that. You're a real Don Juan up in here. I laugh. Stop. You know what I mean.
I sure do, Casanova.
Don't make me go downstairs to sleep.
I can tease you as easily downstairs as up.
This woman. I grab a pillow from underneath her, pull a blanket from the ottoman at the foot of my bed, and toss both on the couch. Then I meet Ash in the bathroom. She has her purse out, which is big enough that she pulls some wipes out and washes her face.
Any chance you have a spare toothbrush? I could swap you for some lotion, a swimsuit, a charging cord, hand sanitizer, 6 different shades of lipstick, or a pack of gum.
A swimsuit?
Yep, that was one of the first lessons Greg ever taught me. When you live in Colorado, there are always so many rivers and lakes around that you always keep a spare swimsuit with you. Don't you?
No, I do not.
Rookie,
she chuckles. I have a spare head for my electric toothbrush, I tell her. Will that work? She nods.
This feels like a preview of us at 80. If we were an old married couple, I mean.
Her face is going red, and she puts a hand over her mouth and fakes a yawn. I know it's fake because, well, it's so obviously fake. What's going on here? I put on the spare head and let her brush first. She starts doing squats as she brushes. I stare at her, and she laughs, then covers her mouth. She spits and returns to her squats.
Stacking habits. Millie told me about it.
Smart, I say.
Lazy,
she says, her mouth filling again with toothpaste. She's able to get 45 squats in before she finishes, and they're deep enough that I imagine she's felt at least a little burn. She rinses and removes the head and gives me the rest of the toothbrush, and now she watches me brush. This is a problem because I always close my eyes when I brush. I don't dare close them now, though. Knowing her, she'll be fast asleep on the couch by the time I get back. Although that would give me an excuse to pick her up again. I let my eyes close, and sure enough, when I finished, Ash is nowhere to be seen. I turn off the light and find her on the couch with Pookie curled up on the floor. Nice try, I say. I scoop her up and deposit her on the bed, and she feigns sleep the entire time. I could see you trying not to smile.
I smile in my sleep,
she whispers. Shh. I put her on the bed, kiss her temple, and then return to the couch.
Good night, hotcakes,
she says with a yawn from the bed. I yawn too. Night, gorgeous.
Chapter 23. Ash. Rusty's asleep so fast, my melatonin hasn't had a chance to kick in yet. Thank you, Mary Poppins bag. I listen to his breathing change, and the peaceful sound makes me smile. I don't think I'm imagining that he's flirting with me. I thought it would be easy to switch on some ultra-sexy version of myself. But that was stupid, because there is no ultra-sexy version of myself. I don't have a come-hither gaze. It wouldn't work through these glasses, even if I did. I don't have a sultry voice. My voice is like a little girl hopping on stones across a pond. Jane calls it sing-songy, and that's 100% accurate. I don't do sexy. And somehow, that feels okay. Besides, Rusty is sexy enough for the both of us. How have I never noticed until this week how stupid hot he is? It's hard to remember why I found Philip appealing, because he's so repulsive to me now. And maybe that's it. A knockoff Prada bag looks pretty darn good, but once you compare it to the real thing, the faux suede feels rough as sandpaper, the stitching looks sloppy, and you realize Prada is spelled with duh at the end. I'm done with shady bags you buy out of the back of a random van. I'm done with knockoff versions of a man. I want the real thing or nothing at all. And I know, that real thing is Rusty. I hear a sharp intake of breath, and I sit up, hoping that means Rusty is awake and we can talk. Or cuddle. "Rusty?" I whisper. He doesn't respond. I grab my glasses from the nightstand and put them on. The storm is still shaking the house, with dark clouds blocking the moonlight, so I use my phone light to peek at him. His face is contorted in that same way it was the other night at the office. I get out of bed and pad across the soft carpet to the couch. And like last time, I press my thumb on the angry V between his brows, feeling the deep creases there. I run my hand through his thick, silky hair. Unlike last time, though, he tenses in his sleep. And then he starts thrashing. Is he having a nightmare? I hate nightmares. I've had a million in my day. Thanks a lot, ADHD. And they're always disturbing. The intensity of emotion is so much worse than whatever it would be if it were happening in real life. The idea of Rusty having nightmares makes my eyes grow hot, because while my nightmares are of specters and faceless monsters, I'm positive Rusty's all share the exact same face and form. Arlo. I can't let Arlo rob another moment of peace from this man. "Rusty," I say. I run my hand through his hair and over his face more firmly. I give his shoulders a small shake. "Rusty, wake up!" His eyes fly open, and for a second, he wears a terrified gaze as he grabs for something in the air. Then he closes his eyes and tears pour out. Even if I weren't a sympathetic crier, this would make me weep. "I'm here," I say, putting my forehead against his. He grabs me and pulls me up onto the couch with him, hugging me tighter than he's ever hugged me before. In fact, it doesn't feel like he's hugging as much as clinging. He holds me like I'm the only thing keeping him afloat, like the dark tentacles of his nightmare are tugging on him and could pull him back down at any moment. I won't let them. "I'm here," I repeat, "and I'm not going anywhere." I feel his rapidly pounding pulse against my chest and where my face is buried in his neck. His hands on my back ball tight around the shirt I'm wearing. "Thank you," he says in a ragged whisper. "Thank you for being here." And we stay like that, clinging to each other like our lives depend on it, until we both fall asleep. When I awake, I'm on the couch and Rusty isn't. I roll over to see a live animal. Gah! I throw myself back into the cushions and then exhale a relieved laugh. It's Pookie. Her ugly, cute face is mostly ugly first thing in the morning. She wags her tail excitedly while I gather myself. I rub my eyes for a solid minute before putting on my glasses and checking the time. It's 7:20 a.m. This is not early by any stretch of the imagination, but I'm not a morning person. Mornings are for professional athletes and VPs of retail operations, not for a woman who spent the night holding the best friend she's falling for. A quick sniff tells me that breakfast is on the table, and after pulling my bonkers curls up into a messy bun, I do my best Toucan Sam impression and follow my nose downstairs. I love food, but breakfast food is my absolute favorite. The fact that Rusty knows this about me and so happily obliges makes me feel special. But is it the kind of special that I hope it is? Or is it more of the love everyone special because he's such a stand-up guy? Downstairs, the food is covered on the table. Did he actually make more of everything this morning? And there's a note at the table. He could have texted, but he left me a note. Could he be cuter? Pookie stands at attention waiting for scraps while I read. Gorgeous. Not sure when you'll see this, but I'm either at Duke's working out or taking a plunge outside. Always. Rusty. Always? Is that a Harry Potter reference? Listen, I think Snape is a stone-cold jerk, but his love for Lily... Okay, no, calm down. You're reading into things. It's a perfectly normal sign-off to a letter. Sign-off? What's the word? I pull up my phone and type, "What is the opposite of a salutation?" into my search bar. Valediction. Huh. Valediction, I say to Pookie, who's sitting and making a whining noise deep in her throat. That's a cool word. I need to find a way to work that into a sentence, don't I, girl? Pookie whines, but I'm unaffected. I love her dearly, but Rusty said she has the stomach of a car-sick toddler on a windy road. No thanks. With my phone up, I look at my other 117 tabs and see the one on Gophers I pulled up after running into Chick Hanks. I nibble on a piece of bacon and scroll through the gopher advice when a text from Millie appears. Millie, your man was on fire this morning working out. I lost count of how many pull-ups he did. Ash, pull-ups are the things you need abs for, right? Was he shirtless? Did you get a pic? Even as I text this, I feel wrong about it. I feel like I'm cheapening how I feel for Rusty, like I'm reducing it to simple lust when that couldn't be further from the truth. But also, I wouldn't be mad if she had a picture of him working out. Yes, no, and no. I'm married, babe. Yeah, and we used to be best friends, babe. GIF of a woman throwing her coffee at someone.
GIF of woman cackling wickedly.
This wouldn't bug you if you didn't like him. Ha 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 ha. I confirm nothing. Wait till I tell the Janes. I can throw coffee at 4 of you just as easily as one. Hashtag snitches get stitches. When did he leave? Maybe 20 minutes ago. Have fun with your hot cakes. Winking smoochy face emoji. I look at the note again. He's not at Duke's, so that must mean he's taking a plunge. Hot tub, here I come. 5 minutes later, I'm walking barefoot outside in the muggy morning air. The rain has stopped, but dark clouds still fill the sky. Huge overgrown trees dominate Rusty's backyard, and crickets and birds serenade me on my walk, emboldening me with every step. When Greg first told Mom and me about how he and his boys always kept extra swimsuits in the car, I was so torn. I thought it was cool, but I also worried Frank would make me feel like a misfit for it. But I wanted at least one of my father figures to love me, so I risked it. I started carrying it with me in my bag, my backpack, my car, everywhere. And I'll tell you, it comes in handy. Like right now. I spot Rusty in a hot tub that almost looks like an oversized bathtub. He has his arms perched on the side of the tub and is looking up at the trees. It's already warm enough out, but I shiver in anticipation. I quietly take off the t-shirt of his I'm wearing over my retro pin-up-style 2-piece swimsuit. Rusty's eyes are closed, and he looks so content. I wonder if he's fallen asleep. I take the 2 steps up to the tub when Rusty's eyes fly open. Ash, how did you get your swimsuit? I told you last night that I always keep a swimsuit in my bag. Remember? I didn't realize you were serious, but I should have. He gives me a half smile coupled with a careful look. Do you know what you're doing? He asks this with such sincerity that I answer more openly than I had planned. It's time for me to take the plunge. Are you sure you want to do this? I bite my lip, my toes hovering over the water. I'm sure. Rusty sits up, and where his body has been immersed, his skin is a different color. Yikes! How hot is this water? I'm already sweating from the humidity. Maybe this isn't the right place for a symbolic gesture. But Rusty's looking at me quizzically now, not quite eager, but definitely curious. I put my foot in. It burns so hot, it almost feels cold. I hiss and put the rest of my leg in, and the sensation overpowers me, making me convulse. My body folds in on itself, and I rock forward. Rusty scrambles to get up and catch me, but I'm already going down. And as more and more of me crashes into the water, I realize why the sensation feels like ice. It's an ice bath. I fall onto Rusty, and he manages to save me from smashing my face on the other side of the tub, but we both go down in the water. My legs, torso, and my face all immerse. Rusty pulls me up, but he has no warmth to offer me because he's a flipping iceberg. The near-freezing water steals my breath, and I'm gasping so fast I can barely get oxygen in. I'm up to my neck, and it feels like 1,000 icicles stabbing me. I'm getting stabsicled. I can't think. I can't breathe. The frigid water hurts. And Pookie's next to us on the steps, frantically barking. When she can't take being left out for another moment, she jumps into the water and is filled with the same instant regret I have. Rusty keeps holding me up with one hand while he grabs a whimpering Pookie with the other and nudges her back to the edge. She climbs out and starts running around the yard, yelping and rubbing her huge, goofy ears on the grass. Pookie's free, but meanwhile, I'm freezing to death.
Is it what you expected?
Rusty asks. It's so much worse, I manage to say. He smiles and rubs my arms with the ice blocks he calls hands.
You get used to it.
My airway keeps convulsing as I try to speak. Why?
You acclimate. Oh, you mean why would I want to get used to it?
I nod, and the shivering redoubles. I'm shaking hard enough that it's hard to fix my eyes on him, even without the water streaming down my lenses.
Mental toughness. Self-control. I want to prove to myself that I'm stronger than my weaknesses, if that makes sense. I hated it at first, but Duke and Sonny are all about it, and they hooked me on the idea that doing something you hate that's good for you makes you stronger.
My shivering has reached the jaw-clenching stage. I'd rather be weak.
If that were true, you wouldn't have wanted to take the plunge in the first place.
I can't admit that I thought it was a hot tub and that I was speaking metaphorically.
So I shake and look at him through my water-speckled glasses, and I let him think that I'm tough, rather than that I was coming in to try to make my move on him.
Rusty's alarm rings outside of the tub, and he starts to get up.
Thank goodness,
he says. Even trembling with fear, I laugh. Rusty hops out and looks at me inquiringly. Get me out!
He laughs and scoops me out, and then goosebumps appear on top of goosebumps.
I wanted him to admire my skin for its smoothness, but instead I have chicken skin. Absolutely purple chicken skin with veins showing under my skin in a shade I can't imagine is healthy. Follow me for more dating tips, folks. But Rusty wraps his robe around my shoulders and then sneaks his arms beneath it to hug me. We may be walking ice mummies, and I may be too numb to actually feel most of his body against mine, but it's still nice. Probably. I lean into the hug, letting my cheek rest against his cold shoulder. Never make me do that again.
I didn't make you,
he says, rubbing my arms. You did! You tucked that hot body down deep in the water, and I had to see it for myself. He tips us to one side and then the other, laughing.
Ashley Jane, what am I gonna do with you?
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer, I say. You're my arch enemy now, so looks like you'll have to keep me close.
Maybe I'll keep you forever,
he teases, and my stomach flips. I don't want him to tease. I want him to be serious. Caring about Rusty, someone who sees me in all my messy, technicolor glory and appreciates me for it, is like jumping off a cliff and finding out I can fly. He's given me a superpower of self-confidence that I've never felt before. I want him to step out and fly with me. If you insist, I say. Rusty's pulse speeds up. I've gotten so used to hugging him in just the right way that I've memorized the nuances to his pulse at this point.
In that case, I insist,
he says in the deepest, sexiest voice imaginable. In that case, I echo, I accept. Rusty leans back and looks down at me. Once again, his eyes jump back and forth between mine like he's trying to read fine print in Times New Roman font. Am I being too pushy? Am I forcing him to consider something rather than letting him go at his own pace? I want to respect him, but I also want to be us plus kissing. So I crane my face upward and press my lips softly and quickly against his. Then I drop the robe, pick up his t-shirt, and walk toward the house. I realize too late that I didn't get a look at his shirtless torso. I don't dare turn around to look, though. If I turn around and he's not biting his knuckles staring after me, I don't know what I'll do. So I walk away and hope he follows.
Chapter 24. Rusty. Ash kissed me. Ash kissed me. Ash kissed me. I shower and get dressed in record speed so I can wait for her at the table. Apart from some missing bacon, the spread looks undisturbed. I flip open my tablet and distract myself with work until Ash comes down. She's not wearing my jersey anymore, but she's wearing my sweats with one of my hoodies like they were made for her. Pookie follows Ash like a little guard dog. I could get used to seeing you like this, I say. She smiles and sits cross-legged at the table. I'm glad to hear that, she says, because I'm not giving any of your clothes back. I laugh and my hair falls forward. She reaches across the table and brushes it back. Her fingernails scrape lightly across my skin, making my eyes close. I want to grab her hand and kiss it. I want to use that hand to tug her forward so our mouths can meet. I want to sweep every last item from this table and pull her across it and kiss her until our souls merge. I want it all. I want a million more meals like this one. Smiles passed across the room like secret love notes. Coded glances and the intimacy of her passing me the syrup without my having to ask. Talking work at the table and laughing over Greg's prolific Facebook posts. Cleaning the kitchen and listening to the latest episode of our favorite podcast. After breakfast, she pulls me upstairs to my room and we crash on the couch and work. We put together a half dozen new reels featuring sugar maple businesses together, and then we move on to the B-roll and make a handful of more targeted ones for the businesses themselves to share. Parker filmed Sonny at the coffee shop, Sugar, Maple, and Spice, and got footage of him spilling his drink down the front of his shirt. The camera shakes with her laughter and follows him out of the shop and down the street where he talks to every person he sees. They walk into Teddy's wife's tourist trap of a store and Sonny flips through a rack of t-shirts. He pulls one out, puts it in front of his body, and looks at the camera with his thumbs up. He goes into the bathroom and comes out wearing the new shirt with that same thumbs up. Let's align the before and after shots of him in his old shirt and him in the new, and do a quick cut, Ash says, and add it to the list of notes I'm taking. We have a lot of solid content, and by mid-afternoon we're spent. Or at least I am. Ash is an energizer bunny, but my brain needs a break. When I lean back on the couch and rub my eyes, she doesn't notice at first, so I take advantage of the opportunity to watch her. Her curls are piled on top of her head, with some spilling out because she has so much hair. Her glasses slip down her nose and she pushes them back up. At one point, she stops what she's doing and scratches her forehead, staring at her laptop. Then inspiration must strike because she starts moving her mouse around, clipping and editing footage and adding a clever caption. Finally, she throws her arms up triumphantly and falls back into the couch. This must be how Da Vinci felt finishing the Mona Lisa, she says. I don't laugh. I'm too entranced watching her smile. Let's go out, I say. She turns her face to mine. Okay. Should I dress up? That's a date question, and it's a good thing, because I'm asking her on an actual date. No, what you're wearing is perfect. Funny guy. I'll be back down in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. Maybe 3. I'll wait as long as it takes for you. Please tell me someone good's playing at the bar tonight, I say to Patty. He's on speakerphone while I get ready in the guest bathroom. I've thrown on a t-shirt that fits a little closer than I normally like, and I'm wearing jeans Ash once whistled at me for wearing. I haven't worn them since that day because the pain of hope was too harrowing. Yeah, Patty says. It's the 77s. Oh, they're opening for Lucy Jane. I shut my mouth, wanted to kick myself. Don't tell me you're into Lucy Jane, too. What? A guy can't like female artists? Stop, he says. Dolly, yes, Loretta Lynn or Winona Williams, of course. But she doesn't have their heart or their musical chops. I almost never disagree with Patty. I've looked up to the guy since I was 7. But he tends to think that if something has gotten too mainstream, it must not be good. I doubt he's heard more than a few seconds of any of Lou's stuff. Let me guess. Someone at the bar put a Lucy Jane song on a playlist, and when you saw patrons singing along, you killed it immediately. He doesn't deny it. She has a song called Baby Llama Drama. Dolly has a song called 9 to 5. And have you actually listened to Baby Llama Drama? It's an earworm if I ever heard one. Is that the standard for whether or not something's good? You're right, I say. Forgettable music is so much better. I can almost hear him gnashing his teeth. We done here? I hold back my laugh. It's not often I get the better of him in a discussion, especially one about music. We're done. See you tonight. When I come out of the bathroom, Ash is already ready. I washed her clothes, so she's wearing her jeans from yesterday, a loose pair that tapers and rolls up at the cuff. She has on the tank top she must have worn under her outfit along with one of my plaid shirts tied at the front. She usually likes to match her makeup to the stripe in her hair, but she's wearing bright red lipstick, and with her cat-eye glasses and her hair still up in that sexy bun, she looks almost like a rockabilly princess. Wow, I say. You are gorgeous. Pookie barks, and I do a double take. Ash has dyed a blue stripe in Pookie's crazy ear hair. I laugh. How did you do that? Food coloring. It'll wash out. When did you do that? 3 minutes ago. You took longer than you think. I had to shave. Her eyebrows raise and she leans forward, batting those huge eyes at me. Oh, did you? And why did you need to shave? Fire roars low in my gut at the flirty question, and even flirtier look on her face. I want to go full steam ahead with the flirting. I want to be open and tell her exactly how I feel, but I also don't want to spook her. I don't want to risk pushing her past a tipping point that goes in the wrong direction. We fake dated for just over a week, and it's been the best week of my life. If I'm misreading her, I risk all of this ending before I'm ready. I'll never be ready. Stick with me, and you'll find out. Part of the reason I took so long getting ready was that I called ahead to all of Ash's favorite places to get the makings of a picnic. I have no fudge, George said when he answered. What do you mean? You sell fudge? Yeah, and I sold out, he said. I opened at 10 like usual, and the line was down the street. I sold out by noon. When Tia answered, she was too harried to say much, but her enthusiasm was contagious. You can have anything you want on the house, lover boy. We're packed. That busy, huh? I haven't peed since we opened. Not sure I needed to know that. This is all y'all's doing, so you need to know. Everyone's asking for exactly what Lucy Jane got, and when they find out we ran out, we're pretending we know the other stuff she likes. Lou's a regular at the diner, so Tia doesn't realize how true that statement was. That's great, Tia. It is if Bill agrees to sell to me. I saw him fuming and talking to that greasy Yankee who's been in town all week. They weren't happy. How could the man be angry about making money? I knew exactly why. Dumfries Holden would never agree to buy a single restaurant. If they can't take over all of Maple Street, there's no use in putting in one franchise. Tia was only too happy to take my order, and she promised to have it ready in a picnic basket to go. We drive toward Maple Street, and when we start getting close, we notice the number of cars parked on the street and fill in the roads. People jump over huge puddles, but they excitedly point to places and lose reel and take pictures. We can't even turn onto Maple, it's so busy. There's no parking! Anywhere! Ash exclaims. The town is always busier on Saturdays, but this is unlike anything I've ever seen. George wasn't kidding about the lines of people. They're in every store, including the hardware store and Chick's Bait and Tackle. Everywhere people are taking selfies and walking around with shopping bags. Someone must have mobilized every food truck in the region. Ash laughs in disbelief, and I can't help putting my arm around her and pulling her as close as the console will allow me. Note to self: trade in the truck for one with a bench seat. I pull into the alley where fortunately people have obeyed the authorized parking only signs. Ash and I walk hand in hand down the street toward the diner, weaving around the throngs of people. We glance into Nico's thrift and vintage store, and he looks as gruff and grumpy as ever, but busy. So busy. I can't believe it, Ash says. She lets go of my hand to hug my arm. I can. She scrunches her nose. You really are the best person I've ever known. Her words don't cause the pang they normally do. If I make her happy, how bad could I be? At the diner, Tia has a picnic basket ready and waiting. Thanks, Tia. I owe you, I tell her at the door. People standing in line down the street glare at us, but I don't care. Anything for y'all, Tia says. Now get out of here. I don't got time for chit-chat. Hey, do you guys know Lucy Jane? A teen girl asks as we leave the diner. Yes, Ash gushes. She's my best friend. The girl's jaw hits the floor, but one of her friends elbows her. She's teasing you, as if they actually know LJ. Wouldn't it be amazing if we knew LJ? Ash asks me. It'd be pretty cool. Good luck finding her, Ash says, but the girls shoot her withering looks. I cannot wait to tell Lou about this. We reach the Riverwalk, but it's almost as busy as Maple Street. We walk by an ice cream cart, and she stares at it. Rusty, when did we get ice cream carts in Sugar Maple? They probably work at one of the ball fields and decided to set up shop closer. I wonder how busy the farm is today. Tripp texted and said we're at capacity, and the factory is full too. She laughs incredulously, but I don't understand how she could possibly be surprised. Excited, sure, but surprised? She has a Midas touch with ads and marketing. A week from now, every town will be trying to copy what she's done here. Lou's fans will post countless copycat videos of themselves in Sugar Maple trying to recreate her reel frame by frame. We can't find an empty bench to eat at, so I lead her to a hidden gem off the beaten path. It's tucked deep into the trees that flank this part of the river, and it's not the easiest spot to get to, but there's a clearing about 8 feet back from the river once we're there. I try to push the branches out of Ash's way as much as possible, but when we stop, she has leaves in her hair. I pluck them out. Nature looks good on you. Everything looks good on you, Ash blurts. No amount of cold plunges could prepare me for the extraordinary task of not kissing her right here, right now. I lay down a thick blanket and hear a FaceTime call on Ash's phone. It's my parents. Do you mind if I get this? I know they'd love to say hi. I don't mind, I say. She accepts the chat and the screen flashes with the beaming faces of her parents. They're in Greg's home office, which has a huge Silver Surfer poster in the background. I commented on the poster the first time I saw it. I know comic books as well as any kid with a love of reading and a bent for visual arts. Greg was surprised I knew him and told me that black dads from his generation all love the Silver Surfer. Then he friended me on Facebook and sent me links to posts about it, and we became social media friends who share nerdy comic book memes. Yes, I'm friends with Ash's dad. Hey, AJ, Greg says. Rusty, my man. Hi, baby, her mom says. Hi, Rusty. Hi, Mr. and Mrs. Jackson, I say out of the corner of my eye. I see Ash's mouth twist. Call them Greg and Jennifer, she says. Her smile looks forced. You've known them long enough. Greg sent you like 7 memes this morning. She's right, Greg laughs. Then he gives me a dad look. Now, are you treating my baby girl well? Yes, sir, I say. Good man. Ash's mom moves her head around as if she's trying to see past us. Are you two on a date? She asks. She always asks this, and Ash always rolls her eyes and says, Calm down, we're just friends. It's a knife twisting in my gut time and again. I brace myself for a twist. Well, we're eating together, Ash says, her intonation rising and falling suggestively. Alone? I forget we're on camera and stare at Ash. The side of her mouth quirks up as she keeps looking at her parents on the screen. You're on a date, her mom says. I knew it. I knew you'd realize soon enough that you two are meant to be. Mom! Hon, Greg says at the same time. Let's give them a bit of space to breathe. On their date. Ash's mom cackles and kisses Greg. That's my hunk of a man, she says. Greg takes a bite at Ash's mom, and it's cheesy and mildly inappropriate, and I find I love these two more than ever. They're rooting for me. That has to mean something, right? But then Ash lacks jerks. I'm not a goofball like Greg, but I'm not a manipulative bully like Frank or Philip. Am I? Something is changing between us. Does that mean she sees me as a jerk? Has she caught glimpses of the darkness in me that I've tried so hard to keep tamped down? No, I can't believe that. If she's seen that darkness, she's not attracted to it. Is she? Bye, guys, Ash's mom says. Bye. Ash hangs up with a laugh. They're not even trying to be subtle. I look down at the picnic without focusing on anything. Rusty? Ash waves her hand in front of my face, and my eyes snap back into focus. You spaced on me. Everything okay? You have a thing for jerks. Yeah, I used to have terrible taste in guys. My head flies up. Used to? Last week when Philip showed up, you looked thrown. Your friends were desperate to get a buffer between you two. Ash frowns, looking deep in thought. I know, but I honestly can't remember what I ever found appealing about him. Really? Yes, really. I don't know how I ever liked him, let alone wanted to prove anything to him. My heart hammers in my throat. It's barely been a week. What's changed? She takes a bite of her burger, then licks the grease off her pinky. She chews for a moment. What's your favorite sport? Pardon? What's your favorite sport? Don't tell Duke and Sonny, but baseball. Okay, baseball. Let's say there were only 2 teams in baseball, and one was a bunch of players who train hard, play hard, and treat their fans with respect, and the other was a bunch of players who suck at life and mock their fans while trying to cheat the whole time. Whose jersey would you wear? She's painting me in too good a light. What if your team sometimes storms the mound when a player gets hit? What if they want to retaliate? What if they're human? Worse. She grabs my hand.
The one with the scar.
Not worse. Human. I can handle rooting for humans who try and fail and try again if those humans can handle having a crazy superfan who paints her face and screams too loudly for them to win the whole time. Human. Does this mean she's seen the way I storm the mound and accepts it? Accepts me?
I press my lips inward, not daring to smile, not daring to cry. My voice is thick with emotion, but I try to keep it light. I think the team is just happy their superfan cares.
That's a relief.
Ash's lips pull into a slow smile.
Because your jersey is way cuter. When in doubt, always root for the team with the cutest jersey.
Chapter 25. Ash. After our picnic, we head to Patty's and talk for a bit to Walt, Rusty's bouncer/off-duty cop friend. Soon, the bar is too busy, though, and he goes back to work as the 77s start their set. Patty wasn't kidding about how good they are. They have the right mix of upbeat and slow songs. And because this is a honky-tonk Irish pub, there's a lot of dancing. And that means slow dancing. Rusty and I are sweaty and smiling as we sway, and I feel like I'm in a heady cloud of love. I know we're in public, so we have to act a certain way, but I'm not acting. And I don't think he is either. I can't know for sure, but he's not crossing any lines that he could cross. He's not even kissing me. But we feel like us. This whole week, I've thought Rusty was faking his confidence along with his feelings. But this sophisticated, assured version feels more authentic than the reserved version I've known all along. He's never felt so genuine to me or seemed so comfortable in his own skin. At the end of the song, I excuse myself to go to the ladies' room. I walk through the lounge and back into the bar, where the bathrooms are. The line for the women's restroom is out the door, as it so often is. I smile at the woman directly in front of me, and then it hits me that I know her. She's the woman Philip took to the game last night. "Oh, hey," she says. "I know you. You're Philip's ex." "That's me," I say. "Ash. And it's Heather, right?" "That's right." She fiddles with her necklace. "So did you and Philip date for long?" "About a year." She nods.
And are you wanting to get back together with him?
"No, nope. Not at all. 0 out of 10. Would not recommend." She's clearly taken aback. "Why do you say that?" "Did you watch the, ice football game the other night?" "Sure did." "Then you saw all the cheap shots, right?" "It was just a game. And besides, your date punched him too." "That's true," I say. The line moves up as 2 women leave the bathroom. We're almost to the door. "I'm not talking about a game, though." I sigh. "Listen, Philip is a master of cheap shots. He finds out exactly what buttons to push, and when no one's looking, he pushes and pushes and pushes them until you either fight back or curl up and keep taking it." I should have fought back. Heather puts her hand on her hip. "It sounds like emotional manipulation." "Yeah. Why didn't you say that the first time?" I pause. "I guess I didn't think you'd believe me." "What the heck? I've gone on 2 dates with the guy, and you know him way better than I do. Sisters have to look out for each other." The door opens, and it's Heather's turn to go in. "Do better, Ashley." I don't see Heather again. Not when I get into the bathroom, not when I'm washing my hands, and not when I'm leaving the restroom and going back through the bar. I see Philip, though. He's sitting at the counter drinking alone and looking incensed. I give him a wide berth, not wanting to draw his attention or his ire. Unfortunately, he sees me.
"Ashley!"
He yells. I keep walking, but he stops me before I can make it to the lounge.
"Funny running into you here. I seem to have found myself mysteriously dateless."
Heather seems like a woman with good taste, I say.
"I'd rather be here with you."
You're so full of it, Philip. You don't care about me.
Why do you always sell yourself short like that? You mean the world to me, baby. I should never have let you go.
You're drunk. You should go home.
I'm barely buzzed,"
he says. Then his upper lip curls in a sneer.
"Real nice job on the campaign, by the way. I didn't figure you for someone who'd exploit a connection to get ahead.
Do you know what should have been the first red flag with Philip? The fact that I never told him Lou's secret. When I told him I went to college with Lucy Jane, he got so eager about it, I couldn't tell him the truth. I wasn't afraid of exposing her either. I was afraid he'd hit on her in front of me. I thought he was such a catch. It seemed like a foregone conclusion that she would have liked him back. Silly, silly me. He actually wondered about it once. He said,
You call yourselves the Janes. You went to college with Lucy Jane, and Lou's real name is Lucy. You can't tell me that's a coincidence.
You got me, I said. She really is Lucy Jane. She spends all day as an associate at a law firm doing grunt work, but she's secretly a famous millionaire. Who in her right mind would do that? He snorted and mercifully let it go. My motives were iffy, but my instinct was spot on. He wasn't a safe person to share my secrets with. He definitely would have hit on her, and he would have manipulated me into thinking nothing happened and that I was being crazy to think otherwise. Only a couple of weeks ago, Philip saying I used Lou to beat him would have sent me spiraling into self-doubt. Fake dating or not, it's astonishing what feeling seen, appreciated, and loved has done for me. I hold my head high. It only feels like exploitation to you because you're incapable of real friendships. She's the one who offered.
Right. Like you didn't plant it in her head. You couldn't stand the thought of me winning.
I look at his dull hair and glassy eyes. I didn't realize I had so much power over you.
Pff, he says. You don't have any power over me. I don't care about you.
Your quarterly texts would suggest otherwise.
Come off it, Ashley. You think you're so special I'm obsessed with you? You're the one who blocked me.
You're right, I did, I tell him. And I did it because I think I'm so special. You're toxic, bro. Blocking you is like blocking nerve gas. Good for one's health. Recommended by doctors everywhere.
More like psychiatrists,
he says. I give a humorless laugh. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Because a psychiatrist diagnosed my ADHD, right? Oh man, killer. So funny. Neurodivergence digs are so hot right now.
Whoa,
he says, as if I'm so out of control.
Calm down. I didn't go there. I wouldn't make fun of a diagnosis.
You just did.
What? No, that's not what I meant. You always read into things.
Philip, you mentioned psychiatrists.
What does that have to do with anything?
You're gaslighting me right now. He holds his hands out and laughs like he can't believe his ears.
Gaslighting? Yikes. Chill out, Ashley. You are so dramatic.
I could scream. Part of me wants to fight back and not let him drag me back down to his level. But even as I think it, the fight drains out of me. I don't care enough. Philip is a hangnail I put a Band-Aid over a long time ago. It's time to clip it. I look at him. Are you okay?
What?
You flew all the way out here to overhaul a small town that should have been a gimme, and you lost. Is your grandpa going to be upset?
I haven't lost.
Oh, okay, I say.
I haven't.
Good for you.
You're unhinged. You're hysterical.
I flip my hair like I'm Elle Woods. Thank you. I am hysterical. Growing up in Colorado, there were mountain passes and beware of falling rocks signs everywhere. Once in high school, a rock the size of a golf ball fell from a cliff, bounced on the highway, and smashed into the windshield of my Subaru. I watched the glass fracture out from that point of impact, creating a fragile spiderweb. A strong gust of wind could have finished the job and left me sitting in a pile of shattered glass. My words are that point of impact in Philip's thin veneer. The fractures are spreading. But his front hasn't shattered yet. He moves his target.
I'm worried about you, Ashley. All these famous friends, this boyfriend, heck, your own family, they don't get you. You're not like other people. Your own dad rejected you. I'm the only one who understands you. I mean, look at you.
I look down at myself. I don't have Jane's legs or Millie's curves or Parker's arms and back. I don't have Lou's otherworldly mystique. What I do have is all me, though. I know. I'm fabulous, aren't I? I spot a face behind Philip that makes me grin, and that makes Philip's eye twitch.
You think your boyfriend likes you because you're pretty or special or something? He likes you because you're crazy. Every guy knows crazy girls make the hottest.
Rusty grabs Philip's shoulder and whips him around.
What did you say to my girlfriend?
Rusty says in a tone so sinister, Batman would be envious. Philip shakes his head, not backing down but not looking Rusty in the eye.
Easy, bro. It was just a joke.
Rusty's fists are clenched by his side. I stand behind him and put my hand on his shoulder.
No, you're a joke. What you said was inexcusable. Dude, you're way off base. This was just a chat between exes that got a little heated. Then maybe I can help you cool off outside. You don't have your big friend here this time. I don't need him.
Right, Philip says.
Whatever you have to tell yourself, Fight Club. You and Ashley are perfect for each other. You're both nuts. You should watch what you say about my girlfriend. Resorting to threats, are we, Rusty?
Rusty has slowly backed Philip up to the exit door. Patty comes out from behind the bar to follow us. Philip's back hits the panic bar, and he stumbles outside. He's buzzed enough to be bolder than normal, but sober enough to stay steady on his feet.
You're a big man when you're wearing pads, and you're a little man who threatens women. But if you'd like to finish what we started on the rink, I'm not wearing pads now.
Rusty hasn't laid a finger on Philip. He's so intimidating. His very presence is overpowering my useless ex. The problem is, when Philip is backed into a corner, like a dog, he'll attack. And out here in the parking lot, Philip has reached his corner.
You two think your little social media blitz can compare with the money my family can drop on this town?
I scoff. I think your grandpa didn't get rich by listening to the advice of a senior director who only got the job because you share a last name. Rusty snorts.
Well said.
Right? It just came to me in a wave of brilliance. He shakes with laughter, puts an arm around me, and then kisses me softly. His lips are soft and salty from the peanuts we were eating while waiting for the show. I lick my lips when he breaks away. Add a bit of jelly, and you got yourself a sandwich there, babe.
A cheese sandwich, maybe.
I laugh. What do you mean, cheese? That was funny.
It was corny. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but it was corny.
Of course you like corn, farm boy, I tease. We've already turned around and are going back up the stairs to the bar when a hand grabs my arm. Hard. Hey! I yell at Philip, who pulls me back. In a flash, Rusty wheels around and drives his fist into Philip's face. Philip releases me and drops like a rock. He clutches his face, and blood drips through his fingers.
You broke my nose! Don't you ever touch her again. I'll sue you for this. I'll take everything. Yet he's the one who has a witness,
Patty says.
And I saw a sniveling weasel try to assault a woman. I didn't assault her! And her brave boyfriend defended her,
Patty says.
You'll be hearing from my lawyer,
Philip says, getting up and running to his car.
And you'll be hearing from the state troopers, because you already had 4 beers and a shot,
Patty yells. Philip seems to consider this, and then he unlocks his rental and jumps in. Patty and Rusty spring into action. They sprint at full speed and yank the door open before Philip can put it in drive. Rusty's there first, and he grabs Philip by the shirt and pulls him out on his butt, the car still running. Patty looks like he wants to tear Philip's head off, but surprisingly, Rusty's the one to pat his chest.
It's okay, man,
Rusty says. Patty pants and stares murderously at Philip, but he nods.
Well, well, well,
a voice says behind me. It's Rusty's bouncer cop friend, Walt.
Looks like y'all are heroes. I'll take it from here,
he says. Philip cowers on the ground.
What are you gonna do? Beat me up? What? Oh, you think I'm an enforcer for the bar?
Walt laughs hard.
Brother, I'm an off-duty cop, and you parked right in front of me.
He sniffs a laugh.
Who tries to drive drunk parked next to a cop car? I wasn't trying to drive,
Philip cries.
I was going to sleep it off. They're lying. Oh dear, that's a serious accusation. Let's check my dash cam.
In the bar's floodlights, the blood seems to drain from Philip's face.
Thanks, Walt,
Rusty yells. The officer waves, and Patty claps Rusty's back.
Thanks for holding me back.
Patty mutters.
"Thanks for having my back,"
Rusty says. Patty nods and returns to the bar. As much as I'd love to stand here and watch Walt read Philip his rights, I thread my fingers in Rusty's and pull him into the bar behind Patty. We go straight through to the lounge, and the moment we get there, I put my arms around his shoulders. Rusty's hands find my hips, and he presses his thumbs into the dip in my waist. His hazel eyes look worried.
"Are you okay?"
He asks. Totally, I say. I mean it. He has no power over me anymore.
"He grabbed you."
Hey, don't worry about him, I say. He's nothing. Rusty sniffs.
"Shouldn't I be telling you that?"
If it makes you feel better, but I promise I don't need it.
"I hate him. Punching him in the face wasn't enough. Just thinking of everything he's done to you. About him grabbing you."
I put my hand on his jaw, silencing his anger and fear. Can I tell you something weird?
"We wouldn't be us if you didn't."
I smile. I forgot Philip was even there. Isn't that bizarre? We started joking around, and the weight of his presence vanished. But not only his presence, it's like the weight of our past disappeared. Because I was with you. Rusty drops his head, but not before I can see the smile playing on his lips. I nudge his face up, and he's still wearing that smile. It's not a shy one. If anything, his smile is so confident, it's like he's keeping it hidden because he doesn't need to show anyone else. Except me.
"It's not weird or bizarre," he says. "I could forget my own name when I'm with you."
My word, farm boy, I whisper. Could you get any smoother? He tucks a curl behind my ear, leaving a trail of goosebumps along the path his finger traces.
"Buttercup, you have no idea."
His eyes search mine, and I don't know what they see, but they see something, all right. Because the next thing I know, Rusty closes the distance between us. He puts his hands on my cheeks, and his mouth is on mine. I wrap my arms tightly around his neck. He's not close enough. We're pressed against each other, our mouths one, but it's not enough.
I've had this man in my life for a year, and all I can think about is all those wasted seconds doing anything other than this. Being anything other than this.
I'm greedy for all that lost time. I want to erase every minute of our past where we weren't what we are now. I'm hungry for him. No, starving. Rusty's lips, on the other hand, are warm and firm, but not demanding. Each kiss is an invitation I thrillingly accept, an enticement I willingly succumb to. The music from the band fades away with the press of people. There is only Rusty and me. Nothing else matters. Nothing else exists. Only us. Chapter 26. Ash. I wake up to see a text from Rusty, time-stamped 5 a.m. Rusty.
"Morning, gorgeous. Matt has the stomach flu, so I'm at the farmer's market in Orangeburg. Can I make you dinner tonight?"
I squeal. Ash. That's tough. I have a busy schedule today of making awesome content and dyeing Pookie's hair.
Prairie.
Nice try. I heard you call her Pookie.
Stockholm Syndrome.
I stayed at your house. You were my captor.
We both know you took over my place.
Gasp.
Protest all you want. That bathroom has your name written all over it.
Jeez Louise. A girl writes her name on the mirror in lipstick one time.
You wrote it 12 times in the shape of a heart around my side of the mirror.
GIF of little girl grinning.
You don't hear me complaining.
Blushing face emoji.
Gotta run. These peaches won't sell themselves.
Go forth and sell. Heart. I hesitate, wanting to add one more thing, but not sure if it's pushing us into uncharted territory. My finger raps against my teeth, and then I remember our kiss. That kiss. My hesitation evaporates. Miss you? His response is immediate.
Miss you too.
Waiting is a fate worse than death, so I walk around the house and find Lou on the deck, strumming her guitar and singing. I collapse onto one of the chairs across from her and put my legs on the table between us. Look at you, drunk on love, Lou says. Tell me everything. 30 minutes of play-by-play detail later, Lou is smiling like a fool, and I'm floating. You like him, Lou says. I know, I do. I'm obsessed with him. He's all I can think about. I was trying to make another reel, and you know how much I love making reels, but I was useless. I couldn't stop thinking about that kiss. It was that good? Just thinking about it makes me feel like I've been dipped in hot oil. He kissed me the way a man kisses a woman, not a friend kisses another friend. It was the stuff of storybooks and YouTube channels dedicated to scorchingly hot first kiss scenes. We're talking Jess and Nick, Luke and Lorelai, Veronica and Logan, heck, Jim and Pam. Every toe-curling, goosebump-raising, delicious first kiss in history. Lou sighs. I've never been kissed like that. You've never been kissed like anything. Lou glares at me. Not the point. The point is that you know how much I love being right about everything. I told you so. You told me nothing. I did too. At Sonny's Nona's wedding, I told you you'd either get it or you wouldn't. You got it. Is that what you guys were all talking about? Me and Rusty? Yes? What did you think we were talking about? His abs. Sonny was trying to convince me that Rusty's tummy waffles are better than his. And why would he do that? Lou leads. Because Sonny is humble? Ha! All right. In a weird way, I guess he is, but no. Think about it. Why would Sonny and Millie and Jane and all of us talk about Rusty's tummy waffles? Because you guys wanted me to see Rusty as an object of desire? Lou snorts at my description. Did it work? Not because of his abs. I haven't even seen them yet. And we were in a hot tub together. Well, cold tub. Ice tub? Ice bath. That. How did you end up in an ice bath with him and not see his abs? I thought it was a hot tub and basically froze to death. It's May in the South, sugar. It's called hyperbole, Lou, and it's the best friend I've ever had in my entire life, I say. Lou laughs again. Okay, she says. Rusty's hot and you finally got it. Oh, I got it all right. I got it bad. I flop backwards over the arm of my chair. What if he doesn't feel the same way? He does, Lou says, waving my concern away. No question. Tiny question. Only because you, my sweet, sweet friend, are oblivious. He's been into you since y'all met. He friend-zoned me. He was protecting his heart. I kick my legs in the air and squeal. I look at Lou, upside down, and her upside-down smile feels off. I flip back over. When are you going to admit your crush on Connor Nash? She sits up. I have no crush. Right, because you haven't had a thing for him since you were in high school? Everyone had a thing for him in high school. Yeah, but not everyone can do something about said crush. You know him in real life now. He texts you almost every day. Girl, please, Lou says, plucking a baleful tune on her guitar. Crushes and feelings ruin careers. That won't be me. You know, your parents have a beautiful love story. It doesn't have to be yours, but it's still beautiful. It is beautiful, and it won't be mine, Lou says, still strumming. By the way, I went by Maple Street this morning, and it was packed. The busiest I've ever seen it. Ha ha! Snack on that for lunch, Teddy. Teddy? She asks. Not Philip? Who can care about Philip? She smiles. You got it bad, all right. I can't believe I ever liked such jerks. Neither can the rest of us. I blame Frank. I should block Frank, I say. Seconded. Parker and Sonny appear from inside the house. What are we seconding? Parker asks. If Ash should block Frank on social media? Man, I hate Frank, Sonny says. He and Parker join us around the table. She sits on his lap. These two may not be racing to the altar like Millie and Duke did, but after 7 years apart, 7 years of pining and missing each other, they don't spend any more time apart than they have to. I vote you block him, Sonny continues. Why give him access to comment on your life? It wasn't a friendly divorce, and he's not interested in anyone but himself. And this is coming from Mr. Sunshine, Lou says. Sonny loves everyone. Listen to the man.
PJ, what do you think?
Sonny asks. Parker chews the inside of her cheek. Do you think your relationship can be redeemed? I know where Parker's question is coming from. Her parents were beyond neglectful to her, and when she and Sonny finally got back together, she drew a hard line in the sand with them. And surprisingly, they're trying. They're making efforts to be in her life on her terms. It's not great, but it's progress. And the fact that Parker is willing to grant them the space to progress is probably the most impressive thing about my literal genius friend. But Frank isn't them. He's never tried, I say. He didn't want shared custody. He refused to take me out for my birthday or come to my parties, yet he'd post on social media on big days and would tag me in it and say how much he missed me. He'd go on about how hard divorce was on him, that he had to miss milestones like this. He lived 2 miles from us. Mom invited him to the house for parties and graduations. He didn't care about me. He only wanted people to think he was a successful dad whose nasty ex and her evil new husband took his daughter from him. I pull up social media and go to my dad's page. It's nothing but his golf scores, the deals he closed, and posts like, "My new family knows how to treat their old man," with pictures of them showering him with presents on his birthday or Father's Day. It's funny that Rusty has an issue with men who get plastic surgery, because whatever work Mayor Teddy has gotten doesn't compare with how much my dad has. The pictures on his page are all of them looking perfect. Everyone is the right shade of blonde. His new wife's hair is flat ironed without a single frizz. They wear rolled up jeans and white shirts on the beach and act so surprised when the waves hit their feet. They all know how to pose for pictures, and no one would ever stick their tongue out at the camera like my family did during our last family picture. While Greg stands behind my mom in pictures, Frank is front and center in every single one. Millie has always said my dad has all the markers of actual narcissistic personality disorder, while Philip has more antisocial traits. I don't know what any of that means, but I know I'm tired of wanting crappy men to love me. I want the best guy I've ever known to love me. Yeah, it's time to block him. I don't want his garbage cluttering up my feed anymore. Yes, that's my girl, Lou says, tackle-hugging me from her chair. She squeezes the breath out of me. If Rusty can make you see yourself accurately in barely a week, imagine what a lifetime could do.
Are we openly talking about this now?
Sonny asks.
Because I've been rooting for you two since the second I met Rusty.
He really has, Parker says. It's getting in the way of wedding planning at this point. You need to do something about it. I chuckle. Good idea. I'm craving farm-fresh produce. Anyone want to hit up a farmer's market in Orangeburg with me? Sonny raises his hand. Parker nods, and Lou puts down her guitar. And watch you and the fake boyfriend flirt? Yes, please. As I drive my friends to Orangeburg, Sonny tells us about the last time he visited Rusty at the farmer's market, only a couple of weeks ago. You've visited Rusty at work? I ask.
Yeah, I go whenever he's doing a site visit. Y'all have sugar maple stuff at the house all the time. How do you get it?
My cheeks get hot. Rusty brings them over. Every week, Lou adds. Don't feel bad about it. I should feel bad. I've taken advantage of him.
He wishes,
Sonny says, and everyone else laughs. I'm serious. He told me I'm the most important person in his life, but I didn't know that he was over a huge chunk of Tripp's business. I've swung by the farm plenty of times, but I've never gone with him to sell at a fruit stand. I haven't stopped by the warehouse or even asked him about work. I thought he preferred our work. I've been a horrible friend. I'm pretty sure his only complaint with you is that you're not his wife, Lou says. I notice you're not contradicting me. Because I don't have anything to add. Beating yourself up about the past isn't productive. You want to be more involved in his life, so you're taking steps to do it. Move forward, sugar. You are so practical, it hurts. How are you so good at lyricizing when you can do... I wiggle my fingers toward her in mild disgust. This. Because I'm also a master of compartmentalizing, rationalizing, and intellectualizing. All the isins, really. You're brilliant, and I hate you. Love you too, Lou says. We're coming up on Chick Hank's house when suddenly a bloom of yellow smoke appears in the air. I pull over and we all rush out to see Chick standing over the gopher holes with a gas mask on. What are you doing? I ask.
He looks up at me with crazed eyes.
They keep coming back. No matter what I do, the varmints keep coming back. But I got 'em this time. I'm gonna smoke 'em out. And if they don't leave, I'll set the whole thing on fire.
He lights another smoke bomb and throws it in the gopher hole. We watch him drop them into each of the holes.
Chick, those ain't the right smoke bombs, Lou says, shaking her head. But Chick is too busy laughing to overhear. He's also too busy laughing to notice that the gophers have popped out of a hole in the grass strip between the sidewalk and his fence line. Chick, have you checked for holes out here? I gesture to where we're standing on the other side of his fence.
It doesn't matter,
He says, his laughter bordering on mania.
because the smoke bombs'll kill the little buggers.
Chick, Lou says, those are firework smoke bombs, not gopher gassers. Chick's laughter stops.
Come again?
My pawpaw had to gas some when I was a kid, and they destroyed his garden. There's a special gas specific for ground rodents, not smoke bombs.
No!
Chick grabs his forehead.
It's never gonna end! They're gonna dance on my casket at my funeral!
Parker coughs a laugh. Chick looks so forlorn, I almost hop the fence to give him a hug. But then he marches over to his shed and brings out a jar of what looks like gasoline. We look on in horror as he pours it in a hole, lights a match, and boom! Chick flies backward, and Sonny's immediately over the fence, pulling him out of the way of the flaming bonfire in a hole. Sonny rips off Chick's hat, which is on fire, and beats it against the grass to stamp it out.
Are you okay?
He asks. Chick starts laughing and feels his face.
Lost my doggone eyebrows, but it was worth it.
I don't have the heart to tell him the gophers will be back tomorrow. When we pull up to the farmer's market, I spot Rusty, and a huge smile takes over my face. Smitten kitten, Lou mumbles. Guilty, I say. The Sugar Maple Farms stall is beyond busy. A constant stream of customers hand him cash or cards, and he moves boxes and flats of fruits, jams, salsas, and butters with the efficiency of a conveyor belt. He's so capable, but he's also funny. He cracks jokes about plums, about dinner parties, whatever the customer mentions. He's quick and charming, and he still takes time to train his helper, who looks like a high schooler. This is my Rusty. I debate getting in line, but I see 3 college-aged girls giggling over him, and I'm filled with the sudden urge to throw rotten tomatoes at them. Not that Rusty would ever sell rotten tomatoes. AJ, those girlies are gunning for your man, Lou says. Rusty smiles politely as Macbeth's witches cackle about his backside. Not today, witches. For the record, I'm not into women hating women, but these are desperate times. Hey, farm boy, I say loudly. Rusty beams like a spotlight has been trained on him. It's beyond gratifying to see his eyes rove over me. This is new. Rusty's eyes never rove over me. He's always strictly friendly. The thought of him being so overcome by my presence that he can't stop himself is like throwing a match in the gas-filled gopher hole that is my heart. Gorgeous, he says appreciatively. I round the stand and he holds his arms out to me. I run the last couple of steps and jump into his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist. He kisses me firmly on the mouth, and I stop caring about the women watching us jealously.
He squeezes my legs, gives me 2 more soft kisses, and then sets me down.
Rusty looks as happy as I've ever seen him. He's become so much less reserved over the last 10 days. It can't be an act. It can't be.
What are you doing here?
He asks with a smile. I told you I missed you, so I thought I'd help today. We were just coming to say hi, Parker says, waving at Rusty. How are we getting home? You can take my car, I say. Rusty can drive me. We can take your car, Lou says. You don't let people drive your car, ever. We have to shake dirt out of our shoes before we get in. So shake the dirt off your shoes before you drive back home, I say, my eyes on Rusty's. That is love, Lou mutters to Parker. I blush, but Rusty drops his head, and I smooth his hair back like always. It's like our signature move. Excuse me, one of the 3 girls says. Can we get some help?
I'll be right with you,
Rusty says.
His hazel eyes dance between mine.
Are you ready to work?
With you? I ask. His hands tighten on my back, and the rightness of us cements itself in my mind. Always.
Chapter 27. Rusty. Pookie is ecstatic to see Ash, judging by how she runs to her first, pees at her feet, and doesn't leave her side all night. I get it. Having to take Ash back to her place last night after our date felt like watching my world go from 8K picture quality down to 320p. Everything was pixelated, flatter, duller. Yet, Pookie's blue stripe glowed with an intensity that radiated light and color to the rest of the house. And Ash forgot so much stuff. A claw hair clip, a toothbrush, although I guess that was technically mine. A tube of lipstick that each of those objects added more light. We've worked together on countless projects for Jane & Co., and I've come to associate that same lightness with my consulting work. But after having her work alongside of me today, my job feels more exciting. She learned our products fast and was a genuine help, but she was also curious. She asked a million questions about what I do for Sugar Maple Farms. The more I talked, the more impressed she seemed. I don't think she cared about my title, and I'm sure she doesn't care about my compensation. Jane & Co. ain't doing too shabby, but I think she liked hearing how competent I am. She kept saying things like, "I never would have thought of that," and "How are you so hot and smart?" She said it like she meant it, and I filed away every word in my brain. Making her dinner now feels like playing house again. We're baking pizzas in my outdoor pizza oven, and when I toss the dough in the air the way Patty taught me, Ash gapes. "Is there anything you're not good at?" "Reading." Laughter explodes from her. "Cheater. And you are good at reading. You're a voracious reader." "Audiobooks don't count." She reels on me. "Excuse me? What idiot told you that?" I set the dough on the counter and pull out my dough docker. I run the spiked roller over the dough to release the air. "Arlo, I was constantly listening to audiobooks in my room, and he said it was because I was too stupid to read." The fire in Ash's eyes could set the world ablaze. "Right, because he was reading Milton and Chaucer in between drinks at the bar? What a—" "Hey, it's okay," I interrupt. "It's not okay. He never should have treated you like that." I can't help a quiet scoff. If only that were the worst of it. "What did your mom say when he pulled this crap?" She always made excuses for him or blamed his dad. Arlo got her pregnant when they were 16, and they both dropped out of high school. They had a shotgun wedding, complete with the shotgun, and Arlo went to work. He used to rant about how he never meant to be like his no-good father, but she entrapped him and saddled him with an idiot and a brat. He'd go on and on about how he never had a choice but to become just like his father. What a monster. What a terrible, evil monster. Yeah, he really was. "Well, listening to audiobooks is reading," she says, grabbing my hands and making me look at her. "Do you think blind people don't read if their fingers are doing the work?" "No, of course they're reading." "And you are too." Her curls bounce with emphasis. "You're absorbing information. Who cares if it's through your fingers, ears, or eyes? One sense isn't better than the other. Arlo's asinine comment doesn't get to take up space in your mind. He didn't earn that privilege." The conviction in her voice carries her words straight to my heart. What did I ever do to deserve someone like you in my life? She smiles, The balls of her cheeks raise her glasses. What can I say? Guys who read are hot. Oh, are they? I put my hands around her back, and she puts hers around my neck like we're dancing. They really, really are, she says. Her eyes jump to my lips, and the urge to kiss her is overwhelming, uncontrollable, inevitable. I lean down, and my cheek brushes the skin of hers. Her eyelids flutter closed, and mine follow a heartbeat after. Her breath is warm and shallow against my face, almost like she's holding it. Or maybe I am. My lips part as I close the distance. Arf, 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 arf. Pookie jumps at our feet, her little nail scraping against my jeans and Ash's legs. She jumps and spins and tries to get our attention, because heaven forbid we do something without her. Ash laughs and leans down to scratch Pookie's ear. Poor Pop, she says. You're feeling jealous, aren't you? I should have left you in the ditch, I grumble. Ash tisks and swats my leg, still squatting with Pookie. Did Mommy and Daddy leave you out? Mommy and Daddy? My heart freezes and then catches fire. Ash doesn't look up, but I can imagine the blush on her face, and it's stupid how appealing the thought is. Ash says, pretending she doesn't know exactly what I'm talking about. Mommy and Daddy? I'm not her dad. I'm her owner, I say, but it's a reflex. She's a farm dog, not a purse pet. She's a purse pad, and she's your purse pad, Ash says in the voice she only uses for Pookie. You mean our purse pet? If that's the case, do you mind if I borrow some of her poop? Beg your pardon? I'm trying to help Chick Hanks with a gopher problem. I laugh. She's your dog too, gorgeous. Do what you need to do. Ash looks up with pure happiness stretched across her lips. For the last year, I thought I knew every smile, every quirk of her mouth, every pucker and pout. I was so wrong. It's like seeing the Mona Lisa a million times from a distance and finally getting to walk past the barrier and examine it up close. I could see brushstrokes and layers, the subtle interplay of light and color, added nuance that I never imagined, but that helps me appreciate and love this masterpiece even more. The way I could kiss this woman, the way I did. When I kissed her last night, she kissed me back, with gusto. She took my efforts and expanded them. I would have given her my best for 5 seconds and broken apart so as not to show all my cards. She memorized the deck and then changed the game completely. That kiss. It felt like us, Ash and Rusty. Not Ash and Rusty plus kissing, just Ash and Rusty. She stands up from cuddling Pookie and washes her hands. Should we finish the pizza? As you wish. She fans herself. Phew. Saying that with that hoarseness in your voice. Dang. And then she kisses me. It's a peck, a brush of her lips against mine, but it is earth-shattering. My eyes are still closed when she backs away, and I must look like a fool, but I can't move. I'm stuck to the earth so firmly, I'm growing roots. When my eyes open, Ash is smiling at me coyly. Let's go, farm boy. Mama's starving. We eat at a table on the deck. A light breeze breaks up some of the humidity, making the night comfortable. Ash lights a couple of citronella candles to ward off bugs, and we eat and talk some more. I've never met someone I fit so naturally with. We have a lot of similar tastes. We both binge audiobooks, podcasts, and love doing puzzles. We prefer Marvel to DC, but while she likes the Avengers, I like X-Men. She likes Star Trek, The Next Generation, while I'm a Deep Space Nine kind of guy. When she starts talking about her favorite band, Duncan and Nash, I try not to choke. You like Nash? That guy's a loser. He rode Duncan's coattails. How do you figure? One of them still has a career and the other doesn't. I'm more than figure, but I won't tell Ash that. Isn't it weird that he only had one good solo album after the band broke up? Yes, she admits. I figure it's the fame. It got to his head. I agree with you there, I say. He sucks. She crumples her napkin and throws it at me. I let it pelt my shoulder. Is this how it's going to be from now on? I disagree with you and you throw stuff at me? What? That's absurd. You're allowed to disagree with me. I promise to only throw stuff at you when you're wrong. Oh, is that all? And how will I know if I'm wrong? If you disagree with me, I chuckle. She reaches across the table to grab my napkin, no doubt to throw at me, and I catch her hand by the wrist. Sorry, gorgeous. I have a strict no throwing things at the table policy. Really? She asks. She puts her other hand up on the table, palm up. What's the penalty for breaking it? 5 minutes in the penalty box. Is that like 7 minutes in heaven? Heat pools in my abdomen. Never played it. Me either, but I've seen it enough times. I think we could figure it out. She flutters her eyelashes at me, and I want to jump across the table and kiss her senseless. Ashley Jane, what am I going to do with you? Maybe you should take 7 minutes and figure it out. Something flirtatious springs to the tip of my tongue, but I bite it back. I shift my hand so that my thumbs stroke her hands. Everything has changed in the last 10 days. As close as we were before, we're so much closer now. She's peered past my walls, and I've let down my guard, shed my armor. And now that it's off, I can't put it on again. I'm tired of pretending I'm pretending. What do you mean? My heart thuds against my ribs. Over the last year, loving Ash has been both a wound and a balm. Loving her as intensely as I have has caused me acute pain day in and day out. Yet, knowing her, having her in my life, has healed parts of me that I knew were broken but couldn't fix on my own. I've come to see the world differently through her. She's like LASIK for my soul. There was a universe of beauty at my fingertips that I couldn't access. For my whole life, I was sketching vistas in charcoal without knowing watercolors existed. I know they exist now. I've painted with them, seen their beauty, let them color my world. I don't want to return to a life of black and white. I always knew you dated before we met, but learning about Philip, it overtook everything else in my mind. I hated it. I hated thinking of you with him. I couldn't stop picturing you two together. I couldn't stop thinking about the way he treated you. I've moved on, though. It's not just that. I hate thinking of you with anyone. It ties my stomach into knots. It makes me so sick. I can't eat, can't sleep. Every night I have dreams, nightmares of you with Philip or some faceless jerk. And it destroys me. Tears fill her eyes. That's what your nightmares are about? Me? With someone else? Me? Every night. She covers her mouth with her hand. I thought they were about Arlo. Arlo? He's a distant second. Nothing could be scarier than imagining you with anyone else but me. Ash's face falls and curls cover it. I lift her chin with my finger. The tears in her eyes have spilled, leaving a glittering trail down her cheeks. I may have started this ruse to protect you from Philip, but you have to know that everything I've said and done is 100% real. I wasn't acting. Not for a second. If anything, this is the first time in the year I've known you that I haven't been acting. Her eyebrows crease. What do you mean? Since the day we met, you bewitched me. P&P reference. I approve. I chuckle. You were captivating and cool and so pretty, I lost the ability to speak. By the time I regained it, we were already friends and I'd missed my chance. You hadn't missed your chance. Well, I guess the wet willy. I never wet willied you. It was one noogie. Well, you gave me a lot of figurative noogies, pal, she says. I wince. There were definite friend zone vibes happening. Because I was acting. Acting like what exactly? I stroke her cheek gently with my thumb, wiping away the memory of her tears. Like I wasn't completely in love with you. Her lips spread in a tender smile, and she rests her head in my hand. You really are smooth, farm boy. I love the way you call me farm boy, I say. I love the way you tell me the things I do that you love. Then I should tell you something else, I say. I lean across the table and crook my finger toward her until she's leaning across the table, too. I nudge my nose softly against hers. I love the way you smell. I rub my nose against her neck. I love the way you feel. Over her jaw. I love the way you think. I kiss her temple. And I love the way you taste. And with that, my lips find hers in a kiss both gentle and earnest. And when that kiss is done, we kiss again and again until the sun sets and the moon appears, until the stars align. Chapter 28. Rusty. After dinner, I should be spent from the early morning and the hours of manual labor, but I'm energized, as I always am with Ash. We both have work tomorrow. The Chamber of Commerce is meeting again Friday, so we have a few days to release more videos and lock down their votes, and we probably need the rest. I should get you home, I say. You know, I could go for ice cream, she says. Ice cream sounds good. Every restaurant and food truck in town is packed, so we leave Sugar Maple and go to my favorite place in Mullet Ridge, Mud Cakes. I get the door for Ash, and she loops her arms around mine, hugging it close. I love how you do that, I say. What, hug your arm like a sloth hugging a tree? Yeah, that. I feel the apple of her cheek rise against my shoulder. Inside, Mudcakes is brimming with teens and couples. It's a fun place that leans into Mullet Ridge's unique charm, if you can call a place with the word mullet in it charming. Their flavors play on the town's blue-collar origins with names like Pothole Pecan and Tiramisu. He'll have 2 scoops of compost crunch in a waffle cone, Ash says, with rainbow sprinkles and gummy worms on top. Her giddy laughter puts a smile on my face. And she'll have a sugar cone with 1 scoop of silted caramel and 1 of apple of my pie with caramel drizzle. You know me so well, she says, giving me a quick peck on the cheek. My hand squeezes her hip, and it takes every ounce of restraint for me not to grab her by the waist, lift her onto this counter, and kiss her until we melt all the ice cream in the place. Soon we're sitting across a table for 2, smiling at each other. I hold my ice cream out to her, and she eats every nasty gummy worm off the top for me. I don't like gummy candies under the best of circumstances. Them being hard from the cold is not the best of circumstances. Bet they taste good on Ash's mouth, though. As she eats another gummy worm, her nose dips into the scoop. What? She asks. You have a dab of ice cream on your nose. She crosses her eyes to look at her nose. I put my hand on the back of her head and tug her close. Then I kiss the ice cream off her cute little nose. I don't get it all, so when I sit back down, I swipe my thumb across the rest. She fans herself. How do you make kissing ice cream off my nose so hot? I really like ice cream. Her laugh stirs up a tornado in my belly. We're made for each other, she says, taking a big bite of her ice cream. Yes, we are. You know, the first time I ever came here was with Tag Carville. He drove me home from a doctor's appointment and took me here, I say. Why was he taking you to the doctor? My shoulders tense, and I wish I could take back my words. Not important, I say, although that's far from the truth. He ordered me 1 of every single scoop in the shop and let me eat myself sick. That's adorable, she says. She plays with my hand in the middle of the table, but she looks like she's biting back a million questions. Which was your favorite? Oddly enough, not Earthworm Explosion. She laughs again. Oh, stop. You love it. You're a gummy fanatic at heart. I take a few more licks of my cone. She's so much more fearless than I am, even eating an ice cream cone. I lick in a perfect order, making sure nothing spills down the sides of the cone. She bites with her whole mouth, letting melted ice cream drip down her pinky. She just licks it off. Then she looks at me with an earnestness at odds with the final gummy worm she's nabbed from my cone. I'm sorry you were at the doctor. I had a broken jaw, I blurred. I dropped my gaze to our clasped hands. I was sucking food through a straw for 6 weeks. He tried to take me to get a burger first, but it was a little too hard to chew after so many weeks, and my jaw got tired. So he took me here. Rusty. I don't know what I would have done without Tag. He's the one who put me in a hockey league with guys years older than me. I was madder than a hornet most of the time. I was so scared and afraid and angry. He thought the safest thing for me would be to compete against guys bigger, stronger, and faster than me. He thought it would help if I could channel my fear and aggression into healthy competition. No one should have made you feel that afraid, she whispers. No one. Ash's lip curls up when she says this, and I'm struck by the fact that I've never seen this look before. I've never seen her filled with hurt, with indignation for me. She stands and moves her chair right next to mine. Then she wiggles underneath my arm, takes a bite of my ice cream, and then continues eating hers. I'm sorry you had Arlo. I'm so sorry, she says. But I'm glad you had tag. A drip of ice cream melts down my cone, and Ash licks it off before it can reach my hand. I'm sorry you had Frank, but I'm glad you have Greg. Ash pauses. I've always wondered why Greg didn't legally adopt me. My mom didn't legally adopt my brothers because their mom passed away and she never wanted to replace her. But Frank sucks. I wanted Greg to replace him. Sometimes I worry he's relieved he's not my real dad. I hold Ash tight. So this is why she looked pained when I called her parents Mr. and Mrs. Jackson. She's not a Jackson, at least not legally. Does she not know how much Greg adores her? I think Greg loves you as much as any dad could love a daughter. His eyes light up the second your face comes on the screen. He FaceTimes you at least once a week because he misses seeing you so much. I bet it would break his heart if he knew how you feel. She sounds choked. I wish. I rest my head against hers. Have you ever asked them about it? No, I'm afraid of the answer. I get that, but I think you should. She looks up at me. Why are you so sure this would work out in my favor? Because Greg called me a few days ago and threatened to pull me apart like string cheese if I hurt his baby girl. What? She laughs. Greg? My Greg? He always jokes that the only reason he attracted his first wife was because she had a crush on Steve Urkel. I don't know what to tell you, I say. Except Greg loves you. I can't get past the idea of my nerdy stepdad calling my strapping farm boy and threatening him, especially the string cheese part, she says. Greg is lactose intolerant. I chuckle. What did you say? She asks. When he called, what did you say? That conversation will stay fresh in my mind until the day I die. You'll have to ask Greg. We finish our ice cream, occasionally taking bites from each other's cones like a real couple, like us. My heart throbs with hope that a night like tonight could become a tradition, not just a memory. After her last bite is done, I stifle a yawn, but she catches it. She stands and holds a hand out to me. You should get some sleep. Come on. It's been a tiring week and an emotional few days. If Ash were coming home with me, her presence would keep my battery charged better than a full night's sleep. But knowing that I'm dropping her off at home, my exhaustion has caught up with me. Which is why it's so unfortunate that, of all the times to run into my parents, it has to be now. Rusty! My mom calls when she sees us in the parking lot. Ashley! Ash grabs my hand, pulling me to a stop. She turns around fully, but I keep my feet angled toward my truck. When my parents catch up with us, I want to send a crystal clear message that I'm not sticking around to chat. Hi, Mrs. Fielding, Ash says, giving my mom a hug. My mom adores Ash, although they've only met a few times. Arlo has managed to be pleasant enough that I think Ash thought well of him. She sure doesn't anymore. When my dad meets up with us, Ash's warmth freezes over. Hi, Mr. Fielding. Arlo shakes her hand. She leans against me, and I drape my arm over her shoulders protectively. Arlo hasn't tried anything with me in over 10 years, not since he started court-ordered AA. I have no idea if he was ever physical with my mom. I don't think he was with Shelby, but I know he was never physical with anyone else in the house if I was around. I made sure of it. I don't work directly with him. We have layers of reporting that ensure I don't even have to see him.
In fact, I haven't seen him more than 2 or 3 times in the last year, and each time it's in passing. I'm glad Arlo is sober, but that mean glint in his eye has permanent residence there, and it will never stop having an effect on me. Worse, though, is the effect it's having on Ash. She's practically clinging to me. "Are you two out on a little date?" Mom asks. "We are," I say. "What are y'all doing at Mudcakes?" "Oh, your father promised me ice cream tonight after the Double H game," Mom says. "I didn't realize you guys went to the games." "We don't miss many," Arlo says. He gives me an alligator grin worthy of the predator he is. "The game against the Badgers the other night was my favorite in a long time." My stomach churns. I was provoked when I punched Philip, but I still punched him. I still knocked him on his butt every chance I got, and I liked it. Arlo saw it all. It felt justified at the time. Now I'm not so sure. "Heard you haven't been at the farm all week. Where you been?" Arlo presses. "I'm taking a break for a couple weeks to work on a different project." Arlo startles. Is that the years of alcoholism messing up his nervous system? Or is he really that shocked? "You can't take a break during fruit season. It's our busiest time." My knuckles burn. "That's why I hired help. I have 2 guys filling in for me at the farm and another." "So you're paying 3 people to do your job? You're throwing away money so you can play fancy businessman? Why do you care anyhow? It ain't yours," I say. "I care because I taught you better than that." "You? What did you teach me, Arlo?" "Show your father some respect," Mom says. "I clearly didn't teach you enough, boy." Arlo adjusts his waistband in a way that highlights his belt. The blood rushing in my ears makes it hard for me to hear. My breath saws between my teeth. All of my fear and rage resurface from a graveyard of memories I thought I'd moved past long ago. I hate him. I want to end him. "Arlo, don't," Mom says, grabbing his arm the way she did when I was growing up. "It's fine," Arlo says, shrugging off her arm forcefully enough that I'm on high alert. I shouldn't be surprised he'd make such a stupid decision. "Watch it, Arlo," I say, the words coming out in a growl. "Why? You gonna take a swing at me again? I ain't drunk this time, boy. Want to settle this once and for all?" Ash lets go of me and panic stabs my gut. I forgot she was here. For an instant, I think she's going to run, but to my shock, she stomps the 6 feet between us, plants her hands on his chest, and shoves with all her might. "How dare you!" she cries and pushes him again. "How dare you!" Arlo backs up, snickering at Ash like she's unhinged, but she keeps pushing him until I get between them. I step in front of her with my arm out, but she screams and points at him around me. "You stay away from him, you pathetic piece of crap! If you ever taunt him again, I will destroy you. You wouldn't even have a job if it weren't for him. Do you think the whole town doesn't know he's your boss? Do you actually think he's the small one everyone whispers about in disgusted tones? You would have nothing without him. He has every reason to beat your face into pulp, yet he stands here and lets you belittle him because he is good. He is kind and selfless and good, unlike you." That vicious glint in Arlo's eye sparks into a wildfire. "Oh, you think he's so good, do you? Sweet Rusty would never hurt a fly, would he? Ask him what happened the day of his sister's funeral. He leans forward. And then we'll see how good you think he really is. Get out of my face, she growls. Mom is crying and pulling on Arlo's arm, trying to say Ash doesn't understand, and Ash turns on her. I don't know how hard you've had it all these years, but he is your son, and the fact that you're taking Arlo's side over Rusty's breaks my heart for you. I'm sorry you've been so beat down that every maternal instinct in you has revolted, but you two are toxic, and I will not let you poison the man I love. Stay away. She pulls my arm, her face shining with righteous fury that almost hurts my eyes. Let's go. We're done here. Arlo laughs at our backs as we climb into the truck. I'm your future, boy. I couldn't escape being just like my daddy, and neither can you. Don't you forget it. Ash tells him exactly where to shove his reminder, and then we go. I should keep my eyes on the road, but I look back at them in the rearview mirror as we drive, and I hate myself for it.
Chapter 29. Ash. I don't see Rusty at all Monday. We have until Friday to present to the Chamber of Commerce, and yesterday we made a plan to visit every store and check in with the owners to make sure we have their support. But he's nowhere to be seen. In fairness, he texted me in the pre-dawn to say that Matt is still down with a stomach bug and he has to be at the farm. And because that's his actual job, I don't protest. Much. I do send him a kissing selfie, though. Did you send that to Rusty? Lou asks as she comes into my office. I drop my phone. No. Liar, she says in her twangy Georgia accent. She sits in a chair across from my desk, opens the lid to my gummy jar, and tosses a handful in her mouth. How did yesterday go? It was amazing. We worked all day, went back to his place, and he made me dinner. He referred to Pookie as our dog. And he sort of confessed that he loves me, and then we got ice cream. He said he loves you? Lou almost screams. Attaboy, Rusty. I need details. I tell her every word, every heavy confession, every kiss. Okay, not every kiss, because that would be way too much detail. But I tell her that we made out until my face was raw, and she giggles like a schoolgirl. And everything kept going so perfectly until I spit his name. Arlo. I give her the rundown, and she looks enraged. He is evil. I know, and everything changed after that. Arlo's timing couldn't have been worse. He was so mean and ugly, Lou. Rusty hugged me when he dropped me off, but he didn't say anything. It's like he couldn't. He just held me, and then kissed me and left without a word. It broke my heart. Poor Rusty, she says. I know. Poor Ash, she adds. No, I'll be fine. He's allowed to have feelings he needs to process. When he's ready, I'll be there. Are you sure? Positive. A few hours later, I'm questioning the truth of my words, though. Rusty still hasn't responded. I know he's busy, but it's never taken him so long to answer one of my texts. I send him another message saying the Janes and I are going to drop by the businesses on Maple Street, and I put my phone away. A minute later, my watch vibrates, and I look at Rusty's texts. He's given my message a thumbs up, and he's hearted the smoochy face picture. Freaking Arlo. The Janes and I go from business to business, and we have to wait in line to speak to each owner. Everyone who is already enthusiastic about our plan remains enthusiastic, and we pick up a handful of converts. It's not like the votes have to remain a secret, but I get the feeling some people want to give us extra incentive to keep them even busier. Sonny posted his video Saturday, and it already has several million views. It's less than half of what Lou's has, but it's still making an impact. Even though he's retired from football, there are more people than ever walking around town wearing his number. I take back all my support, Duke says when he and Lottie come by the office to pick up Millie. Sugar Maple wears number 8. The whole town doesn't have to wear your jersey, Millie says, as long as the right people do. She kisses him and Lottie giggles as they leave. Daddy and Mommy are in love. By the end of the day, I normally have a second wind, but my enthusiasm for work is gone. I can't stop wondering how Rusty is doing. Last night was huge, and Arlo derailed us in the most vicious possible way. I want to go to Rusty's house and make him dinner, but he's not answering my texts, and I don't want to be pushy. It's been a day, not a week, and he has plenty to keep him busy. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it, though. Lou calls the diner and asks Tia to set aside a table for us. She agrees, even though they're slammed. We walk over and sit at a table near the back of the restaurant. The chicks find us while we're sipping on our drinks and waiting for our order.
If it isn't the woman of the hour,
Chick Hanks says. Any sign of the gophers? I ask him.
None. Looks like I finally got him.
I put Pookie's poop in each of the holes this morning on my way to work. Reddit told me it was a surefire way to get rid of gophers by making them think a predator is near. They don't know Pookie weighs 6 pounds, only that she's got wolf DNA or something. I will take this secret to the grave. I'm glad your plan worked, I say.
Your plan worked too,
Chick Hanks says.
I had to walk here because there was no parking. I think the blonde one helped too, didn't you?
Chick Parkinson asks. Lou chokes on her water and coughs it all over herself. She shakes with mirth as she dabs water off her chin. Yeah, the blonde one helped too, she says.
How did you girls do it?
Chick Allen says.
You can't say things like that,
Chick Hanks whispers.
Like what?
Chick Allen asks.
Girls. You have to call them women when they're grown up.
Chick Allen nods sagely.
How did you women do it?
Are you surprised that we did it because we're women? Don't answer that. It was all social media marketing, I say. We made videos that helped consumers see the things they value that Sugar Maple has to offer.
How'd you make so many people value fishing? I've never sold out of bait before,
Chick Allen says.
You've never charged so much for bait before either,
Chick Parkinson says, elbowing his friend. It wasn't about fishing. It was about what fishing represents. A chance to connect with nature, a chance to be outside in a peaceful setting and try something new, I say. And we showed them that it's okay not to know how to fish. You can still have fun, Lou adds, speaking from experience. The video clearly showed her not knowing what in the world to do, and it was so funny and personable. I think it's part of what made the video work.
Whatever you girls, women, did, you have our support,
Chick Hanks says. The other two nod.
Even if you hadn't quadrupled my business in a week, you'd have my support for chewing out Arlo Fielding. The miserable cuss,
Chick Allen says. Does everyone know about Arlo? I ask.
Know what a miserable cuss he is? Oh, sure.
What does that mean exactly? I ask. Chick Hanks shakes his head.
He was a bad father and husband. Violent, ill-tempered cuss.
Never in my life have I heard the word cuss used so many times. I like it, even if it's wholly insufficient to express what a terrible man he is. Did everyone know? Rusty and his sister and their mom. Chick frowns, adding to the lines on his weathered face.
Maybe we suspected, but no one knew until the day of Shelby's funeral.
I look at Lou. I told her that Arlo said something happened on the day of Rusty's sister's funeral. I don't care what it is, though. The fact that Arlo referred to Shelby as Rusty's sister instead of his own daughter is reason 2 million why nothing that awful man says could ever matter to me. But something happened, and I want to know.
Do you know about the accident?
Chick Parkinson asks. Only that Arlo was drunk and Shelby was killed instantly, I say.
It was a head-on collision, and Arlo walked away without a scratch on him.
What happened to the other driver? Lou asks.
That's the problem,
Chick Parkinson says.
Arlo wasn't the one driving. His daughter picked him up from the bar because the bartender took his keys.
My hands fly to my mouth. Chick Parkinson nods.
The man she hit was paralyzed. Poor Danny,
Chick Allen says.
His wife left him after a few years. He's a good man with good sons, though. They take care of him,
Chick Parkinson says. Lou looks physically pained. I don't get it, I whisper. I heard Arlo got court-mandated rehab.
He did,
Chick P says.
His daughter was 15 and didn't have her license yet. so he wasn't fit to supervise. Arlo told the police it wasn't his fault, that he was thrown up and she got distracted and drifted into the other lane.
A cry bubbles from my lips, and the chicks all nod.
He was charged with something or other and got rehab and community service.
What happened the day of the funeral? I ask. My stomach clenches, knowing it won't be good.
Arlo didn't go, Chick Hanks says. Rusty stood by his mother and held her while she sobbed in the church and at the graveside service, as if the poor boy hadn't already been holding her up his whole life.
Where was Arlo? I ask.
At Donegal's bar, the bar of the man he paralyzed.
I'm horrified on so many levels, I don't know where to start. Donegal's? Patty and Sean own Donegal's. Are they the sons who take care of their paralyzed father? A soul-sick feeling overtakes me thinking of Arlo getting drunk instead of being there for the funeral he caused, whether he was driving or not. A part of me wants to pity him, wants to understand him and his perspective. His father was a mean drunk. His daughter was killed in an accident picking him up. His survivor's guilt must have been intense, right? And he was an alcoholic. His addiction drove his choices. But I can't absolve him. Nothing I've heard makes me think he deserves it. He never wanted this outcome. But this is the violent bully who called his son stupid, who yelled that his wife entrapped him. This is the hateful monster who refuses to take responsibility for his own actions even after a decade plus of being sober. This is the demon who torments his own son. He was at the bar of the man he paralyzed instead of at his daughter's funeral, Lou says, shaking her head. Unbelievable.
That ain't all,
Chick P says. He looks at his friends.
After the funeral, Rusty got a call from Donegal's that they refused to serve Arlo, and someone needed to pick him up.
If they refused to serve him, why didn't they just make him drive home?
He was already drunk from wherever he'd been before, but he went right into the bar and sat on a stool. The bartender took his keys and called Rusty.
Another sob escapes my throat. That is so cruel.
My son worked tables there at the time,
Chick P says.
Rusty marched into the bar. He was stone-faced, wearing the suit he'd worn to the service. Only 17,
Chick Allen says, shaking his head.
He grabbed Arlo to drag him out, and Arlo spit on him, ranting about their siren mother,
Chick P says.
Rusty tried to pull him to his feet, and Arlo pushed him. He grabbed his son's collar and told him, "You think you can escape this? Wait till you get saddled with a pair of brats you don't want and see how you handle it." That's when Rusty snapped, punched Arlo right in the face, yelling that his sister wasn't a brat, that it was all Arlo's fault. He kept punching till Arlo was a useless heap on the ground, face bloodied and broken. When Rusty realized what he was doing, he stumbled back. Everyone said he looked like he was in shock. But Arlo started laughing, saying, "You're just like me, boy." And Rusty didn't say a word. He'd gashed his own hand open on Arlo's face, and he ran outside and threw up. The bartender called an officer to take Arlo home, and my son called old Tag Carville to get Rusty. Tag came right away and took Rusty to get his hand patched up at the hospital.
Tears stream down my face. I clutch my hand over my heart. This is what Arlo was talking about? A teenage boy on the worst day of his life snapping and finally stopping his abuser?
I remember the puckered skin over his knuckles I've touched 100 times over the last almost 2 weeks.
I think of the way he touches it himself when he drifts off into his head to a place I haven't been able to pinpoint before now. It's more than guilt or unworthiness. It's him fearing becoming like his dad. He told me that the worst thing he could imagine is me with someone else. He has nightmares about it. But I'm positive the fear of being anything like Arlo is deeper and more pervasive than he realizes. I don't condone violence, but this wasn't violence. Far from it. This was self-defense, mentally, emotionally, physically. All of the above. Same as with Philip. He was playing a sport the first time and protecting me the second. I haven't had time to really process what Philip did, how he grabbed me, but the spike of panic made my throat close. The possibility of getting hurt terrified me, even if it was over before anything started. Does Rusty think he crossed the line there too? Our food comes, and the chicks take their leave. I jump up and give all 3 of them hugs. Thank you for telling me what happened. I pull back and look at the emotion on their strong, lined faces. And thank you for keeping an eye on him.
You're a good one,
Chick Parkinson says.
You earned our support, but even if you hadn't, we'd give it to you. Especially over that slick-talking Yankee.
Thanks. That means a lot. After they go, Lou and I stare at each other. She shakes her head and starts into her hush puppies and pulled pork. After a few bites, she asks, how on earth did an angel like Rusty come from a monster like Arlo Fielding? I have no idea, I say, but I'm going to make sure Rusty knows beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is nothing like his father. The miserable cuss. Chapter 30. Ash. I don't see Rusty all week. When I text, he responds with thumbs ups and hearts, but nothing else. No context and no expressions of love or longing. We haven't texted so little since the first week we met. By Thursday night, I can't handle the radio silence. No matter how much I promised myself I'd be understanding and patient, the thumbs ups and hearts have been a study in mind games. Even with my melatonin, I'm not sleeping. And let me tell you, me without sleep ain't pretty. So at 9 at night, I drive to his house to find his truck parked in his driveway. All the lights are off except in the master bedroom, which faces the street. I walk up to the door, but my hand hesitates before I can knock. I shoot off a text. Ash. Hey, farm boy. I miss you. Rusty.
Hey, long day. Sorry.
Any chance you could use company? I'm close by and could come over. Watching Rusty's room, I see him come to the window. He's holding what looks like his sketch pad in one hand, and he closes the blinds with the other. A moment later, he turns the light off, and my heart drops.
Tonight probably won't work. I'm just about to go to sleep.
A wave of shock hits me. All I can do is respond with a thumbs up of my own. I drive home in a state of numbness. No amount of reminding myself what the chicks said helps. Rusty said he loves me. I believed him. And now he's ghosting me. He's not ghosting you, he's processing his trauma. But why can't he process it with me? Until this moment, I was 99% sure that Rusty wasn't avoiding me, but rather working through years of pain. But now, after days of no communication and such a clear rejection, my confidence level has plummeted. No, that's dumb. This is the sleeplessness talking. But then Philip said he loved me. Frank used to tell the world he loved me on social media. Greg says he loves me, but I'm the only person in my family with a different last name. The only thing these men all have in common is me. I look around my disastrous room. Clothes on the floor, clutter on counters and in corners, art supplies and the signs of a dozen different hobbies I've started and never finished, scattered all over my desk and chair. It's a disturbing representation of the mess that is my brain. The room doesn't just need a cleaning. It needs an exorcism. Stop, I think. My old therapist helped me view my ADHD as a superpower, but there's no denying it's also my kryptonite. Just picking a place to start is overwhelming. I grab a pair of socks on the floor and throw them in the hamper and put a book on the shelf and put paper in a drawer, and then I squeeze my temples. Has Rusty seen what a mess I am? Is he as disgusted by me as all the guys in my life become eventually? No, you're spiraling. Anxiety is common with ADHD. You're underslept and overly emotional. What you need is a good night's sleep and to have an honest conversation with Rusty. He loves you. Yeah, and he'll love me better if I'm not such a mess. I spend hours trying to organize my room and my thoughts. Every time the overwhelm hits, I think of Rusty turning off his light so I would know I can't come in. By the middle of the night, the room is totally decluttered, though my thoughts are worse than ever. I barely sleep. I get up early, shower, and then blow-dry my hair with Parker's round brush. I flat iron my curls to death. My hair has so much product in it, I'm a walking fire hazard. I put my glasses on the counter. Nope. These belong in my glasses drawer, which I now have, thank you very much, and put in contacts that very well may be expired. I wear a navy pencil skirt and heels with a camel-colored blouse. Neat and professional, with exactly 0 quirk factor. I'm the first one to the Jane & Co. offices. When Lou and Parker find me in the conference room, my eyes are burning from staring at the presentation I whipped up in the middle of the night. Lou slows when she sees me, but then she keeps walking. "Mornin', hun. You ready for the meetin'?" I expected a comment. Yeah. I made another presentation. And this time I have cue cards." My friends look at each other. I know exactly what they're going to say. They're going to stage a mini intervention or tell me I'm overreacting. They're going to outline exactly what I should do because I'm such a wreck that I can't even be trusted to take care of my own hair, let alone my life. But Lou shrugs and sits next to me. "Cool." "Cool?" I echo. Parker sits across from us. "Yeah, cool." Millie and Jane come in next. If they notice my hair or outfit, they don't comment on it. Jane smiles. "Are we ready to take over, Sugar Maple?" I stare at my friends. "What are you guys doing?" "What do you mean?" Millie asks, pulling out her laptop and then looking at mine. "Oh, do you have another presentation?" Smart thinking. In case anyone didn't get the memo that we made them a lot of money over the last week, you can slap them with some facts and figures. I love slapping people with facts and figures. Parker smirks. "Okay, show us what you got, AJ." They're all staring at the screen, waiting. "What is going on here?" I ask. They turn to me. "We're waiting for you to show us." I cut Lou off. "No, the way you guys are acting. You're ignoring a pretty big elephant in the room." I gesture to myself. "You look great," Parker says. "I mean, you clearly raided my closet, but it works." "I look like Frank's version of Ash," I say. "No, you don't," Millie says. "You look like Ash, with straight hair and a snappy business outfit." I stayed up all night and decluttered my room. I cleaned and organized for 6 straight hours. I have a glasses drawer now, and it's bigger than my underwear drawer. A laugh escapes Lou. "Sorry, but that was funny. I love that you have more glasses than McLady Pants." Jane snickers too. "Guys, I am not okay. All of this is a clear cry for help. Isn't that what people say when women change their hair dramatically? They don't need bangs, they need therapy." Millie's eyes sharpen. "What bozo says that? Every bozo on the internet?" "You don't need therapy because you straightened your hair and cleaned your room. You need a hair mask and a medal. Decluttering is the worst." And just like that, I burst into tears. "Ash!" My friends jump up, pull my chair out from the conference table, and take turns hugging me. "You guys don't think I'm broken?" "No!" they all cry. Millie sweeps the hair from my face. "Do you think you're broken?" "I think I'm tired and stressed and afraid Rusty's breaking up with me." "In other words, not broken," Millie says. "No." Just saying it out loud calms me. I'm sad, but I'm not broken. "If Rusty doesn't think he can be with you, it has nothing to do with you," Lou says, crouching next to me. "It doesn't, right? I know I've driven other men away, but—" "You didn't drive Frank away," Lou says. "You chose yourself over his manipulation. Same with Philip. You broke up with him." I screw my lips up. "I didn't," I admit, a tear leaking down my face. "You guys had that intervention and told me how worried you were. But when the time came, I couldn't do it. He did. He said he couldn't be with someone who explodes weirdness wherever she goes." "Oh, Ash, why didn't you tell us?" Jane says. "Because you guys were all so proud of me. You acted like I was a hero for following the script you gave me. But even when I knew exactly what to say and do, I couldn't. I wasn't strong enough." "You were," Millie insists. "You always held pieces of yourself back with him, and he knew it. He preempted you so he could always hold this power over you." I wave my hand around like I'm waving away a bad smell. "I don't care about Philip. I hate that he broke up with me first, but I'm so glad to be rid of him. I literally cannot care." I groan. "I care that you guys have had to pick me up 1,000 times. I care that Greg never wanted to legally adopt me. I care that Rusty's in such a bad place. He won't even talk to me. Okay, there's a lot to unpack here, but let's start from the top. Do you think you've never picked us up? Jane asks. Why are her eyes wet? You flew out to visit me when I first came to Sugar Maple and felt so alone. And you rushed over to babysit Lottie the second you found out my sister was in the hospital, Millie says. And you saved me during a full breakdown in the middle of Sunny's family reunion. And you've been my biggest champion since the day you found out who I am, Lou says. If you're not safe to fall with the people you've caught, who are you safe to fall with? Besides, Millie says, friendship isn't about needing people. It's about trusting people. We trust you, Ash. Whatever's going on, you can handle it. And if you want help, you've got it. You've got us, Lou adds. I give them a sad, wet smile. I don't know if I've done something to push Rusty away, but at the same time, I can't change for one more guy. I grab my hair. I can straighten my hair when I'm going through a crisis, but I can't stop being me, not even if it's too much for him. Do you really think you're too much for him? Parker asks. The old me would have, but I'm not that girl anymore. And even if I'm wrong, I won't become her again. No, I cry. I think I'm perfect for him. Amen to that, Lou says. Guys are dumb sometimes, Jane says. If for some crazy reason you two don't work out, that doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. You are incredible. You're delightful, charming, beautiful, and you love with your whole heart. Parker nods. Ash, you are the brightest light in any room, remember? Rusty thrives in the light, but from the sound of it, he's spent a lot of his life in darkness. Maybe you need to give him time to let his eyes adjust, Lou says. Wow, you guys are really loving this light metaphor. I sniff wryly. If the light bulb fits, Lou says. What, screw it in? I ask. Ew, Parker says. Nope, Jane agrees. Hard pass, Millie adds. My heart is a little lighter from my friend's support, but it's still too heavy for my body. What am I going to do? What do you think you should do? Lou says. They all look at me, waiting for my answer. They've been supportive and reassuring, but no one has told me what to do. No one has written a list for me or given me next steps. They're waiting for me because they trust me to figure it out. And you know what? Straight hair and clean room aside, so do I. I want to go to the Chamber of Commerce meeting, knock it out of the freaking park, and then tell Rusty exactly how I feel so he can decide what he wants. I breathe heavily. And then I want to take out these contacts because they're driving me crazy. Lou smiles. One step at a time. I puff out another breath. One step at a time. Chapter 31. Ash. Rusty's eyes look like they're about to fall out of his head when he sees me walk into the town hall conference room. His gaze rakes over me, taking in everything from my shoes and pencil skirt to my hair and contacts. For his part, he's wearing jeans with a gray button-up shirt rolled up at the sleeves, and his dark blonde hair looks like it was styled before he ran his hands through it. The room is still filling in when Rusty walks over to me. His gaze darkens.
What is this?
I straightened my hair. My words don't sound as cheery as I intend, but I'm done acting like I'm one stray hair shy of a breakdown.
I've never seen you like this.
Rusty's eyes flit to the side and back to me, like he's acknowledging that we have an audience. He kisses the side of my cheek, but it's robotic. The warmth I've grown to crave is missing entirely.
But you're always gorgeous.
Does he mean it? Or is he faking? Soon, the room fills. Bill sits at the front. When the clock strikes 10, Teddy looks at the door one last time before bringing the meeting to order. Frustration doesn't look good on him.
2 weeks ago, you were all presented with a plan for revitalizing Maple Street, complete with design guidelines and storefront standards for the town. And it was the best 2 weeks of my career, Jorge says. I have orders for my fudge stretching through Christmas. I've had to hire new employees to keep up.
A handful of people nod and share similar experiences.
And the visitors center has had more visitors in the last 14 days than it has all year,
Chick Hanks says. From where I'm sitting at the front of the room, I see Bill roll his eyes. The door to the conference room opens, and my heart drops. Philip wears a falsely apologetic smile as he takes the seat next to Bill. With a deep bruise and steri strips over a crack on his nose, he gives me a once-over that makes me wish I'd shaved my head and worn sports goggles. A few more people share their success stories, but my excitement disappeared the second Philip walked through those doors. It doesn't matter that his hair looks awful. It matters that he's here at all. And Teddy looks like his prize pig just won the state fair.
There's no question that Jane's company, Jane & Co.
Rusty corrects sharply. Is he being defensive of me or of all of us?
Of course, Teddy says. Jane & Co. did an exemplary job on their campaign. Every person in this room saw a notable spike in sales, myself included. We can't thank them enough, can we?
The chicks clap at this, and most of the room joins in.
In fact, we should thank them all the more, because Dumfries Holding was so impressed by the increase in sales that they've upped their offering significantly. Mr. Dumfries?
Teddy points to Philip, who stands.
I know y'all have work to get to, he says,
as if saying y'all didn't make him want to gag.
So I won't beat around the bush. I came here to offer a package to take over Maple Street and a handful of other businesses throughout town.
Teddy somehow already has Philip's presentation ready to go and puts it up on the screen. It's clean and slicker than a greased pig, and while Rusty and I purposefully avoided making an overly stylized presentation, Philip has leaned into it like he's trying to awe the simple folk.
And the best part, he says, is that I've been authorized to offer an additional 50%.
Several people gasp excitedly. In the back of the room, Tia covers her face.
You come in here all fancy and tell us you're only offering 50%,
Chick Allen says.
No, an extra 50%,
Chick Hanks says.
Oh, that's a lot of money.
He's already gotten to the chicks? We can't lose them. Panic triples my pulse. I look at Rusty, who's frowning. Philip is throwing around money like it grows on trees. I know Dumfries is big, but I never knew them to increase an offer so dramatically in such a short time. They either lowballed their initial offer or we did our jobs a little too well. We made the town's commerce so valuable, they're desperate for it.
It is a lot of money,
Philip agrees.
Jane's company, Jane & Co.,
Chick Hanks snaps, making me want to squeeze him into a hug.
Right. Jane & Co. showed us what your businesses are capable of. We feel our offer reflects that.
We who? I ask. Philip's smile is long-suffering.
Dumfries Holding, of course.
And who are they?
My grandfather and the executive team, as well as the board of directors.
And all of these men from Chicago must really love Sugar Maple to make an offer like that. I'm sure they have the town's best interests at heart.
Of course we care about the town. Better yet, we care about making it money.
He laughs. If everyone sells to you, what stores will we see on Maple Street? I ask.
We'll put similar stores in place.
Oh, right. The diner will become a Vox?
We wouldn't put Vox on Main Street, USA,
Philip says, like the idea is absurd, which it is.
We'd put in a patio diner.
If someone had walked in with dog poop on their shoes, I don't think the room could look more turned off. Patio diner? That place uses instant grits, Tia says in disgust, earning groans of agreement from half the room. And will you put in a Crumbs cookies or a parlor ice cream where Jorge's is?
Crumbs,
Philip says.
They have the most popular chocolate chip cookie in the country.
Jorge is aghast. Crumbs sells those huge cookies that everyone thinks they like, but they regret immediately after the last bite. Yuck. The swaps continue. Mod Closet for Nico's thrift shop. Builder's Bench for Chick Parkinson's hardware store. A book nook for the bookshop and bakery. But some places will vanish completely. No more antique store. Mod Closet will need the extra space. No more bait and tackle. In its place will be a gym with state-of-the-art rowing machines.
Because heaven forbid someone row an actual boat,
Chick Allen grumbles. Teddy shoos their concerns like a mosquito.
You don't have to love every change to see how much it will benefit you. Dumfries is offering most of us enough to retire on. Y'all won't have to work another day in your life. Think of all that extra time with your families when you're not working your fingers to the bone.
This earns more than a few begrudging nods.
And Philip capitalizes on it. Sugar Maple will continue to grow because of the sacrifices you've made to bring so much industry and tourism to the town. With Dumfries holding at the helm, we can bring in new developers. Who here doesn't want a Sam's Club? Are y'all putting in a Sam's Club? Chick Hanks asks. No, but when the town gets big enough, it'll come. You won't have to drive into Mullet Ridge to go to the hospital or to have your kids play club sports. You may think our stores seem impersonal, but they're quality, and they're guaranteed to bring in tourists. People like comfort, and they like knowing what they're ordering, where they're shopping, and what they're getting. We can offer that.
His argument is so weak. How are we losing people? I look at Rusty with desperation, but he's frowning at Philip, who's on a roll now.
Y'all have made this town more charming than any place I've ever been. Jane. All of the Janes, he adds as if he didn't know exactly what he was doing. They know their stuff. If you want to break your backs doing all the extra work they'll bring in, more power to you. But if you want to retire in comfort, I urge you to take our deal.
They're actually considering it. I can feel the yeses slip through my fingers like sand. I stride to Rusty. How is this happening? How are they believing him? Rusty looks so dejected. I don't recognize him.
I don't know. I should never have gotten involved, Ash. I'm sorry.
What? I reel. What are you talking about?
I'm not the guy to figure out business proposals and convince people what's good for them.
Are you serious? I shake my head. Rusty, do you hear yourself? You're Mr. Sugar Maple. There's no one better for this.
Everyone is better.
He rubs his temples.
Don't listen to me. Check with your friends. You can trust them.
I can't begin to process the self-loathing in Rusty's demeanor, let alone figure out what to do with it. His words make me feel like I'm drowning, or like he is.
I don't have time to parse out what's going on there, though.
The final vote is now. If we don't convince the town to incorporate our plan, Sugar Maple as we know it will be gone in 5 years. I can't let that happen. Guys, don't listen to him, I say. I know his offer sounds good, maybe even too good to be true. It's a ton of money, but the price is the soul of the town we all love so much.
That's absurd,
Philip says, and then he must realize how waspish he sounded because he softens his tone.
We believe in this town or we wouldn't be here.
Philip, I worked on dozens of campaigns for Dumfries when I worked for you. You don't just push out companies, you push out people. I notice you've made no mention of the home builder Dumfries Holding owns. You talked about new developers coming in, but you're the developer. You buy up land at what seems like a premium, but then you turn around and put inferior homes on these same lots, and anyone in town with dreams of owning a bigger home gets priced out. You build apartments and condos without caring if there's an infrastructure for any of it. You find ways to work around town codes with no regard to roads, schools, or emergency services. You want Sugar Maple to be the next big thing. I believe it. You don't care how that happens, though. We do. Philip shakes his head.
You're delusional. Teddy is the mayor. Don't you think he's smart enough to see through sneaky contracts?
I look at Teddy, who's chewing his nail like a squirrel chewing a nut, and then I look at the rest of the room. Chick Parkinson, you have grandchildren who like to come visit in the summer, don't you? He nods. What do they like to do?
They fish, play kick the can, go to the park. They take swimming lessons at the town pool because it's so much harder for my son to get them lessons in the city. Half the time, they ride their bikes around town and look for kids to play with and end up covered in ice cream and dirt.
Jorge, didn't you have to hire extra help at your shop? Who's working there now?
My daughter and a couple of her friends,
he says, gesturing to people in the room who I can only assume are those friends' parents. Does she like the work?
She loves it,
he said.
She said she wants to take it over one day.
Who else here has family who wants to take over their business someday? Several hands shoot up. They can't do that if Dumfries comes in. Sugar Maple has room to grow, but we can all grow with it. We can keep this same small town feel even as we expand our reach and our services. Dumfries can offer you money now, but when it's gone, it's gone. If we band together, think about the legacy we can leave for the next generation. We can have commerce and community, and we can do it on our terms. I look down at my colorless attire. I smooth my hand over my too smooth hair. I try to adjust glasses that aren't there. I know I don't exude the same confidence that my partners do.
Stop.
Rusty says. It's the first thing he said since I started my speech.
Don't you dare apologize for who you are. Don't you change who you are. You don't need to be anyone but you to inspire people. If the people in this room are too simple or small-minded to appreciate your vision, then they deserve exactly what happens to Sugar Maple if they sell to Dumfries.
Teddy holds out his hands.
Whoa. No need for name-calling. Shut up, Teddy.
Rusty says.
You rubes can do whatever you want.
Bill says.
I'm still selling to Dumfries. And considering I own 2 of the buildings on the north side of Maple, y'all can go to... I motion that any sales to commercial developers have to be approved by a majority of the Chamber of Commerce.
Trip says.
Hey!
Teddy yells.
I'm the mayor. All in favor?
Trip says. Over half the room agrees. Trip slams his fist on the table louder than any gavel.
Motion approved.
Bill fumes.
You can't do this.
Lou's looking at documents. Sure he can. Says so right here. Philip, Teddy, and Bill protest loudly, trying to convince everyone not to listen to me, but their desperation turns more and more people off. Let's put it to a vote, I say over their arguments. All in favor of selling to Dumfries Holding? Only Teddy and Bill put their hands up. Only Teddy and Bill! I hold back tears. And all in favor of revitalizing Sugar Maple commerce with Jane & Co.? Every other hand raises. My friends all jump up and rush me. The 5 of us hug, and Lou squeals. You did it! We did it, I correct her. When we break apart, I turn tentatively toward Rusty. He opens his arms, and I throw myself into them. He holds me tight, but it's too tight. Not in a physically painful way, but an emotionally painful one. It feels like a goodbye hug. But it can't be a goodbye hug. I won't let it be.
I have to go back to work,
he says in my ear.
But we need to talk tonight.
Yes, I say, my spine turning to steel. We do. Chapter 32. Ash. I go home and take a nap. I wake up from it hard. Naps and I are not friends under any circumstances, and these are not just any circumstances. The victory can't compete with the crushing defeat of losing Rusty before I ever really had him. I don't blame myself. I refuse to. But I let myself cry. My eyes sting, my lungs burn, my throat is raw. The sadness in my heart is a weight so heavy I struggle to move from my bed. And when I've cried myself out, I pull up social media to numb my brain. I scroll through posts from people I knew in high school, acquaintances from college and old jobs. My brothers share pictures of their kids or lame dad jokes. Then I see a post from Greg that makes the weight in my heart press on my lungs. It's a picture of Greg and my brothers, his biological sons, when the boys were young. And the caption says, "My kids are the greatest blessing in the world, praying for many more years with these rascals." He called them my kids. Full stop. Not my boys, the way he usually does. The way he always does, come to think of it. No, even my existence is absent from the caption. His caption doesn't leave room for Daddy's girl, as he calls me. I didn't realize until right now that I've been waiting for this moment since I was 9, when he married my mom. Greg was so loving and warm, even when Frank had me convinced that Greg was the problem keeping my mom and him apart. It took me a couple of years to realize that Greg was actually pretty incredible, and another couple of years after that to realize my dad was a narcissistic liar. But even when I was young and dumb, Greg always treated me with the same love he showed his boys. Or at least, I thought he did. But the other shoe has finally dropped, and his true feelings have come out. My kids, the picture says. These rascals, it says. That clearly implies that the people shown in the picture are his only kids. I'm not one of them. To plunge the dagger deeper, I pull up Frank's profile. Nothing comes up. Oh my gosh. Did Frank block me? The father who already rejected me 1,000,000 times has somehow done it again? No, that's not right. I blocked him. I could unblock him, though. He used to make at least some effort with me. He wouldn't come to a birthday or go out of his way, but he would randomly drop by with a stupidly lavish gift that made me feel special, although it was more like a bribe than a gesture of fatherly love. By the time I reached high school, though, his manipulations had become too transparent to deny. When I stopped being his ally against my mom, he turned on me completely. He stopped buying me anything or communicating with me except on public posts designed to make him look like a good father instead of a derelict one. I don't want to unblock Frank, though. I want Greg to love me. Why can't I inspire real, enduring love in even the good men in my life? The best men in my life. Greg is the only father I have, yet he sees me as a second-class citizen in my own family. I hurt, inside and out. My frown is so deep, cheek muscles I didn't know existed ache. My forehead hurts from it being screwed up into a sad knot. I'm a snotty, sniveling mess who wants to swim in my own sea of pain. And like any 27-year-old woman drowning in self-pity, I FaceTime my mom. Unfortunately, it's Greg who answers.
AJ, he says with a big smile. Why are the lights off? Are you okay?
Just a headache, I say, with only the light coming in from my mostly closed window and the reflection of my phone screen. My puffy, red-rimmed eyes are shadowed. Where's Mom?
Deboning a chicken, so I thought I'd answer for her. How did the meeting go today? Did the town see my baby girl's genius?
I fake a smile, even though he'll barely be able to see it. Him calling me his baby girl after that post causes an extra stab of pain. It's like he's carrying on for me, faking so I don't feel the hurt of being second tier in his heart. They voted in favor of the proposal, I say. The Janes have done it again.
Ha ha! I knew they'd love it. You five are the best dream team since that one team in the 90s that had that one basketball player who was in Space Jam.
I chuckle in spite of myself. Greg has the same awareness of sports that most people have of advanced coding theory. Little to none. You have to be one of the only men alive who knows Michael Jordan from Space Jam instead of from actual basketball. Greg's booming laugh hits me through the speaker.
I am who I am.
I ask him about work, and he tells me a quick update on a project, but he turns it around on me, peppering me with questions about next steps for Sugar Maple. I answer as well as I can, but my heart isn't in it, and Greg seems to sense it.
Are you sure you're okay?
He asks. Sure I am.
You know, I got a message from Frank.
I sit up. Oh no, I'm sorry. I had no idea he'd reach out to you guys. I didn't mean to bring you into anything.
You have no need to apologize, AJ.
What did he say? I ask, worry burning my chest.
He said that I've turned you against him.
That's absurd. You've only ever supported me in whatever relationship I wanted with him.
I've tried, believe me.
He puffs his cheeks and shakes his head.
Can you tell me why you blocked him?
My parents, Mom and Greg, have never said a bad word against Frank. I don't want to sound like the kind of kid who sits around and badmouths her own father, but because he's not my dad. He's never treated me like I matter. He only cares about me if someone will find out and think he's an involved, loving father, but he's not any of these things. He's a jerk. He doesn't treat me like a dad should.
No, he doesn't,
he says with a frown. My eyes burn with tears. Greg, I know you have your own kids, but...
My own kids? You're my kid.
I saw your post with your boys.
What post?
The post from when they were younger. It was a picture from probably 20 years ago. Greg sets the phone against something. I'm guessing his computer monitor, and then his fingers fly across the keyboard. His eyes widen, and when he takes off his glasses and squeezes his closed eyes, I see tears pour out.
Oh, baby girl. You must have been so hurt. Did you notice the timestamp on it?
I hate seeing Greg sad, so I lie. It doesn't matter. I get it. They're your biological kids, and I was 9 when you and Mom got married, and I was already so weird.
Please look at the timestamp,
he pleads. It's okay. I don't blame you if you were tired and not thinking, or if you were on Red Bull number 3.
AJ, it was a time hop, a memory that the algorithm asked me if I wanted to share. The picture and caption were from right after the boy's mom died and before I met your mom.
The tears I've tried to hold back come out in a hurricane of emotion. I shake and sob as years of feeling less loved and less important come to the surface.
Oh, my AJ, Greg cries. I didn't even read the caption when it showed up on my feed. I shared it because the boys are already losing their hair and I'm not, so I wanted to gloat. I'm sick that you thought I would leave you out in a post about all my kids.
I can only sob.
Do you remember the first time I came over?
He asks, wiping his cheeks with a handkerchief.
You climbed onto my lap and let me watch Phineas and Ferb with you. And the whole time, you asked 1,000 questions about whatever invention they were working on. And when I made up some silly answer, you looked at me with stars in your eyes. And I was in love.
He sniffs and clears his throat.
Sweet girl, you may not be the daughter of my flesh, but you are the daughter of my heart and soul. You're everything I ever wanted. Someone to talk Star Trek and comic books with. Someone to watch every season of Psych with. Someone who laughs at my dad jokes and listens to my stories like you actually care. How did I get so lucky to be your dad?
Then why didn't you adopt me? A cry rips from Greg's throat.
Frank wouldn't let me. We took him to court, showing that he refused to have a meaningful relationship with you, and he had a sob story for every missed birthday and Christmas. He had receipts from every single present he bought you, as if those were evidence that he cared. In the end, your mom and I decided that once you were 18, we'd talk about it again.
I'm crying so hard, and I want so badly to believe him. But I brought it up and you didn't do anything. Winter break of my freshman year when I came home from Chicago. It was Christmas morning, and I was tearing open a package and joked, "Is it adoption papers?" Greg looked so shocked that I backpedaled immediately. "Just kidding," I said. "What 18-year-old girl is going to court with her stepdad on adoption day?" "Well, if you really want," Mom started, but I stopped her. I was too worried Greg would think I was pathetic, and I didn't want to seem desperate to my own family. "It was a joke, Mom. Everything's good. Let's open this present," I said. I felt so stupid, so afraid that Greg was going to give some long, drawn-out reason about why adopting me wouldn't work. And my brothers, stepbrothers, all watched us with this awkward grimace. Then when it was time for them to go visit their mom's grave at the cemetery the way they always did on Christmas, Greg asked if I wanted to come, and I felt like the worst person ever for making their pain about me. So I went into my room, cried, called my friends, and ate 2 bars of Toblerone. And I never talked about it again. Greg's mouth falls open, clearly thinking back to the same incident.
You said you were joking. I was so surprised because your mom and I had talked about it a few nights before. We were planning to ask you if you would want to be legally adopted, so when you made a joke about it, I felt like a fool for assuming you'd care.
Are you telling me the only reason I still have Frank's last name is because we were both afraid of offending each other? I sob, my shoulders shaking from years of rejection that didn't need to be. Greg gives me a weak, watery laugh.
Miscommunication tropes might suck, but no one can say they aren't based in reality.
He tries to smile through his tears.
AJ, I love you. I know you're 27, but it would be the greatest honor of my life for you to have my name.
Tears pour down my cheeks. Daddy, yes! I hate that he's not here to hug me, that we're doing this over a phone screen, but I hug my arm around myself and cry happy, happy tears. I might be 2,000 miles from home, but there aren't many forces in the world more powerful than knowing your dad loves you.
Now, put Rusty on. I bet he's crying in the background.
My smile turns upside down. I don't think Rusty and I are going to work out. Dad snorts and wipes his nose.
Good one. Where is he?
He's at home. Or work, maybe. I don't know. I thought we were on track to be something more, but I don't think he can do it.
That's silly. I hope I didn't scare him off with our little chat.
Dad chuckles. I forgot you guys chatted the other day. What did you talk about anyway?
You. I called him and asked what his intentions with you are, because I know how scared he's been to take a step forward with you. He told me he'd never do anything to hurt you, and I told him every guy makes that promise, and every guy breaks it. Loving someone is doubling your pain. That's from one of Lou's songs.
We're not fangirling over Lucy Jane right now, Dad. What did Rusty say?
He said he's loved you for almost as long as he's known you. He said he'll wait as long as it takes for you to love him back. And he said he knows he'll never be worthy of you, but he'd devote his life to taking care of you if you let him.
His life?
AJ, this boy has nothing but long-term in mind with you, if you're willing. The only reason he'd back out is if he thought he couldn't give you the forever you deserve.
I frown. I'm still in relative darkness, but the sun is low enough in the sky now that it's peering through my blinds and illuminating the side of my face in slits. I look like I've been cut open, and the light inside me is shining out. I think I need to go have a chat with Rusty. I love you, Dad.
Love you too, my girl. I'll get the adoption papers in the mail ASAP.
I do a laugh, cry, and nod. I can't wait.
Chapter 33. Rusty. I storm into the kitchen at Patty's. "What did you do?" Patty asks. I must look as bad as I feel, which is a mile or two below rock bottom. "Nothing." "What are you fixing to do?" I grab a knife and start dicing carrots with a vengeance. "Where's your girl?" "Home, probably. And she's not my girl." Patty shakes his head and shifts cheese curds around in the fryer. "She likes you." "I know. That's the problem." Patty pauses. "You and I see this very differently." "I shouldn't have come," I say, setting the knife down. "Sorry, Patty. I'm not in the right mind to be company for anyone." Patty grabs my arm. "Hey, Sean said he saw Arlo shouting at you outside Mudcake's the other night. You know you're not him, right?" "I wish. But thanks, man. You're a good friend." I exit the kitchen through the bar and head into the bathroom to splash water on my face. When I'm done, I grip the sink and breathe in to the count of 7 and out to the count of 11. I repeat it until the spots in my vision subside. After giving myself a mental shake, I leave the restroom and spot a table of middle-aged men laughing together. One of them is Matt's dad. Matt has been an exemplary worker, so I go over to the table. "Sorry to interrupt, gentlemen, but you're Mr. Peters, aren't you? Matt's dad?" He gives his friends a look I can't interpret. "I am. What's this about?" "You've raised a good young man, sir. He works for me, running our biggest fruit stand. He's the hardest worker I have." Mr. Peters shifts to look at me. "You're his boss? Ain't you Arlo Fielding's boy?" My hackles rise. "Yes, sir." The man nods and turns back to his drink. "Makes sense. To hear your old man tell it, you and Matt must be cut from the same cloth. Glad he's working out for you." This should be a compliment, but even without the smirks from his friends, it's clearly not. "And what cloth would that be, sir?" I shift on my feet. I'm bigger than each of these bullies. They may have been tough once, but even if none of them are alcoholics like Arlo, they've gone soft. Holy cow, what am I doing? Am I sizing them up? Picking a fight? Matt is an adult now. He can escape his dad like I did. I'm putting my energy in the wrong place. You know, forget about it. I'll take it as a compliment to be anything like Matt. I take a couple of steps away when I hear one of the men say, "Spare the rod, spoil the child." And I'm about to snap. I run from the bar, blood coursing through my veins so fast the world sounds fuzzy and dull. Panting, I bend over and am almost sick. Has he hit Matt? Can I really walk away knowing that Matt might go home to him? I get on the phone. I'm breathing so rapidly I almost hyperventilate. Tripp answers on the second ring. "Hey, man," he says. "Hey, I need space for one of my workers to live on the farm. The seasonal worker housing won't be finished till next month, but we can't clear out a cabin. What's going on?" "It's Matt Peters. I need him out of his house now. I'll pay for his stay." "You're not paying anything." "Tripp, Rusty," Tripp says firmly. "Don't worry about it. I could put him up." "I know you can, but I can't risk y'all booking a big event and him having to go home." A sob rips from my throat. "I won't let anything happen to him. I swear." Tripp sounds so much like his grandpa that I fight back tears. "I miss Stack," I say. "I miss him so much. I wish I could talk to him." "Talk to me. You're more of a brother than a father figure. A much bigger, much better looking brother." My laugh is more snot than anything. "I'm afraid, Tripp. I'm afraid of being like Arlo. I'm so mad all the time." Tripp breathes heavily. "You and me both, brother. But you're nothing like Arlo. That guy would steal from an orphanage. You'd spend a summer building one. Yet, it can't make me stop being so angry. Anger's not a real emotion. It's hiding something else. If you want to get past it, you need to figure out what it's covering." I grip the back of my head and breathe in and out slowly. His words strike deep in my chest. "Thanks, man. And thanks for taking care of Matt. Anything for my tiny, baby-sized brother," Tripp says. "Rusty, you know I'm here for you. I may not have Tag's wisdom, but you're just as much my family." "You too." I end the call and rub my face with both hands. "Hey, stranger," a voice, my favorite voice, says. "Ready for that chat?" I drop my hands and see Ash, her eyes red and swollen from crying. I'm not ready in the slightest. But after how I almost snapped at Matt's dad, I can't pretend I'm okay. Ash grabs my hands and takes me to the side of the bar, away from windows or doors. The sun is already set, and the stars shine brightly in the night sky. It's too beautiful a night for the conversation we're about to have. I take in a deep breath. "Don't," Ash says. "Don't what?" "Don't say whatever you're about to say." My head hurts from how tightly my eyebrows are pulling together. "I don't want this any more than you do." "Then it's settled. We transition from fake dating to real dating and keep going forever." "We can't." She chews on the inside of her cheek as her eyes well. If I didn't already feel like the worst person in the world, this would push me over the edge. I promised I would never hurt her. Everything Arlo said about me is right. I'm a bad person. I'm no better than he is. I may not be a mean, miserable drunk, but I hurt people, even when I'm trying to do the right thing. I make myself sick. And I've made Ash cry. When I open my mouth, my voice sounds like it's coming from the dust. "We can't be together, Ash." "Why not?" "Because look what I've done to you. I can't pretend everything is fine and that we can get the happy ending we both want." She dashes a tear from her cheek. "What have you done to me?" "I did exactly what Philip did. I hurt you. I made you cry. I erased you today." I point to her, even though she's wearing her glasses and teal sweats instead of her earlier colorless appearance, and the humidity has already made her hair wave. I had a bad night last night. Got a little carried away and dressed up in boring clothes for a meeting. It's not a big deal. I made you feel like you had to change yourself to earn my love. I would never want you to be with someone who could make you feel like you're not perfect the way you are. Her unnaturally large eyes drill into me. Rusty, I'm not perfect the way I am. I'm a work in progress. I can accept and like myself and still make mistakes and stupid choices that I need to learn from. This is one of them. I overreacted because I was scared I drove you away. You could never drive me away. Then who could? Who's keeping us apart? She asks. I love you. I'm in crazy, stupid, out of control love with you. I don't know what took me so long to get here, but I'm here. And I'm not going anywhere. I knew her feelings were changing. I heard what she said the other night to my parents, but she actually meant it? She loves me? Her words should cause me joy, not soul-wrenching agony. She is everything I want and everything I don't deserve. You're wasting your time with me. I'm not good for you. I disagree. Look at how much pain I've caused you in 24 hours. And look at how much happiness you've given me in the last 2 weeks. The last year. We're at the start of what could be a lifelong relationship. Did you expect that we would never step on each other's toes or say something hurtful? Yes. That's too high a standard. It's not too high. It's the minimum. It's impossible. Then I don't deserve you. Don't you get it? My grandpa died of alcohol poisoning. Alcoholism ruined his first marriage. Whoever she was, she ran from him as fast as she could. His second wife, my grandma, didn't make it as far. She had to work 2 jobs to feed the family because my grandpa couldn't even hold down one. It ruined his relationship with Arlo, and he died young. You don't drink! But I can't risk it. Sometimes Arlo had these moments of remorse, and he'd cry that he never wanted to end up like his dad. He'd beg for our forgiveness, and then, a couple days later, we'd get a call from the bar again, and he'd bellow the second we got him home. I've spent my whole life trying to make sure I end up nothing like Arlo, yet I threaten and bully people just like him. She gives a disbelieving laugh. Who have you bullied? Teddy? Bill? Philip? I almost decked Matt's dad 10 minutes ago. She shakes her head, but it's because I've caught her in my snare the same way Arlo did with my mom. Please try to understand, I say. I watched Arlo belittle and berate my mom for years. Nothing my mom did was good enough. And when I got old enough to tell him that, he punished her through me. I cannot become him. I cannot let you become my mom. My throat hitches. I would sooner die. The set of Ash's eyes changes as she raises her hands to my cheeks. I don't want any misunderstanding between us, she says. Are you telling me that you love me, but can't be with me because you're afraid there's a chance you'll become Arlo? Yes. Her lips curl into a small smile. Okay. Okay? Yeah, okay. She moves her hands from my face to behind my neck. I don't get it. You've been in love with me for the better part of a year, right? I nod. And I was too dumb to realize we were perfect for each other, partly because you hid a huge chunk of your personality and unintentionally friend-zoned me. Well, Rusty, You waited patiently for me to figure out what you already knew in your heart, so I'm going to do the same. I'll wait patiently for you to figure out what I know, which is that you're nothing like your nasty, miserable, pathetic excuse for a father, she says, sliding her hands up my neck and into my hair. You are the very best person I've ever known. And that's saying a lot, because Greg is practically Father Teresa. Her fingers are firm on my head, pushing pressure points in a massage that makes my legs wobble. Farm boy, we have the kind of love that could last the ages. We could be the couple everyone else holds up as their ideal. Girls would turn down men who don't look at them the way you look at me. Guys would hold out for a girl who's as obsessed with them as I am with you. We are it. I've gone my whole life wanting to feel the way you make me feel. Now, it's my turn to wait for you to catch up. I feel like my heart has been put in a blender and is being poured out in front of me. Her telling me she loves me now hurts worse than my unrequited love ever did. Ash, it's a risk I can't take. I'm Arlo's son, Boyd's grandson. I don't get to be with you. Oh, sweet boy, you don't have a choice. You promised me that we'd still be us and that our friendship wouldn't suffer. You never pushed me, but unfortunately, for your sake, I'm not as noble as you are. I'll try to give you the time you need, but you know how I get when I hyperfocus. Nothing else exists until the project is complete. And you are my project. Or we are. Frustration makes me remove her hands from my neck. She puts them back up immediately. Ash. Whoops! I can't imagine how they got there. I remove them again, this time holding them in mine. This is nice, she says, looking at our hands. I drop them. Ash. Yes, lover. She overemphasizes the word. Then she snorts. I really hate that word. Doesn't it just sound gross? So why do I love calling you my lover so much? Please don't make this harder than it has to be. Then look in a mirror and see yourself the way every other person in the world sees you. And then give in and let me have my way. She smiles, biting her lip far too playfully. You know you want to. I want to more than anything. But that selfish instinct is exactly what Arlo would do. I can't. I don't get to have you. I kiss her hands and then drop them and walk to my car. See you tomorrow, farm boy, she calls after me. And because I'm an awful person, I'm already looking forward to it. Chapter 34. Rusty. Ash breaks into my house Saturday morning and makes me breakfast before I wake. She and Pookie are waiting for me at the table when I get up at 6 a.m. She sits at the table with me while I eat. She joins me on the riding mower while I mow. She comes with me to Granny Bell's house to unclog a drain. I hardly say 2 words, but she happily fills in the silence or sits in it with me. It's so nice, I can hardly stand it. On Sunday, she shows up in my pew at church. She follows me for brunch afterwards and sits with me and Lola Nina and her husband at the diner. She doesn't push physical contact much, but she stays by my side the whole day. On Monday, she skips toward me in the Sugar Maple Farms warehouse at 5:15 a.m. wearing jeans, cowboy boots, a red and white checked shirt tied at the waist, and her hair in pigtails. Oh,
and the biggest, most infectious grin I've ever seen. I have to fight to keep the grin off my face. I can't let myself get swept away in the idea of us. She has no such restraint. She plants a huge kiss on me before asking how she can help. Then she proceeds to work alongside me for the rest of the morning. When I load boxes, she loads boxes. When I go to my office in the nest, she sits there and watches me organize spreadsheets. She listens to my conference calls, watches my Zoom meetings, and gets me coffee. All day, she's my shiny, happy shadow. I don't leave the farm until 8 at night, and she somehow hitches a ride back to my house, insisting that she needs to see Prairie. Pookie, I correct without thinking. Then I kick myself. She rolls her lips together, but doesn't say anything. Pookie ignores me completely. I send Trip an SOS text asking him to send Jane to pick up Ash. Trip's only response is a ha-ha to my message, so I drive her home. "Aren't you going to walk me to my door?" she asks. "Ash, come on. It's scary out there. I saw a snake yesterday. Well, actually, it was Lottie's jump rope from when she came over to play, but it could have been a snake. Did you know South Carolina has 38 different types of snakes? And like 1 million of those are venomous. 6 of them are. Exactly. Those are scary odds. Do you really want to abandon me to whatever venomous snake could be waiting for me?" So I walk Ash to her door. And I stick my hands in my pockets to keep them off of her. A struggle made harder when she wraps her arms around my waist, rests her cheek on my chest, and sighs. "I love you. Thanks for always taking such good care of me," she says. I turn my lips to stone as her breath tickles them. She keeps her mouth agonizingly close to mine while my heart pumps harder and harder, and my breath comes faster and faster. I cannot kiss her. When her lips make the slightest hint of contact, I almost collapse with want. But I stay strong, reminding myself that I don't get to have her. I can't risk hurting her. "Good night," she whispers, the words puffing against my skin. I stand there motionless well after she goes inside. The next day, Ash somehow finds me at 5:15 a.m. again, just as bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and beautiful. And she's there the day after that, and the day after that for the next week. I don't know how she's getting anything done for Jane and Co., because she's spending every waking hour with me. She's there when I arrange shipments, create a reel, or write up a post. She's in the dugout when I help with Lottie's t-ball game. She helps me lay sod to fix Chick Hank's lawn. She makes bread with me at Patty's, and she delivers it with me to the Canasta Club. "You're the only person I'd ever trust with him," Duke says to Ash beneath his breath at the game. "There ain't a finer boy in the state," Chick Hanks tells Ash when we lay sod. "Yet, somehow, you make him even better." "Stay the course," Patty mutters to her when we bake bread. "I've never seen Rusty happier than he is with you," Mrs. Beatty says at the Canasta Club. The town is conspiring to kill me. After a week, I'm almost ready to throw in the towel and move to Canada. At 5:15 a.m. the following Monday, I brace myself to see Ash bounce into the warehouse. Every morning, seeing her makes the world go from grayscale to technicolor, and every morning I have to keep myself from brightening at her presence. She doesn't show. At 5:30 a.m., she still isn't there. By 6, I'm torn between being worried and relieved that I won't have to hold myself back for another 10 to 14 hours today. At 7, I get a text. "Ash, sorry to miss you this morning. We have an emergency." My heartbeat ratchets up.
Rusty, how can I help? Nothing you can do. A Lucy Jane superfan used some kind of spy technology to figure out who Lou really is. I pull up my news app, and the second story is about Lou. The second one. The mystery surrounding her identity has amplified her already impressive fame. The article shows exactly how the fan determined Lou's identity. The first sugar maple collab reel showed her reflection in the glass at George's Fudge for a single frame, and some enterprising young pseudo-stalker was able to connect it to the About Us section on the Jane & Co. website. And now, everyone knows that Lucy Jane is actually Lou Williams, attorney and daughter of the famous Winona Williams. I'm so sorry. Give Lou a hug for me. Come by later and give it yourself. And one for me, too. Heart emoji. I should have watched the reels more carefully. ... Those 3 dots remain for far too long. Then finally a text appears. I'm trying to think of the Southern way to say this. Are you out of your mind? No, that's the Yankee way. Okay, how about this? Do you really think you're such a special sinner that you're accountable for a mistake no one could have planned for? You didn't sign off on the reel, babe. And even if you did, no one is to blame for a fan figuring out what everyone will know in September when the tour starts anyway. Get over yourself. Said lovingly because I'm super in love with you and we're not fighting. But I also don't think you stretching to make this about how you're unworthy is remotely helpful, let alone accurate. So again, this time with extra smoochies, get over yourself. Love you. How does she always know what to say to make me think twice? Am I such a special sinner? For the millionth time, I wish I could talk to Tag. I could really go for some parental wisdom right about now. I get everything done early at work, and because he's the only guy I know determined to stay single forever, I head to the bar to see Patty. I normally go round to the kitchen, but without thinking, I walk in through the front doors and run into none other than the Canasta Club. A handful of tables are reserved with signs that read Canasta and Cocktails Only. The hands, Mrs. Beatty, Lola Nina, and Granny Bell, are seated at a table by themselves, probably because everyone else is a little intimidated by them. I am too, but I'm too intimidated not to stop by. How are the most beautiful women in all of Sugar Maple? I ask. Oh, you sweetheart, Lola Nina says, patting my cheek. You may be blowing smoke up our britches, Mrs. Beatty says, but you always were a good boy. I'm so tired of people saying that. I can't hold back a rebuttal. I wasn't either. I was angry. Pfft, Granny Bell says. Who wouldn't be angry with a no-good bum of a father like yours? But you can be angry and good. I huff. Granny Bell raises both eyebrows at me so high, she creates new lines on her forehead. Is that any way to talk to your elders? No, ma'am. My apologies. Mm-hmm. She side-eyes me. Still a good boy, though. Nothing like your father. I don't snort, but I do look away. He was a bully even young. He was, Mrs. Beatty says. I had him in class. Never known a meaner boy at such a young age. Always tried to blame it on his father. Oh, Boyd, Granny Bell sighs and puts a hand over her heart. He was a drunk, but he was a nice one. You knew him? I ask. Knew him? Granny Bell laughs loudly, but it's swallowed up in the bar sounds. Boy, I married the man. I drop to the open seat. I had no idea. Not too many people do. Or at least they're polite enough to only talk about it behind my back. Mrs. Beatty and Lola Nina laugh. Bless your heart, Mrs. Beatty says, and the three of them hoot with laughter. Your grandfather, God rest his soul, was a kind man, just like you. He would do anything for the people around him. Did you know he dropped out of high school so he could join the army? Yes, he did. He got sent to Korea and then got injured and sent home. We were married the day he got back, but only a few months later, I knew there was something wrong with him. He started drinking heavily. He'd seen too much and couldn't shake it. My father made me annul the marriage, told the judge that Boyd wasn't of sound mind. Maybe he wasn't, but it broke my heart to leave him. I never once heard an unkind word out of his mouth. I still think about him every day. She smiles at me with wet eyes. You got all of his good parts and none of his bad. Arlo, on the other hand, got the opposite, Mrs. Beatty says. None of his good parts and all of his bad. I feel like I've stepped off a moving walkway and forgot to keep going. But my dad said he was just like his father. He said he married my mom to escape. He lied, Granny Bell says, looking at me like she can't believe I would believe something so patently, obviously false. Water isn't wet. Grass isn't green. Rusty doesn't love Ash. Arlo is a snake worthy of the Garden of Eden. But my temper. The three matriarchs laugh in unison. What temper? I'm always so angry. When? Mrs. Beatty asks. Whenever I'm with Arlo. Join the club, Lola Nina says. And at Ash's ex. Granny Bell shrugs. You're in love with her. Of course you hate her ex. And rumor has it, Mrs. Beatty says, he was a manipulative SOB. But I wanted to hurt him. Mrs. Beatty studies me. Are we talking torture or socking him in the jaw? Those are two very different things. I did punch him. In the ice rink, Lola Nina says. No, here too. Granny Bell shimmies like she's reading a steamy novel. Oh, I heard about that. He grabbed Miss Ashley and you taught him never to grab a lady. Especially yours, Miss Beatty says suggestively. Romantic. It's not romantic. I wanted to hurt him. They all look at me. So? Lola Nina asks. I almost ran Rose here off the road tonight for taking too long at the stop sign. We drove here together, Mrs. Beatty says. But she's right. We all get angry. It's what you do with your anger that matters. And from where I'm sitting, you don't do much. You don't understand. When Teddy humiliated Ash at the Chamber of Commerce meeting, I intimidated him. I threatened him. Mrs. Beatty rolls her eyes. I'm getting bored, sugar. I'm not saying you don't have a protective streak, because you do. But I've taught enough boys and known enough men to know you're not an exception. Didn't Tripp try to lay Teddy out for what he said about Jane? And wasn't he out on the ice with you pushing and shoving your girl's rotten ex? Sure, but nothing. Mrs. Beatty takes a long sip of her drink. Work on it, Granny Bell says. If you think you're too overprotective, go see someone about it. Join one of the groups at church and talk about it. But think about something, young man. Everyone you threatened was trying to make your girl feel small or trying to hurt someone you love. You were protecting the vulnerable. Arlo, on the other hand, targeted them. He preyed on them. Mrs. Beatty nods. Big difference. The only thing you have in common with Arlo, Granny Bell says, is DNA. And you share a lot of that with a banana, too. Maybe it's the fact that these women have all tutored and taught me at pivotal times in my life. Elementary school, learning I have dyslexia and getting the resources I needed. High school and having a teacher believe in me and push me into college. Grieving my sister's death and receiving the support at church that helped me keep going. But it's impossible not to listen. It's impossible not to believe them. I actually believe them. I'm nothing like Arlo, I say. I start weeping. Nothing. All three of them wrap their arms around me and let me cry. Such a good boy, Mrs. Beatty says. I laugh. Thanks. I try. When I've cried myself empty, Lola Nina wipes my face with the napkin. No, don't you have a woman to go kiss and make up with? One of her friends is going through something. I'll give her some time. Granny Bell gives an eye roll worthy of a gif. Sugar enough. You've punched every spot on your good guy card. You get a free pass. Not the best phrasing, Mrs. Beatty says. But she's right. I hesitate. Are you sure? Listen to your elders. Granny Bell gives me an actual push, and I swear it's the last push I'll ever need. Time to go get my girl. Chapter 35. Rusty. I jump into my truck and pull up the Jane's thread, minus Ash, that Lou created only a few weeks ago. So much has changed since then, but one thing I know that will never change is the love these women have for each other. And, I hope, for me. I send a voice text. Rusty. I'm an idiot and I need your help. Millie. You're not an idiot. Lou. You're kind of an idiot. Do you still think you're too much like your deadbeat dad to be with Ash? No, I do not. Lou. Good. What do you need? I need Ash. Parker. Yeah, boo! Lou. Stop. Jane. Groan. Millie. What did we do to deserve this? Parker. Sorry, suckers. Okay, I'm done. Rusty will do whatever you need. Thanks, y'all. I just need to know where she is. Lou. Home with Parker and me. Good. Keep her there, will you? I'll do the rest. I'm sitting in my truck in the parking lot while my phone reads me their texts. A knock on my window startles me. I roll down my window to see Patty. You okay? Better now. Thanks, Patty. And sorry I've been a nightmare the last week. Being a trauma kid is hard. I don't hold it against you. I nod. I saw your dad behind the bar the other day. Looks like his arm crutches are working well. He's made a lot of progress in PT and insists he'll be back to work in no time, so Sean and I can take a step back. How likely is that? You know Danny. He doesn't know the meaning of the word quit. I still think we should shut down the bar, but he insists that a responsible bar that enforces safety is important for the community when there are plenty of bars that don't. I don't know the right answer to that question. If it were up to me, I'd ban alcohol completely. But then Granny Bell always says Jesus drank wine, much to her son's chagrin. I'm not sure the answer to that one either. A text pops up, and a quick glance tells me it's time to go. I gotta run. You know I don't trust Easy, but she's got a good heart. You two are gonna be okay. Patty's never done me wrong, and he's seen me through some dark times. His approval means a lot. Thanks, man. Go get her. 15 minutes later, I'm stopped at the bridge that leads over the river to Ash and Duke's neighborhood. Traffic cones bar me from driving, and my buddy Walt is in uniform redirecting traffic. Walt, what's going on here? Some idiot heard that Chick Hanks blew up his gopher holes and tried to do the same thing, only it set fire to his yard. Fire department almost has it out, but we're rerouting traffic downriver. But that'll take 20 minutes, Walt shrugs. Sorry, pal. I grumble, but back up. I'm about to take the long way when my gaze falls on someone kayaking on the water. Inspiration strikes. I give Chick Allen a call. Hello? Chick, this is Rusty. I'm in a bit of a bind and need to get across the river fast. Any chance I could borrow a fishing boat? It's tied up at the dock. The code is Sugar Maple's birthday. I think back to our last Founders Day celebration. Got it. Thanks, Chick. I park in the alley and run all the way to Chick's dock. Soon I'm rowing a small fishing boat down the river to the Jane's place. The sun is low on the horizon, and unfortunately in front of me. It's not in my favor, but I'll be able to see well enough to make it to the dock, which is fast approaching. I really love this place, I hear Ash say as I'm getting close. It's beautiful, Lou agrees. What is she doing outside? I stick an oar into the river, slowing my progress so I can think. I had a whole plan. I was going to run into the house, drop to my knees, and beg her to give me another chance after I was so dumb. I even brought my sketchbook to show her how much I love her, how much she's impacted me. But she's here, now. And I don't care about a stupid plan. I care about her. I'm 10 yards from her dock, and the little boat is rocking. Ash! I yell, standing up in the boat. Rusty? She calls. I can't wait another moment. I drop the anchor and dive into the water, fully clothed. The river is clear enough that I can see Ash standing at the dock. With swift, strong strokes, I pull myself through the water until I reach the dock. I plant my hands on the wood. My white t-shirt clings to me as I heft myself up onto the dock. Ash looks at me with her mouth hanging open. She's staring into my eyes. Hotcakes. My abs are down here, I say, and she laughs and glances down as if I've finally given her permission. When she bites her thumbnail, I stride forward, slicking my hair back. Her eyes widen and darken at the same time. What are you doing? What I should have done a year ago, I say. I grab her around the waist, pull her tight, and kiss her. I kiss the ever-loving heck out of her. When we're both breathless, I pull back to see that she's almost as wet as I am. I put my hand on her neck with my thumb grazing her earlobe. Her breathing is so quick, mine races to catch it. Since the moment I met you, you brought color into my world. I saw hues that I never realized existed, and yeah. I saw your sketchbook back at the house. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me, too. Now shut up and give Mama some waffles, Farm. She finishes the last words with my lips on hers, and we both laugh as the sound echoes in our connected mouths. A wave of warmth washes over me when she slides her hands over my wet back, but I'm laughing too hard to deepen the kiss. Give Mama some waffles? I ask. She giggles. What? That was a great line. But you call me hotcakes, not waffles, I say, kissing her neck. But you told me to look at your abs, she argues, her hands moving up to my hair. I love how much she loves my hair. I'm wearing a shirt. It's not like, you entered a wet t-shirt contest and won, bro. Quit playing. You know they're showstoppers. I kiss up her neck and along her jaw until I nip at her earlobe. The show's just starting, gorgeous, I say. Hot dang, she whispers before our mouths meet again. I think I should go. Super happy for y'all, Lou says. Go, Rusty! Parker yells from the balcony. Ash puts her hands to my cheeks and laughs. I love the way your laugh feels in my mouth, I say, keeping her bottom lip in between my teeth. How are you so freaking good at these lines? Ash says, kissing me and tugging her lip out. Seriously, do you write them in a notebook, or do they just come to you? I grit my teeth playfully. They just come to me, but I've been planning this for a while. I put my hand in my pocket and pull out the package I've carried with me for weeks. The outside is wet, but it's what's inside that counts. I drop to one knee. Ash's eyes almost bug out of her head. Rusty? What are you doing? I take Ash's left hand in mine and tuck my other hand, the one holding the package, behind my back. I love you, and nothing has ever been more real than how I feel for you. I want the whole world to know we belong together. I bring my other hand forward and show it to her. Her apprehension turns to absolute joy. Is that a ring pop? I ask. I pop the bag and pull the red jewel-shaped candy ring out of the bag. Ashley Jane, you are the love of my life and the rainbow after my storm. Will you do me the great honor of being my absolutely not fake, very real girlfriend? She laughs at the sky. Yes! I jump to my feet, wrap her in my arms, and swing her around. She said yes! Sonny yells from the house. Seconds later, all our friends rush us. Ash licks the ring pop and holds it up to me. Want a taste? Not even a little. Oh, whatever. You'll kiss it off my lips later and make some insanely swoony comment about how much better it tastes on me. No, I won't. In fact, I'd prefer you brush your teeth before you kiss me again. She lifts her eyebrows. Her glasses are askew, and the look is absolutely breathtaking. You want to bet? She asks in a throaty voice, leaning toward me. Maybe just some gum. I stare at her lips as they stretch into a smile. Uh-huh, she says, so close I can smell the candy on her. Not bad. We kiss again. Not bad at all.
Chapter 36. Ash. And then we walk into the pet shop, but for some reason, it's in Duke and Millie's basement, and each of the rooms are like different pet rooms, but they still look like the rooms in their house, you know? I say.
I totally know,
Rusty says, holding my hand across his kitchen table while he listens raptly. Pookie is patrolling the floor for scraps. It's late Monday night, only a few hours since he told me he loves me. But after celebrating with our friends, Rusty insisted on taking me to his place so he could make me breakfast for dinner. So we're looking at pets, and all the while, Pookie is sitting on your shoulder like a mythical sphinx. And suddenly, we walk into Lottie's room, which is actually some kind of turtle sanctuary.
Of course,
He says. But we can't find the turtle we need, so we have to look through each of the aquariums. And then Lottie's there with my 6th grade teacher, Mrs. Hoganson, and they're looking at turtles, and we finally find the right turtle, but Mrs. Hoganson tries to take it. I take a bite of my biscuits and gravy, and I catch Rusty smiling at me. What? I ask with my mouth full.
Nothing.
I chew and swallow. You can't give me that look while I have gravy breath.
What look?
The make-out look. You know, the one where your eyes are pools of seduction and it makes me throw myself at you across the table?
Pools of seduction.
He laughs. Yes. You know very well I'm helpless to stop myself when you give me that look.
This is my normal look.
I throw my hands in the air. I know. That's literally what I'm saying. Rusty's head stays up as he grins. Man, he has a great smile.
What look can I give you?
I go hot from head to toe.
No looks. In fact, you should probably wear a paper bag over your head when we're in public to keep me from attacking you.
We're not in public now.
Pookie's watching.
Pookie needs to get used to us kissing.
That's a good point.
And besides, your gravy breath is tastier than your ring pop breath.
I gasp and look at the spot where he put the ring pop only a few hours ago. Rude. My ring pop breath was delicious.
I kissed you under protest.
Oh, yeah? Well then, maybe I'll only kiss you if I have ring pop breath. He narrows his eyes playfully.
Tell me more about that paper bag.
You know I'll still be able to see your abs, I say.
I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Are you talking me out of the paper bag or into it?
I laugh, and Pookie tries to hop up on my lap, but hits her head on the table. I rub her head. Which one leads to more kissing? He takes my hand across the table and kisses it.
All of them.
I beam.
Now, tell me more about that turtle. Did you have to fight Mrs. Hoganson for it?
Pookie did.
Whoa, I did not see that coming.
I know, and we named the turtle Leroy.
Leroy?
We're finished eating, so we stand and clear the table. Rusty puts the leftovers in the fridge while I wipe off the table. I keep telling him parts of my dream as we move on to the dishes. I rinse, and he loads, and Pookie tries to lick everything he puts in the dishwasher. We both shoo her away, and I marvel at the singular happiness of this moment.
What's going through that beautiful head of yours?
Rusty asks, holding a dish and looking at me with his hazel eyes. I smile. I love you. He leans over the dishwasher to kiss my cheek.
I will never get tired of hearing you say that.
Good, because I plan to say it forever. He puts down the dishes and pins me against the counter.
Forever.
He drops his face down to kiss my neck, right below my ear, and I shiver.
It's not long enough, but I'll take it.
Epilogue. 1 month later. Ash. My dad has tackle-hugged my boyfriend.
I'm so happy you two figured it out,
Dad says, adjusting his glasses from where his face bumped into Rusty's.
I knew you would, but I'm still so happy to see my baby girl so happy. Thanks, Greg,
Rusty says. He has tears in his eyes, too, but he's blinking them away while my dad lets them fall freely.
I dig the shirt, by the way. Thanks, I made this one myself,
he says, looking down at his In My Lucy Jane Era t-shirt that is almost definitely breaking some copyright or another. But then, there are no cameras allowed at this concert, so I think he'll get away with it. My mom hugs Rusty next, her huge mess of curls getting in his face. He smiles and lets it tickle his nose. I've been waiting for this moment since the first time we FaceTimed. Mom gushes. I told Greg, you just wait. Our sweet girl is too naive to realize that's the boy she's going to marry someday. Naive? Rude, I protest. Dumb, yes. Immature, obviously. But naive? I feign offense. Wow, Mom. Wow.
I like the part about marriage, though,
Rusty says, gesturing to the ring pop on my finger. He gives me a new one every day, and I think I'm finally wearing him down on the flavor. At least now that he's discovered blue raspberry.
There is no such thing as a blue raspberry, so they can make up whatever flavor they want,
he told me when he switched exclusively to the blue ones.
The rest are all pretending to taste like something real, and they don't. They're an abomination.
Excuse me? The watermelon flavor is so much better than actual watermelons. I think I broke his heart when I said that, but since then, I've accepted the blue rings daily without complaint. The sacrifices I make for love.
Take your time,
Dad says. Don't take too much time, my mom says. I want some grandbabies with southern accents. I look at Rusty with wide eyes, but he grins.
Yes, ma'am.
I hold my hand out to Rusty. Want to talk less about our future children and instead come with me to check on Lou? I ask. He takes my hand, and we leave my parents to sit on our picnic blanket. Jane and Trip's cousins are on a blanket to one side of us, and Parker, Sonny, and half of Sonny's family are on our other side. Past them are Millie, Duke, and Lottie. Lottie and I have had an on-again, off-again friendship since Rusty and I made it official. Fortunately, she's gone totally gaga for Sonny's nephew Felix, so I'm hoping we'll be able to put this behind us for real this time. Rusty and I walk across the Sugar Maple High School football field and say hi to almost everyone we see. The anticipation in the air is so thick, it's making me dizzy. After Lou's identity got spilled, she decided to hold a free concert for Sugar Maple residents and guests. We've had it in the works for a couple of weeks, but the rest of Sugar Maple didn't find out until this morning. It turns out that a fair number of people suspected Lou was Lucy Jane. When your legal name is Lucy and all your friends share a middle name, and when you have the kind of voice that could narrate audiobooks or sing the national anthem at the Super Bowl, well, people start to put two and two together. Also, when we had Lou narrate one of the Sugar Maple tourism videos, we forgot that half the town knows her. Dead giveaway. Unless you're an idiot like Philip. Ha! Fortunately, the people of Sugar Maple have grown up around the likes of the Carville family and the top quarterback in the NFL. They don't care as much about her fame because they care so much about her person. They've willingly protected Lou's identity because that's what good neighbors do. But if I'd known there was money to be made off the secret, I'd have sold you out so fast and bought the diner outright, Tia said when we walked by the diner this morning to tell her about the concert. Because Tripp is such a terrible business partner? Jane asked. Bill was so eager to sell the diner and get out of town that he offered to sell it to Tripp on the spot. Tripp brought Tia into the discussion and offered to be a silent investor for her. She doesn't have to run anything by him, although she did have to promise that there will always be real meat on the menu. He tried to veto a meatless salad, she told Jane. It's salad. Tell him if he gives you any grief, you'll start offering green eggs and ham. Beg your pardon? Tia asked. He has this whole Dr. Seuss thing, Jane said. But it'll work, I promise. Tia helped spread the word about the concert, and now, with the sun setting, Lou is only a few minutes out from taking the stage. She's putting on a one-woman acoustic show, although she did finally choose her band for the tour. All female, so she won't run the risk of falling for any of them, like her mom did. We run into the chicks and their wives sitting in chairs along the sidelines. The hens, as Rusty calls them, are only a yard or two away. Granny Belle's husband died years ago, and Mr. Beatty and Tia's grandfather are talking about football. My granddaughter told me you two aren't a real couple till you have a power name, Chick Hanks says, puffing out his chest. So we've come up with one for you. Rusty and I swap eager looks. Lay it on us, I say. Chick Hanks spreads his hands as if he's bestowing a blessing on the land. Rasty. Get it? Perfect blend of rusty and ash. Rasty? I repeat. I thought we decided on Ashty, Chick Parkinson says. Ashty? Rusty looks shocked, like they said a foul word, because it sounds like one. No, it was rash, Chick Allen says. I double over laughing, but I manage to make it look like a vicious coughing fit. Rusty ducks his face and pats my back, not willing to let them see how hard he's laughing. Do y'all hear yourselves? Granny Belle asks. It's Rush. Rusty plus Ash. It takes the same number of letters from both names, and it does not sound like some troubling medical condition that we don't talk about in polite company. She looks skyward. Heaven help me before I say something nasty. You mean something rasty, Mrs. Beatty says, and the hens crack up. Rusty clears his throat as I bring my face upright with a flip of my hair. We'll take it under consideration. Won't we, gorgeous? Sure will, farm boy. When we've made it far enough away, I collapse into laughter and make Rusty give me a piggyback ride. Ashty, babe, Ashty. You keep saying it in my ear like that, and I'm gonna like it a little too much. I laugh and kiss his neck as he holds my thighs and walks us over to the tent backstage. I pat his shoulders and hop down outside the tent. Knock, knock, I say, and we walk through the open flap. Fans are blasting in the tent, blowing air on Lou's flowy off-white maxi skirt and sage sleeveless top. She paces in front of them with her arms held just high enough that it's obvious she's trying to cool off her sweat. I have never in my life seen Lou nervous. How you doing? I ask. Why did I do this to myself? I haven't performed on stage since I was 12. You were the youngest person to ever win the sing-off at the state fair. You got this. No, I'm a YouTube artist for a reason. I don't want to sing in front of people. I want to sing in front of a camera with weird lighting and my hair covering my face so no one knows who I am.
Half the town already knew who you were, Rusty says. You're among friends.
You guys are my friends. These people are
neighbors, and you're too southern not to know what that means,
Rusty says. She narrows her eyes. Your sound argument is not wanted here. This is a logic-free zone, thank you very much.
My mistake,
he says. She clutches my shoulders. I can do this, right? Can I do this? You can do this. Pretend everyone is in their underwear. Ew, why would I do that? To make you less nervous? Performing to people wearing their underwear in a field is much more nerve-wracking than performing to people wearing clothes, Lou says, like I've lost my mind. Why would they be in their underwear? It sounds nefarious. Perfect. See? You've already thought of something even worse than performing your own music in front of a crowd. If you get nervous, just tell yourself, at least they're all wearing clothes. Lou exhales a laugh. That's not bad. I put my arm over her shoulders. You got this, Lou. Security took away everyone's phones, so no one can even record you. What's the worst that can happen? I make a mistake, forget the words, faint, throw up, pee my pants. When you put it that way, I say, if you're really that nervous, play a track and pretend— A track, she says, aghast, as I knew she would. I would rather mess up, faint, pee my pants, and throw up all over myself. I grin. There she is. Determination settles on her brow. Here I am. Hello, Sugar Maple, Lou says in the microphone a few minutes later. Raucous cheers greet her words. I can't tell y'all how excited I am to be with you tonight. And believe me, this sheen of sweat is all weather and definitely not me being nervous that my big secret got revealed or anything. People laugh generously, and the energy only stays ultra high and ultra supportive as Lou starts the first few chords of her first song. I'm gonna start us off the way my career was started, with a little song I call Double or Nothing. The crowd goes wild. Mama always said, love is doubling your pain. I always said, nothing risked, nothing gained. This was Lou's first song, and it's still her biggest, so it's no surprise when almost the entire crowd sings along to almost every word. Double or nothing is how I roll. Double or nothing, she takes its toll. Loving you is easy, why is loving you so hard? You made me a promise and I take you at your word. Rusty pulls me up to dance with him. I rest my head in the crook of his neck and watch my friend perform with so much energy and passion. It's like she was made for it.
I can't believe she was nervous,
Rusty says, his dreamy voice rumbling against my ear. Even sexy geniuses can miss what's right in front of their face sometimes, I say.
You really are a sexy genius,
Rusty says. I laugh and kiss his neck. Thanks, hotcakes.
Can I ask you something?
Rusty asks in a tone that isn't quite steady.
You made such a big deal about my friend's abs, but you haven't done that with me. I know you love me, but am I less than you wanted?
I push back to stare at him. Rusty, no. It's the opposite. The abs thing was part of my life, but it was a means to an end. It was an easy way to connect with people and to fit in. I made a show of objectifying Trip and Sunny because my friends thought it was funny. It gave us something to laugh about. But Tummy Waffles was also selfish. When girls found out I ran it, they wanted to be my friends. When guys found out I was in charge of a page they wanted to be on, I could pretty much date any guy I wanted to. Unfortunately, that meant the guys I dated sucked.
Precisely. But you mattered too much for me to reduce you like that. You were too important.
And you didn't believe mine would be anything to write home about,
He says. Not at all. I had no clue what a secret hottie you were.
It wasn't a secret.
I smile. No, it really wasn't. But I guess I never thought I could attract someone like you, when I'd only ever attracted jerks. Lou changes songs to something upbeat, but Rusty and I keep slow dancing like we're the only people in the audience.
It still makes me sick to think that you've ever spent a second with a guy like Philip,
Rusty says.
when a guy like me was in the world. No, not just a guy like me. Me. I've had a crush on you since the moment I saw you, but I've loved you since you figured out I have dyslexia.
That was our first time working together. We barely knew each other.
I know, but you took all the awkwardness out of something I thought I was supposed to be ashamed of, and showed me it was possible to own it and wear it with pride. I'd always felt like I needed to hide it or work around it. I knew right then that I would never find someone who inspired me to want to be my best self more than you.
I lean back into him and hug him tight. I know what you mean. I spent so much time letting losers convince me that only they could make me whole. Your acceptance and love changed that. I didn't realize how powerful it would be to feel whole all on my own. Rusty squeezes me close and kisses my forehead as we watch Lou strum and sing with her eyes closed and her heart on full display. Rusty's voice vibrates at that sexy, low frequency intended just for me.
You also didn't realize how powerful it would feel to be loved by someone with really nice abs.
I laugh.
I mean, really nice abs.
He says,
easily the top 5 you've ever seen.
I believe you, hotcakes. I saw you in that wet shirt. You could set a waterfall on fire. He shakes his head.
I'm not kidding about how nice they are. You should want to see them a lot more than you do.
But I love all of you. I'm not fixated on your body.
I want you to fixate a little on my body.
I laugh into the evening sky, and Rusty holds me steady at the waist, helping me make a half circle until I'm right back where I started, my face in front of his. I kiss his jaw and put my hands on his back, feeling where his muscles dip into his spine. You are stunning. You're the kind of attractive that teenage girls create entire fan accounts around. You're the stuff of hot guy memes and Reddit threads about the perfect man. I look into his gorgeous hazel eyes. It's not your fault that your smoking hot body can't compete with your scorchingly hot soul. Rusty kisses me into a coma of want and happiness, and then revives me with more kisses. You can kiss me like that for the rest of our lives, farm boy, I say. He puts his lips to my ear and whispers,
as you wish.
Bonus epilogue. Lou. I've finished my set and am now guzzling water with electrolytes in the tent. My friends rush me and we all hug. You were amazing, Jane says. Phenomenal, Millie says. Incredible, Parker adds. You crushed it, dude, Ash says. The set was perfect from top to bottom. Fan favorites mixed in with your new album? You're a pro. I can't believe I have fan favorites, I say, panting from the performance. People have no idea how physically taxing performing is, including me. I haven't performed in 15 years. I sing all the time at home and when I'm recording, but singing on stage is a different kind of effort. My throat is raw and my lungs burn. It makes me feel alive. You have a bajillion followers and an album that's already gone platinum. What are you talking about? Ash laughs. But that's all virtual. Experiencing it physically hits different. I'm so energized, I could shoot along the power lines and blow every fuse box in this town. How could I ever think I didn't want to perform live? The connection I had with the audience was beyond anything I ever imagined. On the field, the town is cheering for an encore. You should get back out there, Jane says. Give the people what they want. Okay, I say. Will you guys be here when I get back? You know it, Ash says. Knock 'em dead. I grin, grab my guitar, and march back out of the tent and up on stage, where my fans,
Friends and neighbors and random Sugar Maple residents I haven't met yet go wild. "Y'all have been such a great audience," I say. Some of the stadium lights are on, illuminating the stage, while others are off. Other spotlights are trained on me, too. A couple of huge screens have been propped up behind me, making me visible to fans far on the other side of the field. Somehow, it feels both huge and intimate at the same time. "Did y'all know this is my first time performing live since I was a kid?" People cheer. I've made a point of hiding in plain sight since I started releasing videos, and I can't say how nervous I've been at the thought of starting up this tour soon and having people know who I really am. I swallow. When my friends wanted to move to Sugar Maple, I considered moving back home to Augusta with my family. "I love your mom!" someone shouts from the audience. I laugh. I love my mama, too. I start strumming a few chords. I didn't realize how much I could come to love a town, though. Part of that is because I've seen each of my friends fall in love with it, too. More chords. And now the audience can tell what I'm about to play. All Roads, one of my biggest songs. The audience screams and starts singing along. My throat is just about worn out when I perform another hit. I maybe have one song left in me. I should play another big one, but instead, I look at the picnic blankets and see Ash and Rusty swaying together. I'd love to play one last song tonight, but it's a new one, and I hope you'll love it as much as I do. I adjust the mic. It's called Don't Go Faking My Heart, and the people I wrote it for know exactly who they are. My friends are close enough that I can see them all cheer for Ash and Rusty.
Started with a glance, a smile, a laugh. Long days, late nights, never doing things by half. Smiles linger longer, your lips are like candy. Can't live without the way you look at me. Winds and tides are changing, and you're giving me a ring. Pop the question and you'll see that maybe we are meant to be. Yeah, we paint our love in shades so bright. Our hearts illuminate the night. We could be a work of art, but baby, don't go faking my heart. Ooh, yeah. Oh, oh, oh.
When I finish singing, I'm panting, exhausted, worn out, and absolutely on fire. I wave at everyone as they cheer. I've never felt alive like this. My heart is bursting with pride, excitement, and love. I love this crowd. I love this town. I love this stage and these stairs and this tent. I love my friends, who again greet me with fierce hugs and who gush about how much they love the new song. "I think it might be your best yet," Ash says. "You were made for this, LJ. You were even better than I imagined." "Of course you love it," Parker says. "It was about you." "Duh," Ash says. She grins at me. "Thank you. I'm so glad you liked it," I croak. I grab my throat, and one of my friends hands me a fresh water. I drain it. My throat is killing me. My ears are ringing, and it's probably going to blossom into a full-blown migraine. But I love it. I wouldn't change a thing. "I get why my mom misses this so much," I say. "She is so proud," Ash says. We streamed it on a private channel, and she commented about 500 times. I swallow hard. Is my mom proud? I mean, of course she is. She's been my biggest cheerleader since the day I told her I wanted to follow in her footsteps. But there have been moments where I've caught her with a look on her face, something wistful or nostalgic, maybe. It always makes me worry that she doesn't just miss it. I wonder if she regrets what her family cost her. I wonder if she's jealous. With the concert over, the stadium slowly clears. My friends' families join us in the tent for a late-night party of sorts. My family didn't come. I asked them not to. Having them here would have been too nerve-wracking. My mom isn't critical, but it's impossible for me to forget the fact that she's been there, done that. She catapulted to stardom, and then fell slowly and quietly like she was wearing a parachute. She never even announced her retirement from music. She just stopped. She says she's happy, but how can someone with music running through her veins be content no longer letting it out? The concert ended 30 minutes ago, and I still feel like my blood is pumping lyrics and chords. While my friends party, I slip outside the tent. The night is perfect. I barely noticed the heat while I was on stage, and now there's enough of a breeze that the heat feels good, especially for someone like me who runs cold. I step back up onto the stage and look over the empty stadium. I take a deep breath and hold it like a memory. If I could go inside my brain, I would freeze frame 1,000,000 different moments from tonight. I want to live in this feeling forever. Laughter erupts from the tent, and I turn around to see my friends through the open flaps. They're standing in a circle with their significant others. I sit down at the edge of the stage, dangling my feet off of it as I catch snippets of their happy conversations. A stab of longing pierces my heart, a pang of loneliness and envy. No, I squash the pang like a bug. No, I will not have a fate like my mom's. I will not fall for a guy and watch my career fall with it. I will not. And I keep telling myself that as an absolute hot mess of a man walks past me in a t-shirt and jeans, holding an amp. His brown hair is shaggy and wavy at the same time. His jeans are torn, and not in a fashionable way, and he has the hint of a tattoo on his bicep. He's unkempt, but not so much as to stand out. In fact, it's the opposite. There's no other way to describe it. His look, his very body language is calculated to deter attention. His movements scream nothing to see here. As someone who's done my best to fly under the radar since I went viral in college, I'm a little in awe. What is it people say? Game respects game. Curiosity creeps through me. What game is he playing? Nothing about his appearance matches the rest of the crew who's breaking down the concert. He looks like a professional roadie, while the other guys look like former members of the Hawkins AV Club. He puts the cords to the side of the field with the amps and walks back past me, paying me no mind. Why is he paying me no mind? Need a hand? I ask. He glances at me.
You're not exactly dressed for it.
I didn't ask if I was dressed for it. I asked if you need a hand. He snorts.
You've obviously never dropped an amp on your foot, or you wouldn't ask to help wearing sandals like that.
I could grab, I look around, cords.
I don't need help with cords.
Are you always this reluctant to let people help you? He doesn't respond. Instead, he climbs under the curtain covering the stage. He comes out a few moments later with a long cord, one he didn't need help with. How'd you like the show? I have no idea what inspires me to ask this. I don't care, obviously. I don't know the guy. He shrugs, squatting near me and coiling the very cord I asked to help with.
Didn't watch it.
Really? Aren't you on the crew?
Far as I know, this show was a one-off.
Do you not know who played? He shakes his head, and my eyes widen. He doesn't know who the concert was for. He doesn't know who I am. And more to the point, he doesn't seem to care. At all. The curiosity that was already creeping in rushes over the rest of my body. Then why are you here? Are you a roadie for hire? He stops and looks at me.
Can I help you with something?
I offered first. He snorts and hefts the cord around his arm.
A friend of mine asked me for help, so I helped.
Who's your friend?
Rusty Fielding?
Wait, I know Rusty. He's dating my best friend. For the first time, he looks at me like he's really looking at me.
Which one are you?
Which one am I? My tone would make anyone else blush, but he doesn't seem to care if his phrasing sounds offensive. He waits, and it's like we're in a standoff. Shouldn't he naturally want to clarify his words? We're playing chicken. Still playing. I sigh. I'm Lou. He nods slowly, as if snapping in a piece of a puzzle. And you are?
Patty.
Wait, you're Patty?
You thought I was a woman, too?
No, Ash already told me you're a guy. It's just, Patty's a bartender.
Sure am.
You don't look like a bartender. He holds his hands out.
What do I look like?
Trouble. The word flashes in my mind so fast, I can't stop it. And that flash is like a heat wave over my body. Not a bartender? I say, coming back to myself.
You're the lawyer?
Not the musician? Not the Hannah Montana of the group? He really doesn't know who I am. Is that how you think of us? The lawyer? The therapist?
No,
he says.
I don't think of you.
He takes his cord over to a flatbed truck with an open cover. As I watch him, a memory strikes me of my older sister finding a matchbook and playing with it near the creek that ran through our backyard. We were going through a dry spell, and Nora kept striking the matches and tossing them into the creek. Watching the flames ignite and then extinguish in the water was mesmerizing, although I refused to get too close. All she had to do was miss, and the match could have landed in brush and set the field on fire. She didn't miss, thank goodness, but my nerves were like a frayed guitar string the whole time I watched. I've never been the kind to play with fire, so why are my fingers suddenly itching to strike a match? And why do I suddenly not care if everything I've worked so hard for burns? Stop it, I tell myself. He's trouble, and we do not do trouble, no matter how tempting it is. I give myself a shake and return to the safety of the tent and my friends. I don't see Patty again. Doesn't mean I don't think about him, though. Doesn't mean I don't dream about playing with fire. But I'm smart enough not to play with it. I hope.
This has been Don't Go Faking My Heart, written by Kate Watson, narrated by Stephanie Rose and Logan Anair. Original music by Xavier Perel, Raymond Prett, Ralph, and Matthew Pesquet. Lyrics by Kate Watson. Vocals by Stephanie Rose. Copyright 2025 by Kate Watson. Production copyright by Kate Watson.